as the night shrouds Jeongju City. Suddenly, the city's tranquility is shattered by an explosion of purple lightning, striking the central tower. A massive rift tears open above the city, from which an ancient, powerful warrior emerges. In response, the city's defenders, known as the 3rd Division, spring into action. This elite team, arrayed in battle gear, charges forward with determination etched on their faces. The depths of the rift, a powerful creature voices disdain, remarking on the humans' futile resistance. The creature identified as Huang Jin, a wolf king, expresses confidence in their inevitable victory, declaring that eradicating humanity is only a matter of time. As the 3rd Division makes a desperate stand, with determination in their eyes, they counterattack, despite the overwhelming might of the enemy. Amidst the ongoing battle, a key member of the 3rd Division questions if they are dealing with a C-class portal, hinting at the unexpected strength of their enemies. The battle escalates as the Wolf King, unfazed by human resistance, declares it's too late for any realizations. One brave warrior takes a stand, insisting on handling the Wolf King personally. This allows her comrades to focus on the remaining threats. Mr. Wenyuan, a pivotal ally, arrives just in time. Back at headquarters, an official notes the alarming frequency of C-class rifts appearing over Jeongju. This marks the 6th such event in a decade. In response, the decision is made to adapt the training and assessment of the city's defenders. The cultural exam scores for martial arts students will be halved, recognizing the need for more combat-ready individuals in the face of these recurrent threats. As the class in Jeongju's martial arts school is dismissed, the students engage in typical schoolyard banter. Inside, the conversations continue, revolving around academic pressures now intertwined with martial capabilities. A student laments the missed opportunity to sit next to Lin Yanren, a particularly admired classmate. Lin Yanren becomes the center of attention, not just for her beauty, but also as a symbol of the martial arts path. As peers inquire about her future plans, the Academy of Literature and the Martial Arts University is more than academic. It's about choosing a life path in a world where martial prowess can determine one's safety and status. Su Bai sits in the classroom, deep in thought, his book open but his mind elsewhere, faced with the decision of his future educational path. He recognizes that his average academic performance won't stand out at the Academy of Literature, and in a world increasingly defined by martial prowess, the relevance of traditional education seems diminished. Caught between aspirations and realities, Su Bai discusses his family's financial limitations and the lack of any special talents, which make the option of attending the martial arts university seem unreachable. His frustration is palpable as he questions the fairness of a system that seems to favor those with inherent abilities or resources. As he engages in a wistful conversation with his peers, Su Bai muses about the concept of talent awakening in another world, hoping for a scenario where he could have special powers or a significant edge. In a surprising turn of events, Lin Yanren approaches Su Bai with an unexpected proposal. Sensing his despair and frustration with the limited options available due to his lack of special abilities or financial resources, Lin offers him an opportunity to join her at the Academy of Literature without needing to pass the traditional entrance exams. This gesture not only provides Su Bai a possible path forward, but also deepens their relationship. As Su Bai processes this unexpected lifeline, his world is further turned upside down by the sudden activation of a personal system, a common trope in fantasy and martial arts narratives where the protagonist gains access to a unique set of skills or abilities through a digital interface. This system classifies him as a beast tamer and provides detailed stats about his capabilities, including the potential to evolve his talents infinitely. Overwhelmed and unsure, Su Bai stands at the cusp of a new beginning, his previous concerns about his future momentarily overshadowed by the new and mysterious opportunities that the system might offer him. As Su Bai tries to comprehend the sudden appearance of a system interface only he can see, Lin Yanren concerned for his sudden distress. Despite his assurances that he's fine, the situation quickly escalates when a jealous classmate, infuriated by Su Bai's proximity to Lin, confronts them aggressively. As the classmate threatens to teach Su Bai a lesson, driven by envy and misplaced loyalty towards Lin. The escalating conflict in the classroom is swiftly interrupted by the arrival of a formidable teacher, who commands immediate silence. She brings with her exciting news for the students, effective immediately. Individuals who have awakened their abilities can enroll directly at Jeongju Martial Arts University without the need to pass the cultural exam. Additionally, the cutoff score for the literature exam has been halved for those with the potential to become martial artists, significantly easing the academic burden on students aiming to pursue a path in martial arts. This announcement offers a new horizon for Su Bai and his classmates, potentially altering their educational and professional futures. With the announcement of the new education policy, excitement ripples through the classroom. Students chatter about the lowered exam requirements and the new opportunities for those with awakened abilities. As the teacher offers immediate registration for awakened students, Lin Yanren and Su Bai share a significant glance. Lin speculates about the possibilities this new path could open for Su Bai, hinting at a future where he might not only attend the martial arts university but also rise to prominence within it. Su Bai walking confidently through the city streets, a mere high school student to a potential martial arts contender, setting the stage for his journey in a world where academic and martial prowess are intertwined with one's destiny. On September 18, 1906, a massive spatial rift opened in the sky above Jeongju, changing the course of history. From this rift, a host of terrifying monsters emerged, wreaking havoc across the city. The creatures were relentless, their attacks causing widespread destruction and chaos. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the armies of various countries mobilized, launching a concerted effort to combat these monstrous invaders. The battles were fierce and prolonged, with significant losses on all sides, but eventually, the combined military forces managed to repel the monsters. This event marked a pivotal moment for Jeongju, highlighting the city's vulnerability to supernatural threats and the global community's capacity to respond to such unprecedented crises. Despite repeated military efforts to contain the threat, the persistent rift continued to spawn monsters, prompting a drastic measure. Recognizing the relentless nature of the threat, a daring decision was made to send a suicide squad into the rift to gather intelligence and explore its origins. Inside, they discovered an expansive and boundless land, suggesting a complex network of worlds beyond their own. Faced with the enormity of this discovery, the world's militaries united to construct a formidable military base directly within the rift. This strategic move aimed to fortify humanity's defenses, allowing forces to engage the monsters at the source and potentially control or even close the rift. This base represents humanity's resilience and commitment to safeguarding their world from the continuous onslaught of extraterrestrial dangers. A new era for humanity officially began with the appearance of additional rifts in the sky. Following the first rift in 1906, a second and third rift appeared in quick succession by 1907, and soon more followed. Over the century, these rifts grew more frequent, each introducing a unique breed of monsters, leading scientists to name the interconnected dimensions behind the rifts the battlefield of 10,000 races. As these rifts proliferated, so did the battles and the species of monsters emerging from them. This ongoing war necessitated global cooperation, resulting in the construction of military bases within the rifts to combat the threats directly at their source. Interestingly, alongside the physical battles, a transformation occurred within humanity itself. The spiritual energy of Earth began to rise, awakening latent abilities in humans, giving rise to a new era of martial artists and superpowered individuals. As the intensity of the battles escalated, traditional weaponry began to fall short, replaced by the power of these newly awakened beings. This ongoing war between humans and the myriad of alien races from the rifts has continued to the present day, profoundly impacting every aspect of life on Earth, including educational reforms like those seen at Jeongju Martial Arts University, indicating the severity and widespread nature of this global crisis. Su Bai, having activated a system that grants him the ability to tame beasts, decides to harness this newfound power to safeguard his family in a world increasingly fraught with danger. Recognizing the urgency to enhance his abilities, he resolves to attend a martial arts university backed by the military, which would not only provide him with the training he needs, but also place him in a position to directly contribute to humanity's defense against the rifts. Fortunately, Su Bai's special ability to tame beasts qualifies him for admission without the need for traditional exams, a boon that aligns perfectly with the recent educational reforms. Armed with his savings of more than 2,000 coins, he approaches the university with determination, hopeful that his financial resources will be sufficient to cover any additional expenses. As he steps into the university, he remembers that his system is supposed to automatically detect and guide him towards suitable opportunities. Yet, upon entering, nothing happens, leaving him momentarily confused. He approaches the reception, seeking guidance on how to proceed, a tangible step towards realizing his dream of becoming a protector not just for his family, but for his city as well. Upon entering the university, Su-bai, declaring his newfound ability as a beast tamer, inquires about the types of beasts available for taming. He's directed to several options, each with varying prices and capabilities. The first beast he considers is a common black cat with a netherworld sliver bloodline, priced at 36,000 yen, which he finds prohibitively expensive given his savings. His attention then shifts to a 4-eared dog, which boasts a 6-eared demon wolf bloodline and comes at a slightly lower cost of 33,000 yen. Still exploring his options, he's shown more beasts, including one priced at 56,000 yen and another at 90,000 yen, escalating his dilemma as he balances the potential of each beast against the financial constraints he faces. Confronted with these high prices, Su-bai realizes that his savings might not stretch as far as he had hoped, putting him in a position to make strategic decisions about which beast might offer the best balance of cost and potential for his journey as a martial artist. Frustrated by the high prices at the university and feeling like the options available are ripping him off, Su-bai returns home. There, he expresses his discontent with how expensive each beast is just for their bloodline. Upon his return, Su-bai's mysterious system, which had been unresponsive until now, suddenly activates and proposes an unexpected taming opportunity: a small turtle. At first, Su-bai is taken aback and even amused that the system suggests taming a turtle, especially since it turns out to be the very turtle his father has been raising. This revelation brings a moment of comic relief and a touch of irony to his journey. Despite the initial surprise and seeming triviality of the beast, this twist might hint at hidden potentials or qualities in the turtle that are not immediately apparent. This situation sets the stage for Su-bai to explore and perhaps uncover unique abilities that could significantly aid him in his quest to protect his family and thrive in a chaotic world. After his initial shock and amusement at the prospect of taming a seemingly unremarkable turtle, Su-bai reassesses the situation. His system highlights the turtle's potential, revealing it as an ordinary beginner-level creature with a latent bloodline that can evolve infinitely and eventually attain formidable capabilities. Intrigued by this revelation, Su-bai decides to embrace the challenge, tapping into his newfound ability to see beyond the surface and explore the unique advantages his first tamed beast might offer. Choosing to accept the turtle as his ally, Su-bai's attitude shifts from skepticism to curiosity and determination. He commits to enhancing the turtle's abilities, utilizing the system's guidance to unlock and maximize its potential. This decision not only marks the start of his journey as a beast tamer, but also symbolizes his growth in adapting to the challenges of his new abilities and the realities of a world where the supernatural becomes an everyday element of survival and combat. Su-bai's initial skepticism about his first tamed beast, a turtle, quickly transforms into delight as he discovers its potential. The turtle, affectionately named Zio-ba, turns out to possess the Xuanwu holy bloodline. Despite its humble appearance and size, Su-bai recognizes the turtle's significant potential and decides it's worth far more than he initially thought, refusing to consider replacing it for anything else. At home, Su-bai's enthusiasm about his new beast is met with protective suspicion from his sister, Su-zayomai, who asserts her attachment to Zio-ba, referring to it as "daddy's baby." As Su-bai and his sister interact with Zio-ba, the turtle unexpectedly demands food, revealing a more lively and engaging personality than Su-bai anticipated. Su-bai's situation escalates as Zio-ba, the seemingly unremarkable turtle, reveals a ravenous appetite that surprises everyone, including Su-bai and his sister Zayomai. When Su-bai notes the turtle's insatiable hunger, he speculates it might be a sign of impending evolution, hinting at the turtle's hidden potential linked to its holy bloodline. As Su-bai scrambles to find more food to satiate Zio-ba's hunger, the situation at home becomes chaotic. The turtle's appetite leads to an uproarious scene, leaving the house in disarray. Return home to what appears to be the aftermath of a robbery, only to find it's their son's new pet causing the commotion. Each family member's reaction, ranging from amusement to bewilderment, paints a vivid picture of life with a magically endowed pet. Subai quickly realized that the shadow of his ability had disappeared instantly, and the black tortoise bloodline was still dormant but consuming more energy. With that in mind, he decided to head towards a place. Arriving at a building with a distinctive dragon emblem, he entered. Inside, a familiar woman greeted him, asking if he had finally decided on his purchase. However, Subai made it clear this time, he wasn't here to buy anything. Leaning in close, he quietly asked if they accepted exotic beast blood. This immediately caught the attention of a well-dressed man sitting nearby. Surprised, the man questioned whether Subai really had such a valuable resource. The man gave a nod of approval, allowing the woman to proceed as Subai stood ready. With a casual gesture, the man then invited Subai to sit and discuss further. Curious, he requested to examine the exotic beast blood first. Subai, confident in its quality, agreed without hesitation. Taking a small vial, the man carefully inspected it. Realizing the authenticity and superior quality of the beast blood, he immediately asked how much Subai was willing to sell. Subai calculated the effort it took to extract the beast blood, considering its worth. He expected at least 100 yuan. However, when the man casually offered 1,000 yuan, Subai was visibly shocked. His reaction made the man smirk, realizing Subai had a good understanding of the product's value. But before the deal could be sealed, the man suddenly laughed, revealing he was just joking. Given the exceptional quality of the beast blood, he corrected himself. The real price was 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Subai was even more stunned. Just as he was about to react, the man continued, offering a final price of 15,000 yuan, making it clear he couldn't go any higher. Subai couldn't believe his blood was worth so much. He struggled to hide his excitement, but the thought of earning that much made it impossible to suppress his smile. Without hesitation, he agreed to the deal, though he casually remarked that if he weren't in urgent need of money, he wouldn't have sold it so easily. As he left, the man reminded him to return if he ever had more high-quality goods. Subai walked away, feeling satisfied. Checking his balance, he still couldn't believe it. Selling the exotic beast blood for 15,000 yuan meant he could sustain himself for a while now. As Subai walked, he received a call from his teacher, informing him that the academic results were out, and there was important news. He was instructed to come to school that afternoon to complete his application. However, before he could get more details, the signal cut out. Frustrated by the sudden loss of connection, he tried calling back but had no luck. Just then, a warning screen appeared before him, detecting hostile intent nearby. It identified 3 enemies within range, all targeting him. Realizing he was being ambushed, Subai quickly turned around. One of the attackers was already approaching, gripping a large spiked club while grinning menacingly. Their leader confidently assumed he had something valuable after seeing the pet store owner's reaction. Without hesitation, he demanded Subai hand it over. Trying to reason with them, Subai explained that he only sold items, not bought them. Yet, luck was clearly not on his side. He quickly assessed the situation. Only one of them was a primary warrior, which meant he had a chance. Confidence sparked in his eyes. He wasn't afraid. However, the thug laughed at his expression, mocking his supposed cowardice and demanding the money. Subai appeared to surrender, curling up slightly, as if preparing to comply. He suddenly made his move, pretending to surrender, but instead hurling his turtle companion straight at the bald thug. Caught off guard, the thug quickly raised his weapon to strike, but the unexpected attack threw him off balance. His eyes widened in shock as he realized too late this was a trap. Panic took over as he let out a terrified scream. Subai took advantage of the opening, delivering a powerful counterattack that sent the bald thug flying. The force was so strong that it even made the thug imagine an egg cracking in his head. His 2 subordinates panicked and rushed to his aid, furious that Subai had dared to lay a hand on their boss. Without hesitation, they charged at him, weapons in hand. But Subai used his turtle companion's defense to shield himself. One of the attackers lunged, thinking he had Subai cornered. But Subai swiftly reacted, grabbing his fist mid-air, ready for the next move. He struck the incoming attacker, sending him flying backward. The second thug barely had time to react before he, too, was slammed into the ground. The bald leader, now regaining his footing, roared in fury. His face twisted with rage as he crawled forward, vowing to kill Subai. Subai quickly prepared to retreat. He called out to his turtle companion, signaling to pull back before things escalated further. With precise movements, he countered the bald thug's charge, flipping him over and sending him crashing hard into the ground. The thug howled in pain, his earlier confidence shattered. Subai stood tall, looking down at his fallen enemies. They had provoked him, and now they were paying the price. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something strange. His turtle companion had somehow ended up next to the unconscious thug. Subai noticed his turtle companion holding something glowing in its mouth. Curious, he rushed over, questioning what it had found. Before he could react, the turtle tossed the object into the air. Subai caught it, realizing it was a Kai and blood potion, an incredibly valuable item worth tens of thousands. Shocked, he muttered that warriors typically absorb this potion over an entire month. Yet, his turtle had consumed it all in one go. He stared at the creature, now radiating energy, wondering if it could even handle such a massive boost. Subai's eyes widened as he felt a surge of power coursing through his body. His entire being radiated energy this time. The feeling of growing stronger was overwhelming. A system screen appeared before him, detailing his updated stats. His tamed beast's evolution had increased his attributes significantly, even granting him a new talent. Checking the turtle's stats, Subai was shocked its physique and defense had skyrocketed. The turtle had also grown in size, its shell now radiating with power. The Kai and blood potion had caused an immense transformation, leaving Subai stunned at how much both he and his beast had advanced. Subai recalled what he had learned in class. Normal high-level strength type exotic beasts usually only reached 30 in stats. Yet, his turtle was already exceeding that without even activating its full potential. Realizing the incredible potential his companion had, Subai decided it was time to leave. He patted the turtle, telling it they needed to get moving. Meanwhile, back at school, the academic results had been released, and it was time to submit applications. However, there was also a major announcement. Tomorrow, a special admissions teacher from Marshall University would arrive to conduct an ability test. This was a rare opportunity, as only 2 students would be guaranteed a spot. In class, Lin Yanren asked Subai if he had decided between the Humanities Institute or Marshall University. Without hesitation, he declared that he must get into Marshall University. Surprised, she reminded him that she had asked him to apply to the Humanities Institute with her. Marshall University sends students to the battlefield. It's dangerous, and she was clearly worried. She hesitated, bringing up his grades, implying that he might not be suited for such a path. But Subai remained firm. Someone had to go to the front lines, and he saw it as a good thing. With a confident smile, he revealed his real reason: he wanted to protect someone important. Lin Yanren's heart skipped a beat as she wondered, could he be talking about her? In the classroom, the teacher asks Lin Yanren which institution she plans to apply to. She hesitates, considering her options. A classmate assumes she'll choose the Humanities Institute since she hasn't awakened any abilities or trained physically. Still undecided, Lin Yanren responds that she needs more time to think. Meanwhile, the teacher emphasizes the importance of this decision, instructing students to take their report cards home, discuss with their parents, and submit their applications by tomorrow. As the school day ends, the announcement echoes schools out. The students acknowledge the teacher before heading out. As Lin Yanren relaxes in a medicinal bath, she calls Subai. She announces her decision: she's applying to Marshall University. She hints at a surprise, leaving Subai stunned. Subai, in the middle of training, can't believe what he just heard. He questions if she's serious, but Lin Yanren affirms her choice without hesitation. Not wanting to drag out the conversation, Subai ends the call, saying he has urgent matters to handle. The students gathered as an announcer introduced the military martial arts instructor, Zhang Kai, welcoming him to the stage. A woman addressed the students, explaining that Zhang Kai wasn't just an instructor, he was also their principal and a respected senior. Taking the microphone, Zhang Kai immediately reminded them of the Academy's brutal reality, revealing past survival rates. A year ago, 126 students had joined, but only 65 remained. The numbers from previous years were even worse: less than half of each group had survived. 3 years ago, out of 86 students, only 11 were still alive. He made it clear that he wasn't trying to scare them, but to ensure they understood the truth. Being part of this academy wasn't something to celebrate, it was a constant fight to stay alive. Subai listening as the speech continued. The challenges ahead were clear: duty, responsibility, and the danger of protecting their nation. The instructor then addressed the crowd, reinforcing the academy's purpose. Wuda was a place where the strong were forged. He asked if they aspired to be part of the elite, and the students responded with a unified roar of determination. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, the instructor expressed his anticipation for their performance in the entrance exam. Jiang Kai called out to Subai. He turned, acknowledging the call, while Lin Yanren observed from the side. Approaching him, Jiang Kai confirmed his identity and informed him that a spot had been reserved for him at Wuda. He was instructed to head there immediately and prepare for the entrance examination. Subai was shocked to hear that a reserved spot had been arranged for him. He couldn't believe it, but the instructor confirmed that a vehicle was waiting to take him to the academy's entrance. Meanwhile, other students reacted with surprise and frustration. Some called it favoritism, while others wished they were in his place, envious of the special treatment. Shortly after, the students arrived at Wuda. The instructor announced their arrival, instructing them to disembark. As they stood outside, the instructor called for the students to follow, signaling the beginning of their journey at Wuda. As Subai and the students explored Wuda, they came across a towering stone pillar engraved with the school's motto. The inscription spoke of unwavering honor and dedication to the nation. Subai was impressed by its grandeur, while another student explained its significance. The instructor then led the group forward, guiding them to collect their uniforms before heading to the dormitories. Once there, she directed the male students to their designated area, informing them that they would soon receive further instructions regarding the examination. Subai acknowledged her guidance before heading inside. Reaching his assigned room, Subai reflected on the importance of resources in martial arts training. Inside the dormitory, a red-haired student showed off a rare bottle of medicine, explaining that it was made from extremely rare monster blood his father had acquired. He emphasized how valuable it was, something most people would never see in their lifetime. The others were fascinated, some admitting they had never encountered anything like it before, while one mentioned having bought similar products, but never something this rare. At that moment, Subai entered the room, introducing himself as their new doormate in room 303. A student Han Jiagang acknowledged him, noting that now everyone was present. He then introduced the other two students Tao Jiajun, who casually greeted Subai, and Fan Keon, who gave a friendly nod. Han Jiagang's doormates welcomed Subai, telling him there was no need for formalities since they were all roommates. They showed him the rare monster blood that Han Jiagang's father had obtained, explaining that it was difficult to acquire and required extensive effort to find. Subai, while unpacking, was surprised to hear it came from Yu Mountain and wondered if he was the one who had originally sold it. He casually asked about its price, assuming it must have been expensive. Han Jiagang, however, dismissed the cost, saying each drop was only around 30,000, totaling less than 100,000, an amount he considered insignificant. Hearing this, he realized that he had originally sold it for 30,000, but someone had resold it for triple the price. Frustrated, he cursed the middlemen who had taken advantage of the deal. Inside the dormitory, Subai's roommates excitedly pointed outside, claiming there was an incredibly beautiful girl downstairs. One of them even declared that she was his pick for the upcoming beauty contest. Curious, they rushed to the window, their eyes locking onto the tall, Lai Yanren confidently walking toward the dormitory. They were mesmerized by her appearance, praising her elegance and wondering why she was there. Meanwhile, outside, the dormitory manager stopped Lin Yanren, asking about her purpose in the men's dorms. Without hesitation, she stated that she was looking for Subai. The dormitory manager called out for Subai, announcing that a beautiful girl was waiting for him outside. His roommates were stunned by the revelation, unable to believe what they had just heard. Subai, without hesitation, decided to leave, while his roommates watched in disbelief. They couldn't understand why someone as stunning as her would be looking for him. Suspicious, they started to wonder if Subai was more influential than he appeared. Outside, Lin Yanren greeted Subai, complimenting how well he looked in his uniform. He responded casually. Lin Yanren adjusted Subai's uniform, complimenting him on how good he looked. Subai was caught off guard by her sudden closeness, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, his doormates watched from the window, completely stunned. Seeing Lin Yanren personally fixing Subai's clothes left them in disbelief. They were outraged, unable to accept that Subai was casually interacting with someone they considered a goddess. Lin Yanren then brought up the reserved spot at Wuda, asking if Subai was upset about it. He reassured her that he wasn't angry, though he had initially planned to earn his place through the entrance test. Lin Yanren thanked him sincerely, admitting she had been worried about his reaction. Subai simply smiled, placing a hand on her head, telling her there was no way he could be upset with her. Lin Yanran informed Su-bai that the entrance examination was approaching and offered him some pills to help. However, Su-bai declined, saying she had already helped him enough and should keep them for herself. Before leaving, Lin Yanran waved at Su-bai, telling him she'd see him tomorrow. Su-bai could only watch as she walked away. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, the other students had been observing everything. Shocked that Su-bai had not only interacted closely with Lin Yanran, but had even touched her head, they were desperate to find out who he really was. Back in the dorm, Su-bai returned to a completely different atmosphere. His roommates, who were once skeptical of him, now treated him with newfound respect, calling him Brother Su and eagerly inviting him to sit with them. Su-bai's dormmates surrounded him, eager to know about his connection with Lin Yanran. He casually mentioned that they were just high school classmates, but they weren't convinced, insisting he was being too humble. Taking advantage of their newfound camaraderie, Han Jiagang suggested that since they were dormmates, Su-bai should invite Lin Yanran to bring some of her friends over. Su-bai was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. To celebrate their first meeting, Han Jiagang proposed taking Su-bai out for a good meal and a chat. The others quickly agreed, deciding to handle all the arrangements themselves while telling Su-bai to rest. As they excitedly rushed out, Su-bai was left standing there, slightly overwhelmed by how quickly their attitude toward him had changed. After his dormmates left, Su-bai reflected on how interesting they were. He then took out Little Ba, letting it stretch out and breathe. Curious about what Lin Yanran had given him earlier, Su-bai checked the package and found a blood essence potion. He smiled, realizing that it would be beneficial for his little companion Little Ba. With a mischievous grin, Su-bai teased Little Ba, asking if it knew what to do after consuming the potion. Meanwhile, his dormmates arrived at an extravagant hotel for their gathering. Su-bai was surprised at the high-end choice, questioning if it was necessary. However, Han Jiagang assured him that all he needed to do was enjoy himself and leave the rest to them. At the luxurious hotel, Han Jiagang raised a toast, expressing how fortunate he felt to have such great dormmates, especially Su-bai. The others eagerly joined in, welcoming the camaraderie. As they settled down, Su-bai mentioned his connection with Lin Yanran, casually implying that he could arrange introductions to some of her friends later. Shifting the topic, he told Jiagang that he needed his help with something. Revealing a bottle of rare monster blood, Su-bai downplayed its importance but asked for Jiagang's assistance in handling it. The others were instantly intrigued, recognizing its incredible value. Jiagang examined the blood carefully, realizing that it was of even higher quality than his own. Shocked, he admitted that he had never seen anything like it before. Han Jiagang was shocked by the rarity of Su-bai's monster blood and immediately offered to call his father for assistance. Later, Jiagang stepped aside to make the call, but his father was initially unimpressed, assuming his son had once again run out of pocket money. Jiagang quickly reassured him that this was serious. Explaining the situation, he told his father that his classmate had 7 drops of rare monster blood far superior to what they had obtained before. Unable to determine its value, he sought his father's advice. Hearing this, Jiagang's father was stunned, questioning if it was truly better than before. Jiagang swore by it, urging him to come see for himself. Without hesitation, his father instructed him to send the location, promising to dispatch Master Cow immediately. An hour later, Master Cow arrived to examine the monster blood. The moment he saw it, he was in awe, calling it the purest and most potent he had ever encountered. He excitedly declared that with such high energy content, he could create something extraordinary. Jiagang's father, still skeptical, questioned if Master Cow was exaggerating. However, Master Cow insisted that even with the finest equipment, the value of this blood would only increase. Meanwhile, Su-bai casually sipping a drink as Jiagang marveled at how overpowered his monster blood truly was. Jiagang's father inquired about the price for Su-bai's monster blood. However, Su-bai clarified that it wasn't for sale, he was only willing to exchange it for blood essence of equal value. Acknowledging their connection through Jiagang, his father assured Su-bai that he wouldn't be shortchanged. He offered to take all the monster blood in exchange for 14 bottles of blood essence, a deal that Su-bai readily accepted. With a knowing smile, Jiagang's father then made an unexpected offer. He invited Su-bai to join the Han family, promising free resources and additional benefits. Su-bai politely declined Jiagang's father's offer, stating that he had no plans to join a family for now. However, Jaegang's father tried to persuade him to reconsider. Before the discussion could continue, Lin Yanren suddenly entered the room with a commanding presence. She firmly declared that Su-bai had already made his decision and that no one had the right to pressure him into joining any family. She made herself clear her stance was non-negotiable. Su-bai was surprised to see Lin Yanren and asked why she was there. The others in the room were equally shocked, recognizing her instantly and wondering why she had suddenly appeared. Lin Yanren casually stated that she had come to take care of her own matters and hadn't expected to run into Su-bai. Meanwhile, Jaegang's father and Master Cao observed the situation closely. Jaegang's father was clearly unsettled, realizing there was something significant about her presence. As Master Cao tried to explain who she was, his expression changed to shock as he fully grasped her identity. Jaegang's father explaining that it's all a misunderstanding. He insists that Su-bai and his son are not just classmates but also close brothers. Lin Yanren asking if he's heading back to school. She suggests they go together. Su-bai nods saying he's done with his matters here and is ready to leave. Before leaving, Su-bai bids farewell to Jaegang's father and Master Cao, telling Jaegang that they'll meet back at the dorm. Jaegang's father responds, wishing him well. As Su-bai walks away with Lin Yanren, Jaegang suddenly panics and rushes forward, calling out to her, saying he's heading back too. But his father grabs him, scolding him and demanding he come back, clearly frustrated by his reaction. Jaegang's father sternly advises him to get along with Su-bai, emphasizing that the future of the Han family might depend on their relationship. Jaegang is confused by this statement, but is even more shocked when his father warns him to keep a respectable distance from Lin Yanren. Later, Jaegang questions his father, wondering why he never noticed how exceptional both Su-bai and Lin Yanren are. 2 days pass, and at the Marshall University campus training ground, the students gather for their freshman special training. The instructor announces that this session's training will take place at a significant location. The students are stunned to learn that they will be training at the battlefield of myriad races, a place filled with danger. Some voice their concerns, questioning the safety of such a decision. The instructor reassures them that while failing the training isn't a big deal, survival is what truly matters. He assures them that the designated training area has been secured and that their safety will be ensured. The instructor announces that each class will consist of 50 students, led by a bronze-level teacher who will be responsible for their training. He encourages the freshmen, wishing them success in their training. As the students are assigned to their groups, Lin Yanren excitedly informs Su-bai that they are in the same class. Nearby, Jaegang and other students react with excitement, thrilled to be in the same class as the goddess. Su-bai, however, wonders if this arrangement was intentional. A voice calls out for Class 8 to gather. A striking woman steps forward, introducing herself as Liao Yuxin, the special training instructor for the group. Liao Yuxin confidently informs the students that she will be in charge of all training tasks. As she speaks, several students are captivated by her striking appearance. Then, she announces their first task, writing a will. The students are stunned, their excitement immediately turning into panic. Some hesitate, questioning if she was serious, while others start to grasp the reality of the training. She gives them a day to complete this task, instructing them to gather at the teleportation plaza at 8 am for their departure to the battlefield of myriad races. Some students wonder if their lives are truly at risk, while others start worrying about the future. A few are left reflecting on their unfinished goals, realizing they might not return. Lin Yanren asks Su-bai about his plans before departure. He replies that he doesn't have much to prepare and plans to head back to the dorm. As they part ways, she tells him they'll meet tomorrow. Meanwhile, other students feel the pressure of the upcoming battlefield training and focus on their preparations. Later, at the dorms, a group of students invites Su-bai to join them for a fun night before their departure. However, Su-bai declines, saying he has things to take care of. Jaegang, understanding his decision, offers to bring anything back for him if needed. Su-bai acknowledges and lets them go. Jaegang notices Su-bai's pet turtle and comments on its tough shell. Su-bai introduces it as Little Bai, explaining that it's quite a foodie. As the others leave for their night out, they bid farewell to Su-bai, who stays behind. He tells them to enjoy themselves. Alone in the dorm, Su-bai prepares food for Little Bai, teasing it for always eating. He lets it feast, reminding it to prove its worth on the battlefield. Meanwhile, he prepares his own supplies, making sure everything is ready for tomorrow. Little Bai eagerly devours its meal, and Su Bai reassures it that no one will take its food away. As Su Bai feeds Little Bai, a notification appears, announcing that the tamed beast has evolved into an ordinary high-tier beast. Along with Su Bai's level increasing, Little Bai gains a new talent, Heavy Strike. A detailed status screen reveals Little Bai's improved attributes, including Constitution, Defense, and Agility. Its talents now include Shell Defense, which boosts defense when fully retracted, Turtle Skin Defense, which enhances durability at the cost of stamina, and Heavy Strike, which increases attack power depending on stamina consumption. Another screen displays Su Bai's updated stats, confirming that he, as a beast tamer, benefits from his beast's evolution. His base attributes have grown, and Little Bai's abilities will partially enhance him as well. Excited about the improvements, Su Bai acknowledges that the Blood Kai powder played a crucial role in the upgrade. He praises Little Bai, encouraging it to give its best performance in the upcoming battle. Little Bai responds confidently, ready for the challenge ahead. The preparations for battle are complete, and a report is sent to the chief instructor confirming that all students are ready. Instructors stand by as orders are given to activate the teleportation array. With a command, the massive portal begins to hum with energy. Students marvel at the enormous teleportation array, acknowledging that only Marshall University could provide such a grand sight. Before departure, Lin Yanran expresses concern for Su Bai, urging him to stay cautious on the battlefield. Su Bai reassures her with confidence, promising that they will complete their mission successfully. She nods, wishing him luck as they prepare to embark on their journey. As the teleportation process begins, Su Bai and the students step forward, preparing for the transfer. A bright glow surrounds them as the command is given. The students arrive at their destination, disoriented but amazed. Jiagang stumbles slightly, exclaiming in surprise, while others look around in awe. A student wonders if this is the military base within the battlefield of myriad races. They take in the vast structure, realizing they have truly arrived. Some are excited, marveling at the incredible technology, while others remain cautious about their new surroundings. Before the excitement can escalate, Liu Yuxin commands everyone to quiet down. She addresses a high-ranking officer, Deputy Commander Liatao, apologizing for the students' reactions, explaining that they are all new recruits who haven't seen much yet. The Deputy Commander of Military Base F-269 introduces himself, making it clear that rank doesn't matter here, everyone follows his orders. He demands acknowledgement, and the students, led by Liu Yuxin, respond in unison, affirming their understanding. As the commander addresses them, Jiagang questions why they should be impressed by a mere deputy commander. However, Su Bai observes the scar on his face, recognizing that he must be a seasoned officer. The commander then assigns their first task, cleaning the battlefield. However, it's not just about clearing debris. They must also eliminate any remaining shadow cats lurking in the area. He deems it a perfect test for new recruits stepping onto the battlefield for the first time. The deputy commander explains the reward system. Eliminating shadow cats earns merit points, which can be exchanged for valuable resources like blood kai powder and body refinement elixirs, helping students enhance their strength. Hearing this, the students become excited. Jiagang and others realize why so many risk their lives to enter the battlefield of myriad races. The opportunity to exchange merit points for potions makes the mission even more rewarding. Noticing their enthusiasm, the commander smirks, acknowledging their eagerness for action. Without wasting time, he gives the order to move out. The students respond energetically, ready to start. Su Bai, confident in his skills, looks forward to accumulating merit points. He also considers how much Little Bai will benefit from this hunt, anticipating a feast for his pet. The group arrives at a section of the base where wounded soldiers are being treated. Many are covered in injuries, fresh from battle, groaning in pain as they receive medical attention. Seeing this, the students are shocked. They question whether these injuries were caused by shadow cats, the lowest-ranked monsters. Doubt and fear spread among them. If even such weak creatures are this dangerous, how will they survive? One student panics, worrying about making it back alive. However, Liu Yuxin quickly shuts down the fear-driven murmurs, reminding them that the battlefield of myriad races is not a place for hesitation. Anyone who joined Marshall University should already be prepared for danger. Lin Yanran, feeling uneasy, tells Su Bai to stay close to her in battle, not wanting anything to happen to him. Su Bai acknowledges her concern, but he knows they must remain vigilant at all times if they want to make it through alive. A soldier reports to the deputy commander that they have been guarding the northern gate and have successfully eliminated 35 beasts that attacked the camp. Awaiting further orders, the commander decides it's time for the recruits to experience the true nature of the battlefield. With a firm command, he orders the camp gate to be opened. Liao Yuxin reminds them that this is a rare opportunity. As Deputy Commander Liatao himself is leading the team, they must prove themselves in battle. Liatao warns the recruits, having left their wills behind, they must now be prepared to walk alongside death every second from here on out. The commander addressed the gathered rookies, ensuring they were ready for the mission. With their confident response, he wasted no time giving the order to move out. Meanwhile, the strike force was instructed to follow and provide protection. As they proceeded, Liao Yuxin questioned why Captain Fu was personally leading the team, noting that clearing a battlefield wasn't particularly dangerous. The commander casually dismissed her concerns, saying it would be a waste to send inexperienced rookies straight to the front lines. When Yuxin pressed further, he cut her off, telling her not to ask unnecessary questions. Later, as they marched, Yuxin expressed gratitude for his presence, but the commander brushed it off, stating that the students were warriors on the battlefield and it was his duty to protect them. At Didu, the highest military command post in Long, an urgent report was brought forth. Officials wasted no time in allowing the messenger to speak. The report detailed a dire situation. Monsters had broken through defenses on the battlefield of all races. A powerful group from the Young Cats tribe was already engaged in combat, but the crisis was far from contained. The invading horde had spread out, launching attacks on 12 additional military camps in the southwest. A high-ranking officer swiftly took charge, ordering an immediate assessment of the monsters' movements and warning other camps to prepare for battle. He emphasized the importance of protecting the new students from Wuda, as they represented the future of Long. The command was clear: these recruits must be safeguarded at all costs. Meanwhile, in Area F-269, the battlefield was chaotic. Soldiers were reminded that time was critical. Every moment spent there increased the risk of death. Fires raged, fallen enemies littered the ground, and the battle showed no signs of slowing. The rookies had entered a true war zone, where survival depended on speed and skill. Su Bai and his team continued harvesting resources from the battlefield. One of them pointed out that the hides, blood, flesh, and claws of the Yaoming cats could be used to craft weapons and medicines. Another remarked that with such valuable materials, it was no surprise that many people were willing to venture into such a dangerous place. Excitedly, someone announced they had found another monster core, celebrating their luck. Su Bai focused on gathering more resources, planned to collect additional cores to exchange for blood spirit essence. He figured this would allow his companion, Little 8, to level up once again. However, his interface suddenly flashed with an urgent alert. 164 Yaoming cats were rapidly approaching from 3 kilometers away in the southwest forest. The warning classified the situation as an extreme danger, rating the threat level at 5 stars and the danger to life at 4 stars. Su Bai was taken aback. The last time his system had issued a warning, it was for a minor threat, a low-level martial artist. But now, it was flagging a 5-star, life-threatening crisis. Alarmed, Liao Yuxin noticed his change in expression and immediately asked what was wrong. Su Bai urgently called out to Liao Yuxin, warning her about a large horde of monsters moving toward them from the southwest. Perched on a tree, she seemed skeptical but listened as he insisted on the danger. Observing the area, Liao Yuxin found nothing unusual, only silence stretching across the battlefield. Frustrated, she reminded Su Bai that this was a battlefield, not a place to stir panic. Recklessly alarming others could have severe consequences. However, Su Bai insisted he wasn't joking. The threat was real, and the monsters were approaching fast. Captain Fu, overhearing their exchange, stepped in. He confidently dismissed Su Bai's claims, asserting that no monsters were within 2 kilometers. Su Bai, however, stood firm, warning that over 100 Yaoming cats were just 3 kilometers away and closing in quickly. Captain Fu scoffed at Subai's claim, questioning whether his senses were superior to his own. Liao Yuxin, trying to de-escalate the situation, suggested that Subai was simply overreacting due to his inexperience in battle and that it wasn't worth wasting time on. However, Lin Yanren stepped forward, insisting that no conclusions should be made without proper verification. She declared her trust in Subai, leaving Captain Fu momentarily speechless. Determined, Subai addressed everyone, urging them to believe him. He explained that as a monster tamer, he possessed an exceptional sense for detecting danger. This revelation surprised the group, with some questioning why the school hadn't documented such an important ability. Subai clarified that since he was guaranteed a spot at Wuda, his special abilities weren't officially recorded. Doubts spread among the others if he truly had the ability to tame monsters. Why had no one seen any proof of it? A sudden cry rang out as the Yaoming cats finally appeared, proving Subai's warning to be true. The group quickly realized the sheer number of enemies approaching, forcing them to act fast. Orders were given to form a defensive formation immediately. As the threat grew, the call for reinforcements was sent out. However, bad news followed. Nearby camps were also under attack, meaning no backup would be coming. They were on their own. Liao Yuxin expressed her concern, questioning if there were truly over 100 monsters. Without reinforcements, the students stood little chance against such an overwhelming force. Captain Fu, now convinced of the danger, acknowledged that Subai had been right all along. He could now sense the horde rapidly approaching. Wasting no time, Captain Fu ordered 4 soldiers to protect Subai and another student, ensuring their safety. Subai, unwilling to stand idly by, protested. He insisted he could fight and didn't need special protection. A fierce Yaoming cat of the early bronze stage leaped into battle, its glowing green aura signaling its strength. The students barely had time to react before more of the creatures lunged toward them. Liao Yuxin and the other soldiers immediately launched a counterattack, firing a barrage of energy blasts at the incoming threats. Urgent orders echoed across the battlefield to protect the students at all costs. Despite their efforts, the monsters were relentless. The soldiers struggled to hold their ground as the beasts tore through their ranks with brutal force. One fighter, sent flying by a devastating attack, exclaimed in disbelief that these so-called cats were more like tigers in their sheer power. Captain Fu remained composed, rallying his forces. He commanded everyone to maintain their defensive formation, assuring them that if they could withstand the initial wave, victory was still possible. As the Yaoming cats pounced, an instructor called out to the students, reminding them of their vow. The beasts lunged from all sides, their glowing claws aiming for a decisive strike. In response, the students stood their ground, their spirits unwavering. With shields raised and weapons drawn, they declared their resolve by the honor burning in their chests. They swore their country would never fall. Suddenly, a powerful blue energy blast tore through the sky, striking down multiple enemies in an instant. Reinforcements had arrived, launching a devastating counterattack from above. As the battle intensified, Zhang Mani leaped into action, commanding the others to hold the Yaoming cats at bay while she rained arrows upon them from above. Meanwhile, Luo Yongqiang charged forward, dismissing the threat as nothing more than mere cats, vowing to handle them himself. Liao Yuxin was impressed. With Mani's exceptional archery and Yongqiang's brute strength, this batch of students was proving to be extraordinary. Subai observed them in admiration, acknowledging their power and skill. He couldn't help but note that while they had impressive abilities, his only weapon was his trusted companion, Little 8. Around him, other students were in awe of Mani's combat prowess, some even referring to her as a goddess. They marveled at how both she and Yongqiang were on an entirely different level, far beyond their own abilities. A strange and piercing sound echoed across the battlefield, sending a wave of confusion and unease through the fighters. Alarmed, one of the soldiers shouted for everyone to cover their ears, but the unsettling noise had already disrupted their focus. The students' expressions turned grim as they realized what they were facing: the king of the Yaoming cats, a fearsome beast that had reached the middle silver stage. With its towering presence and immense aura, the Cat King radiated overwhelming power. Its stats confirmed the worst: its agility was off the charts, making it an even deadlier threat. Captain Fu, now visibly shaken, demanded an immediate call for reinforcements. A silver stage monster of this caliber had no business being here, and their chances of survival were now slimmer than ever. Determined to strike first, a warrior lunged at the Yaoming Cat King, dismissing its threat and launching an attack. Another student attempted to assist, aiming to disrupt the beast's vision and create an opening. However, Liao Yuxin's expression turned to panic as she realized the recklessness of their actions. She shouted at them to retreat, warning that a silver stage monster was not something they could handle so carelessly. Before they could react, the Cat King countered with a devastating energy attack, sending its challengers flying through the air. The overwhelming force of the beast was undeniable, and the reality of its power became clear as one of the students crashed hard into the ground, unable to withstand the impact. Liao Yuxin shouted in frustration, urging the students to fall back immediately. But it was too late. The Cat King had already launched its counterattack. Seeing no other option, the soldiers provided cover fire, desperately trying to suppress the beast's advance. A terrified student found himself directly in the Cat King's path, its massive frame looming over him. With energy surging around it, the beast prepared to strike. The student screamed for help, realizing he was powerless against such overwhelming strength. Just as the fatal blow was about to land, a sudden blast struck the Cat King, knocking it back. Little Bai arrived with force, deflecting the attack and creating a moment of hope amid the chaos. Liao Yuxin and the others stared in disbelief at the unexpected newcomer. A turtle? She could hardly believe it. Another student quickly recognized it as Su Bai's beast companion, Little Bai. Su Bai stepped forward with confidence, finally revealing himself as a beast tamer. He declared that while the others should handle the smaller enemies, he and Little Bai would take on the Cat King directly. The astonishment only grew when Little Bai unleashed a powerful attack, sending the mighty Cat King flying. The students were completely dumbfounded. How could a turtle be this strong? Liao Yuxin, still trying to make sense of it, turned to Su Bai in shock. Was this truly the beast he had tamed? Nothing about it seemed ordinary. The tide of battle had shifted, but with this unexpected twist, everyone was left questioning just how powerful Su Bai and his companion really were. Su Bai commanded Little Bai to unleash its strength against the Cat King. The seemingly slow turtle suddenly moved with incredible speed, shocking everyone. The students could hardly believe their eyes. Was this really a turtle? As the battle raged, even Liao Yuxin admitted her surprise at Su Bai's abilities. No one had expected him to be this skilled, and his beast companion was unlike anything they had ever seen. With Su Bai now facing off against the Cat King, Liao Yuxin took charge of the battlefield. She rallied her classmates, calling for them to regroup and eliminate the remaining ghost cats before they could overwhelm them. The students responded with renewed determination, launching a fierce counterattack. The battle had now fully shifted into two fronts: Su Bai's showdown with the Cat King, and the students' fight to clear the battlefield. The Cat King roared in fury, unleashing a devastating attack as it pinned Little Bai under its massive claws. Energy surged through its body as it prepared to deal a crushing blow. A barrage of blue energy blasts erupted, forcing the Cat King to momentarily recoil. However, to everyone's shock, Little Bai remained unharmed, its shell absorbing the full force of the attack. The beast's legendary turtle armor defense had activated, leaving the Cat King stunned as it reeled back in disbelief. One of the soldiers looked on in pure astonishment. How was an ordinary beast holding its ground against the claws of a silver stage Cat King? What kind of monstrous defense was this? Seizing the opportunity while the Cat King was distracted, a soldier called for cover fire as he prepared to land a decisive strike. His comrades responded immediately, keeping the battlefield secure as he moved in. With precision, he targeted the beast's weak spot, its waist and abdomen. Flames erupted around his blade as he leaped into the air, ready to deliver a crushing blow. the attack came down with immense force, aimed directly at the Cat King's vulnerable point. The beast roared in pain, its body writhing under the impact. But just as victory seemed within reach, the Cat King twisted its body at the last moment, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. In an instant, it countered, sending the attacker flying backward. The plan had failed just barely. The battle raged on as a soldier, filled with determination, charged forward with his flaming weapon. He roared at the beast, declaring that this fight would end with either its defeat or his own. Meanwhile, another group of recruits faced their own challenge. One of them confidently instructed Little Ba to unleash a special move. As the small turtle-like creature began to spin, some of the team looked on in confusion, questioning what was so special about it. Doubt filled the air as they observed the turtle rotating in place. They weren't sure how this was supposed to be an effective attack. However, one of them quickly recalled knowledge from a book, noting that the Cat King's weakness lay in its waist and abdomen. One of the recruits charged in, launching a powerful attack with a swift aerial strike, his determination unwavering. The force of his strike sent shockwaves through the battlefield, carving through the ground as energy erupted from the impact. The spinning turtle move, which had initially seemed questionable, now came into play. The energy it generated surged toward the enemy, targeting the exact weak spot mentioned in the book, the waist and abdomen. The beast, caught off guard, roared in pain as the attack connected, proving its effectiveness. Seeing the direct hit, another fighter stepped forward, ready to capitalize on the moment. A smirk crossed his face as he acknowledged that the weak spot had been struck. Now, the real challenge was whether the enemy could endure what was coming next. The battlefield raged on, but with each moment, the recruits grew stronger and more confident in their strategies. The fight was far from over, but they had proven that teamwork and knowledge were just as crucial as raw strength. The Cat King let out a final agonized roar as the attack struck its weak point. Blood dripped from its wounds as it struggled to stay on its feet, but its strength quickly faded. The once mighty beast collapsed onto the battlefield, defeated. The recruits stood in stunned silence for a moment, watching the fallen enemy. They had fought hard, but had they really won? Then, confirmation came. Someone triumphantly announced that the Cat King had been defeated. Relief and excitement spread through the group as the realization set in. One of the recruits, still processing the moment, hesitated before asking if they had truly won. The battle had been intense, and victory felt almost surreal. Then, before he could react, a teammate rushed forward, embracing him in excitement. She praised him for his incredible feat, exclaiming that he had managed to defeat a gold Cat King. Still catching his breath, he stood there, dazed, wondering if it was really over. With the battle over, admiration for Subai spread among the recruits. They praised his strength, impressed by his victory over the gold Cat King. Some, however, were more interested in his turtle companion, wondering where they could get one for themselves. Meanwhile, Little Ba, the turtle, wandered off and found something intriguing in energy-filled crystal. As it happily grabbed its newfound prize, Subai called out in exasperation, demanding it return before causing trouble. Just then, an ominous presence filled the air. One of the recruits noticed something strange in the sky. Looking up, they saw dark shapes approaching fast. Realization hit the Cat King's dying roar had not just been a cry of pain, but a call for its kin. Danger was far from over, and an even stronger threat might be on the way. At the base combat center, alarms rang as a report came in. Energy fluctuations from the front lines had revealed the emergence of multiple unidentified dangerous beasts at base F-269. A high-ranking officer was shocked to learn that Lin the Tiger's daughter was among the trainee students in the area. At the command center, Wen Yuan urgently requested full support for the battlefield. The officer in charge agreed to dispatch a scout battalion, but when Yuan refused to wait, he was heading there himself. Knowing the dire situation, he demanded reinforcements to arrive within 20 minutes. Though the officer hesitated at the short time frame, he had no choice but to issue the order immediately. Meanwhile, another officer analyzed the unfolding crisis. He realized that if Lin the Tiger were to lose control, Jiangju wouldn't be able to contain the disaster. The situation was spiraling out of control fast. Back on the battlefield, an even greater threat emerged. A towering, shadowy beast loomed above, its glowing eyes filled with malice. To the shock of the recruits, it spoke in the human language, insulting them as a lower species. The realization hit hard. Beasts capable of understanding and speaking like humans were supposed to be at the peak of the food chain, far beyond anything they should be encountering. Panic set in as they rushed to form a defensive formation, placing their wounded in the center. As the recruits caught their breath, a dark and menacing presence emerged. A massive shadowy beast loomed over the fallen Cat King, its sinister red eyes filled with rage. It growled in contempt, furious that mere humans had dared to slaughter its kin. Before anyone could react, the creature lunged at the Cat King's lifeless body, devouring it in an instant. The recruits stood frozen in horror. Something this powerful shouldn't even exist here. It was an impossibility, a nightmare come to life. A warning notification suddenly flashed in front of one of the recruits. The system detected an extreme threat. A gold-level beast had appeared. The message was clear. Immediate evacuation was the only chance of survival. Then, the true horror revealed itself. Standing before them was a mutated Shadow Cat King, a monstrous entity unlike anything they had faced before. The combat analysis was grim. It was bloodthirsty, with the ability to enter a frenzy state, doubling its attack power at the cost of its defense. Panic spread among the recruits as they faced the reality of their situation. A gold-level beast was something even their instructors had never encountered before. One of them broke down, terrified and desperate to leave, while another grimly pointed out that reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. With no other option, the deputy commander took charge. He ordered everyone to escort the wounded to safety, while he stayed behind to hold off the monstrous enemy. With a determined battle cry, he charged straight at the beast, ready to risk everything. However, his courage was met with brutal reality. The beast barely acknowledged his attack, swiping him aside effortlessly. The deputy commander was sent flying, the overwhelming power difference evident. The creature mocked him. Was he really foolish enough to challenge it alone? Seeing their leader in danger, one of the recruits quickly shouted for Little Ba to step in and protect him. The battle was far from over, but the gap in strength was becoming painfully clear. Little Ba launched itself into action, intercepting the gold-level beast's devastating attack. Flames and energy surged through the battlefield as the turtle bravely took on the monstrous foe, its shell acting as an impenetrable barrier. The beast staggered back in disbelief. Despite its overwhelming power, it couldn't break through the turtle's defenses. It was forced to acknowledge the creature's resilience. This turtle's shell was unbelievably tough. But even the strongest defense had its limits. Deep cracks formed across Little Ba's shell as it bore the brunt of the attack. One of the recruits rushed forward, eyes filled with concern, calling out to see if the brave turtle was still alright. Su Bai staggered, blood trickling from his lips. Lin Yanren, noticing his condition, immediately panicked. He was injured. But something was off. Su Bai wasn't in a direct fight, so how could he be wounded? Liao Yuxin, observing from a distance, couldn't believe it either. She speculated that this might be due to the beast tamer talent, Origin Confluence, a rare ability. The commander, however, found it hard to accept and decided to check on Su Bai himself. A system warning confirmed their suspicions. Su Bai's tamed beast was in critical condition, and because of Origin Confluence, he was sharing its pain and injuries. As they reached him, they found no external wounds, yet his body showed clear signs of strain. Yuxin marveled at the possibility that Su Bai had truly mastered this legendary beast-taming skill. Lin Yanren anxiously asked if he was alright, and despite his weakened state, Su Bai managed to assure them he was fine. Liao Yuxin quickly realized that Su Bai was suffering from the attacks meant for his tamed beast, the silver-level nether cat. Knowing he couldn't withstand the damage alone, she immediately called for support. Lin Yanren agreed they couldn't let him fight by himself. The other trainees rallied behind them, weapons drawn, ready to assist. Meanwhile, the enemy loomed in the shadows, glowing eyes burning with disdain. It scoffed at their efforts, viewing them as nothing more than insignificant pests. As the battle erupted, Liao Yuxin and the others charged forward, launching an assault on the beast. But just as she prepared to strike, something unexpected happened. Her expression changed as she sensed imminent danger. With wide eyes, she realized she had miscalculated. Lin Yanren rushed forward, pushing Su Bai out of harm's way as a dark force surged toward them. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield in flames. As the smoke cleared, Lin Yanren held onto Su Bai, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Bai, now steady, smirked with confidence. He revealed that the crystallization of the Silver Cat King had finally been fully absorbed. Su Bai's tamed beast, the little tortoise, had undergone a breakthrough, advancing to bronze tier with significantly enhanced attributes. Its new talents granted it a powerful defensive barrier, a spirit-infused form for combat, and even the ability to manipulate gravity. A brilliant golden light engulfed the battlefield as the tortoise evolved into a massive armored beast. Liu Yuxin and the commander could hardly believe their eyes. This wasn't an ordinary upgrade. Could it have reached an epic-level transformation? Meanwhile, Lin Yanren helped Su Bai to his feet, relieved to see that his injuries had healed. Su Bai assured her that he was fine now. Su Bai stood tall, commanding his tamed beast to eliminate the enemy. In response, the newly evolved tortoise unleashed its power, striking with devastating force. The monstrous foe was sent flying, crashing into the ground with immense impact. The commander, unable to believe what he had just witnessed, noted that despite only being bronze tier, Su Bai's beast radiated an overwhelming presence. As the dust settled, the once dominant beast lay defeated, thrown into the distance like it was nothing. The Cat King, enraged by its defeat, let out a terrifying roar as dark energy crackled around it. Consumed by fury, it declared its intent to annihilate everyone. Seeing its berserk transformation, the commander urgently warned the team to retreat. This fight had escalated beyond expectations. With a sinister laugh, the Cat King unleashed its shadow clones, summoning multiple monstrous figures that lunged toward the group. There was no time to escape. Combat was inevitable. Before the clones could reach their targets, Su Bai's tamed beast took action. The golden tortoise roared, its immense body shielding the team from the incoming attack. Su Bai didn't hesitate. He commanded his beast to put an end to the chaos. In an instant, a powerful gravitational force erupted from the tortoise, pulling everything toward it. One of the trainees struggled to defend himself as a shadow beast lunged at him, its claws aimed for a lethal strike. But before it could land, a massive force pulled the creature away. Su Bai's tamed beast unleashed its gravitational might, sending the enemies hurtling through the air. With an earth-shattering roar, the armored tortoise stood tall, radiating an unstoppable power. Su Bai's eyes burned with determination as he commanded his beast to go all out. Responding to its master's call, the golden tortoise let out a deafening roar, gathering an overwhelming surge of energy in its core. The air trembled as it unleashed a massive energy blast, a blinding beam of golden light shooting toward the heavens. The shockwave from the attack spread across the battlefield, forcing everyone to shield themselves. As the golden energy engulfed the battlefield, the enemy was completely overpowered. From a distance, a man watched from atop a tree, intrigued by the overwhelming scene before him. Down below, the surviving warriors scrambled to clear the battlefield, tending to the wounded and gathering what remained. After the battle settled, the man approached, relieved to see Lin Yanren unharmed. She assured him that she was fine, then curiously asked about his sudden arrival. Meanwhile, the deputy commander of the F-269 military base provided a report. During the battle, their forces worked alongside university students and mentors, eliminating over 800 nether cats, including bronze, silver, and even a gold-level beast. He explained that they were now assessing casualties and tending to the wounded. Shocked by the mention of a gold-level creature, one of the officers couldn't believe such a powerful foe had appeared. But what surprised him even more was that Su Bai had been the one to take it down. Hearing this, the man now identified as Mr. Wenyuan turned his attention to Su Bai. He directly asked if he had truly been responsible for the Cat King's defeat. Remaining humble, Su Bai clarified that it was a team effort, acknowledging the contributions of the deputy commander and the mentors. Mr. Wenyuan approached Su Bai with an offer. After graduation, he could further his studies at Yangzhou Fortress, where he would receive personal guidance despite the decline of beast tamers. Su Bai, though honored, admitted he hadn't made a decision yet. Meanwhile, the battlefield had been cleared, and the deputy commander gave the order for everyone to return to base. The students were instructed to enter the portal in an orderly fashion, with the deputy commander praising them as the strongest group he had ever encountered. As they prepared to leave, the officers observed the recruits, noting their potential. Su Bai, in particular, stood out. His strength as a freshman was nearly unimaginable. As the teams parted ways, the deputy commander expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he owed Su Bai a life for his actions in the battle. Liu Yuxin responded modestly, bidding him farewell until they met again. Su Bai and the others finally returned, stepping out of the portal. For some, the mission had been thrilling, while for others, it was an experience they wouldn't forget anytime soon. At the university, a grand welcome awaited them. Faculty and students hailed them as heroes, celebrating their return. Among the returning students, some were humbled, recognizing that Su Bai was the true hero of the battle. Others were just relieved to have made it back alive, reflecting on how many of their classmates hadn't been as fortunate. As the students returned, they were praised for their achievements, with their battlefield performance set to be one of the highest in history. However, for Subai and many others, the only thing they cared about was getting some well-earned rest. Back at the dorms, exhaustion hit them all at once. The beds had never felt so comfortable, and the reality of surviving such an intense battle started to sink in. Some students reflected on their achievements, wondering how their military contributions would be rewarded. With Subai taking down a gold-level beast, they joked that he could trade his merits for an entire stash of training resources. One of the students asked about Subai's turtle, considering getting one as a pet for its calming presence. Subai hesitated, knowing full well that his little tortoise was far from ordinary. Loud knocking echoes through the dormitory, waking Jayagang up. Still half asleep, he groggily complains about the noise, questioning who would be knocking so early. Rubbing his eyes, he reluctantly makes his way to the door and opens it, only to be caught off guard by the unexpected sight before him. Standing outside are several senior female students from the Jiangwu Student Council, holding breakfast and smiling warmly. They cheerfully introduce themselves, explaining that since the juniors had just returned from the battlefield, they decided to bring them food as a reward. One of them teasingly warns that since the meals were personally prepared by their senior sisters, no one is allowed to complain. Still struggling to process what's happening, Jayagang looks on in confusion as the students then ask which one of them is Subai. The senior students confidently enter the dorm, assuring the juniors that they appreciate their efforts and won't let their kindness go to waste. However, they remain focused on their primary concern, finding Subai. They ask once again, eager to meet him. One of the dorm residents, still in his pajamas, looks confused but asks if he can take a photo with them. Meanwhile, another dormmate informs them that Subai has already gone out for a run, questioning if they personally know him. The senior students are momentarily frustrated, wondering why no one mentioned Subai's absence earlier. One of them remarks that Subai has become incredibly well known, implying that practically everyone in the school knows about him now. However, she laments that Subai himself doesn't seem to know her. Curious about Subai's rising fame, one of the juniors wonders if he has become popular. The senior students confirm this, suggesting they turn on the TV to see for themselves. As the conversation continues, one of the seniors playfully decides to take the breakfast away, since Subai isn't there to receive it. While Subai is out on his morning run, an urgent news broadcast airs on the country's military channel, drawing attention from students on campus. The news report announces a major event just the previous day. A large-scale attack occurred across multiple military bases, led by 10,000 races of ferocious beasts. The attacks devastated several provinces, leading to chaos and destruction. The report highlights that among these beasts, some exhibited golden-level combat power, making the battle even more intense. Many students from different regions lost their lives in the onslaught, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the beasts. However, amidst the tragedy, there was also resistance. The broadcast then shifts focus to Jiangsu Martial University, where both instructors and students fought bravely against the invading creatures. Their efforts led to the defeat of several high-ranking beasts, including one golden-level ferocious beast, a silver-level beast, multiple bronze-level creatures, and countless ordinary monsters. The news serves as a reminder of the harsh reality of battle, but also a testament to the strength and resilience of those who stood their ground. The news broadcast takes an unexpected turn as it highlights Subai, a first-year student who astonishingly held back a golden-level ferocious beast single-handedly. Despite being under heavy attack, he achieved the remarkable feat of cross-tier killing, fighting alongside instructors and military experts. The report emphasizes that while many forces were overwhelmed, Jiangsu Martial University stood victorious, proving their strength in battle. Following this revelation, the military announces honors for the university's participants. All involved students and instructors will receive a second-class merit and be awarded the Great Wall Silver Medal. However, Subai, recognized for his outstanding military achievements, is granted a first-class merit and receives the prestigious Great Wall Golden Medal, a highly coveted honor. As the news spreads, students across campus react in disbelief. The idea that a freshman could receive such a prestigious award is almost unimaginable. Many express admiration, wondering who Subai really is and how he managed such an accomplishment. Some see him as a symbol of hope for humanity, while others simply want to meet him. Amidst the growing attention, one enthusiastic girl boldly proclaims that she wants to date Su-bai, sending the crowd into an excited frenzy. Meanwhile, Su-bai, realizing the sudden spotlight on him, starts feeling overwhelmed and contemplates making a quiet escape before things spiral out of control. After stepping away from the crowd, Su-bai takes a moment to process everything that has happened. Just as he tries to clear his head, his phone suddenly rings. On the other end is his excited younger sister, who eagerly tells him that he's on TV. Su-bai, already aware of the situation, responds nonchalantly. She then informs him that their parents want him to come home for a visit and treat him to a meal, but Su-bai hesitates, wondering if it's really necessary. Back home, his parents are overwhelmed with pride. His father mentions how all the neighbors are talking about him, and his mother adds that a relative even called, eager to introduce him to a potential girlfriend. His sister, realizing the growing attention on their family, urges him to return soon before people start showing up at their house uninvited. After considering everything, Su-bai decides to take a short break and visit home since his tests have just ended. He acknowledges that his sudden fame will likely make his father so proud that he'll be grinning in his sleep. As Su-bai arrives home, he is immediately met with an overwhelming reception. The entire neighborhood seems to be gathered, excitedly announcing his return as if welcoming a legendary hero. Caught off guard, Su-bai is bewildered by the attention, questioning whether all of this excitement is really for him. Before he can process it, a crowd quickly surrounds him, showering him with praise. Familiar faces from his childhood emerge, eagerly reminding him of their past connections. The overwhelming enthusiasm makes Su-bai realize that his sudden fame has spread far beyond what he expected. As he finally steps into his home, his family rushes to greet him. His sister excitedly throws her arms open, thrilled that he has returned, while his parents beam with pride. The warm welcome, though intense, reminds Su-bai that no matter how much his world changes, his family will always be his anchor. As soon as Su-bai arrives, the overwhelming hospitality of his neighbors kicks in. One of his aunts invites him over for dinner, proudly announcing that she made seafood dumplings, only for Su-bai to politely decline, explaining that he is allergic. Another enthusiastic neighbor insists on bringing him over for a drink, boasting about a special dish he has prepared just for the occasion. Realizing that the situation is getting out of hand, Su-bai's father steps in, thanking everyone for their kindness but explaining that the family has already prepared a meal at home. He assures them that once things settle down, Su-bai will make time to visit each of them. Su-bai agrees, knowing he can't refuse everyone outright, but hoping to escape the immediate flood of invitations. The situation takes a turn when one of the elders eagerly suggests introducing Su-bai to her granddaughter, hoping to set them up. Before Su-bai can even react, another person interjects, claiming that she isn't worthy and that they should introduce him to someone else instead. Overwhelmed and unsure of how to respond, Su-bai finds himself stuck in the middle of their matchmaking plans. Later, back home, Su-bai vents to his sister, regretting that he didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness to avoid all the attention. His sister laughs, teasing him that it wouldn't have mattered one of their aunts had already stationed herself near their house, waiting to introduce her granddaughter to him no matter what. Realizing he's completely trapped by his newfound fame, Su-bai sighs, wondering how long this chaotic homecoming will last. After the chaotic welcome from his neighbors, Su-bai finally makes it home, where his parents prepare a warm family meal. His mother informs him that his father is personally cooking today, and she asks his sister to assist in the kitchen while telling Su-bai to take a break. Dropping his bag onto the couch, Su-bai slumps down and stretches, savoring the rare moment of peace. He leans back, relieved to finally take a breather after everything that has happened. A glowing Sitem screen suddenly appears before him, flickering with mysterious data. Shocked, Su-bai instinctively reacts, raising his hand as he tries to comprehend what's happening. As Su-bai stares at the system window, a message appears, notifying him that a contractable creature has been detected, a little kitten. The system prompts him with a choice, tame or give up. Confused by the sudden activation of what seems to be a Beastmaster ability, he hesitates, trying to make sense of it. His sister notices his distracted state and asks what's wrong. Su-bai, still bewildered, turns to her and asks if their family has a cat. She casually confirms, directing his attention to their pet. Looking over, Su-bai spots a small white kitten happily eating from its bowl. He questions if this is the creature the system was referring to and jokingly wonders if they could have gotten a more high-end pet. His sister, clearly attached to the kitten, defends it, saying it's adorable. She explains that she found Bai a few days ago on the road and decided to bring him home. Still processing the strange system prompt, Su-bai watches the little kitten, wondering if there's more to this unexpected situation than meets the eye. Seeing how much his sister adores the kitten, Su-bai decides to go along with it, agreeing that it's cute. However, his curiosity lingers as he glances at the system screen, which has revealed surprising information. The kitten, seemingly an ordinary stray, actually possesses a lineage of the white tiger's sacred beast and has the potential to grow infinitely strong, eventually capable of slaying gods. Shocked by this revelation, Su-bai struggles to believe that this small creature could be so powerful. The system further details its stats, showing its talents, including sharp claws that double both attack speed and power, and its evolution method eating. Confronted with the choice once again, Su-bai hesitates only briefly before deciding that taming it first would be the safest option. As he prepares to confirm the selection, his sister cheerfully comments that the kitten seems to like him. Su-bai takes this moment to confess something important. He's now a beastmaster, someone who can form powerful bonds with creatures. With a playful smile, he asks if he can keep Bai for himself, suggesting that the kitten might be more than just a household pet. Su-bai's attempt to claim Bai as his own is met with instant resistance. His sister, visibly shocked and furious, shouts in defiance, refusing to give up her beloved pet. Su-bai, unfazed by her reaction, tries to reason with her. With a smirk, he hints that negotiation is always an option. Sensing an opportunity, he casually suggests offering her a laptop in exchange for the kitten. Determined to convince her, Su-bai ups the ante, reminding her about a dress she had been eyeing. But before he can even finish his sentence, his sister dashes away, declaring that there will be no negotiations whatsoever. Amused, Su-bai chases after her, trying to bargain while she evades him at all costs. Their mother watches the ridiculous scene, completely bewildered by their antics, questioning what on earth is happening between the two siblings. After 2 days at home, Su-bai finally returns to campus, relieved yet slightly exhausted. As he walks through the school gates, students begin whispering, questioning if he's really Su-bai. Some recognize him as the one who received the golden medal, but others are more puzzled by the sight of a cat peeking out of his bag, wondering if he's secretly a cat lover. Inside the bag, Bai, the white kitten, shares the cramped space with a small, confident lizard, who reassures Bai that as long as they're with the big boss Su-bai, they'll be fine. However, Bai seems annoyed by the lack of space, grumbling about being crowded. As Su-bai walks across campus, more students take notice of him. Some seem unimpressed by his average appearance, yet they're shocked by how many girls visit his dorm looking for him. Realizing that his fame isn't dying down anytime soon, Su-bai internally debates wearing a mask to avoid unwanted attention. Before he can settle back into campus life, an urgent announcement echoes across the school, summoning him to the principal's office. Hearing his name repeated over the loudspeakers, Su-bai sighs his return to school is already off to an eventful start. As Su-bai makes his way to the principal's office, he wonders what exactly the principal could want from him. Upon arrival, the principal warmly welcomes him, praising him as a true man of Huaxia for his outstanding performance at the F-269 military base. As a reward for his achievements, the principal offers Su-bai a chance to request anything he wants from the school. Though Su-bai responds humbly, thanking the school and principal, he internally knows that getting anything valuable won't be easy. With the principal known for being notoriously stingy, even securing a little food money for Zio by his kitten could be a struggle. After a moment of thought, Su-bai pretends to be considerate, suggesting that he doesn't want the school to spend too much on his reward. Then, with a completely straight face, he requests 100 golden tier beast cores, an incredibly high-value resource. The principal is completely stunned by Su-bai's request for 100 golden tier beast cores, nearly choking in disbelief. He exclaims that even if Su-bai were to break his bones, there's no way the school could provide such an outrageous reward. Frustrated, he even jokingly offers to hand over his position as principal instead. Seeing the reaction he expected, Su-bai quickly lowers his demand, saying that 100 silver tier beast cores would also be acceptable. However, the principal immediately shuts down that idea, reminding Su-bai that his current military merit isn't even enough for a fraction of that. Still determined, Su-bai tries to bargain, suggesting that the school could exchange the golden medal he received for 50 silver tier beast cores instead. He emphasizes how much he has sacrificed for the school, trying to guilt-trip the principal into agreeing. The principal, however, shifts gears, giving Su-bai a serious speech about the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak. He insists that saving people should be Su-bai's mission, emphasizing the moral duty of his strength. Su-bai listens but remains silent, knowing full well this is just an excuse to avoid giving him his reward. Not wanting to waste more time on empty words, Su-bai cuts off the speech, firmly stating that they should skip the nonsense and just give him 50 silver tier beast cores. Realizing that Su-bai won't back down, the principal finally relents, acknowledging Su-bai's talent and agreeing that the military and school won't let a genius like him go to waste. The principal, after much hesitation, finally makes a decision. He will give Su-bai 10 bronze tier beast cores. Su-bai is immediately outraged, exclaiming that such a low-tier reward is unacceptable. Not willing to back down, Su-bai pushes for at least 20. However, the principal flares up, countering with a firm offer of 15 cores. Take it or leave it. Realizing he won't get anything more out of this negotiation, Su-bai accepts the deal, though internally he finds the whole situation ridiculous. He mentally notes that the principal is as stingy as expected, clearly unwilling to part with better rewards. Just as he's about to leave, the principal stops him, saying there's one more small matter to discuss. Su-bai, already skeptical, wonders what kind of trouble is coming next. The principal observes that young people are becoming harder to deceive, acknowledging his own reputation as a schemer. Su-bai silently agrees with the rumors, confirming the principal's shrewd nature. The setting shifts to a large hall where the principal addresses a gathered group of students. He informs them that the 100 Schools League is now under military organization. While their school lacks the same level of resources as elite institutions like Imperial City Martial University and Magic City Martial University, he expresses his hopes that they can still achieve great results. With preparations underway, roll call begins. The first name called is Hu Qingshu, a third-year student with bronze intermediate wood ability, who promptly responds. As more names are read out, students including Bai Ningbing and Xing Changxiang acknowledge their presence, standing ready for the upcoming challenge. As the roll call continues, Feng Juge's name is called. Meanwhile, a conversation starts between two students about the unfairness of their school's situation. They note that Zhangzhou Martial University was established later than other prestigious institutions, meaning it receives fewer training resources. This lack of support has led to consistently low rankings for their school in previous years. The roll call proceeds with names like Su-bai, a first-year student, and Zhang Mani, who both confirm their presence. More students, including Luo Yongkang, are called, and with that, the roll call concludes. The principal, standing before the assembled students, addresses them. He announces that this year, 10 representatives from their school will participate in the 100 Schools League, emphasizing that they are the most outstanding students from each grade. However, before proceeding further, he has an important announcement to make. The principal makes a surprising announcement. Su-bai will be the captain of the school's 100 Schools League team. The students react with shock, and Su-bai himself is caught off guard, questioning if there has been some mistake. One of the students steps forward, arguing that this decision is unfair. He points out that Senior Qingshu is the strongest among them in both power and experience, making him the more obvious choice for captain. Others agree, emphasizing that Su-bai is only a bronze beginner-level power user, a whole rank below Qingshu, and question why a freshman should be leading them. The principal, however, remains firm in his decision. He reminds everyone that Su-bai's strength has already been proven. He was able to slay a gold-tier vicious beast, a feat none of the other students have accomplished. Some students refuse to accept Su-bai as captain, questioning whether he really defeated a gold-tier vicious beast or if it was just luck. Doubting his strength, they directly challenge him, demanding a battle to prove his worth. Another student joins in, eager to test Su-bai himself. Feeling overwhelmed, Su-bai tries to explain that he had nothing to do with the decision and never expected to be chosen as captain. Internally, he realizes that the principal has made him a target for criticism and potential fights. Before the situation escalates, the principal intervenes, dismissing further disputes and instructing everyone to focus on preparing for the upcoming 100 Schools League, which is less than 20 days away. He encourages the students to train hard and show their best performance. Seeing an opportunity to escape, Su-bai quickly makes a run for it, pretending to have urgent matters to attend to. As he dashes off, the other students call after him, demanding answers. Meanwhile, he can't help but note how quickly the principal left the scene, avoiding any further arguments. After Su-bai hurriedly leaves, the skeptical students continue to mock him, refusing to believe he actually defeated a gold-tier vicious beast. One of them calls him a coward, convinced it must have been luck. Another, smirking, says there's no need to rush once they reach the 100 Schools League. They'll make sure Su-bai regrets being chosen as captain. Meanwhile, Su-bai returns to his dorm, excited to train and level up. He calls out to Xiao-ba, preparing to feed and strengthen his beast companions. As he sits down with his white cat, Xiao-bai, he acknowledges that the principal kept his word, providing him with 15 bronze-tier beast cores, which should be enough to boost their strength. He affectionately feeds Xiao-ba, calling it a little foodie, while assuring Xiao-bai that there's something for it as well. The two eagerly devour their food, looking forward to growing stronger. Su-bai continues feeding his two beast companions, Xiao-bai, the white cat, and Xiao-ba, the turtle. He notices that Xiao-bai's level is too low, so he starts by giving it a Kai blood elixir to boost its strength. Meanwhile, Xiao-ba keeps eating non-stop, astonishing Su-bai with its enormous appetite. As Xiao-ba devours more resources, Su-bai realizes that each bite costs a fortune, possibly worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Frustrated, he questions just how much food the turtle needs to evolve. With only a few resources left, Su-bai warns Xiao-ba that if it still doesn't evolve, he'll give the remaining items to Xiao-bai instead. Just as he says this, Xiao-ba suddenly reacts, glowing with intense energy. Lightning crackles around it as its body begins to change, signaling that the long-awaited evolution is finally happening. As Xiao-ba continues to absorb energy, an intense golden light bursts from its body, signaling the start of its evolution. Su-bai watches in awe as the powerful transformation takes place. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory, the ground shakes violently, causing panic among the students. Some wonder if it's an earthquake, unaware that the tremors are a result of Xiao-ba's evolution. A notification screen appears, confirming that Xiao-ba has successfully upgraded to bronze intermediate level. Moreover, 30% of its Xuanwu Black Tortoise bloodline has been activated, significantly boosting its attributes and talents. Its defense has skyrocketed to 862, and it has acquired powerful abilities, including the Xuanwu Barrier, Turtle Spirit Possession, and Xuanwu Gravity, making it a formidable beast. Su-bai is thrilled, realizing that although Xiao-ba didn't gain new talents, its existing abilities and stats have drastically improved, making it far stronger than before. After Xiao-ba's evolution, Su-bai is thrilled to see that Xiao-ba has also leveled up. The system notification confirms that Xiao-ba has upgraded to a high-level normal beast, awakening a powerful new talent, Ghostly Phantom Step. Additionally, it possesses the White Tiger Sacred Beast bloodline, meaning it has limitless potential for future growth. Xiao-bai's stats have also significantly improved, with its agility increasing explosively, making it much faster and deadlier in combat. Su-bai is ecstatic, realizing that both of his tamed beasts have successfully evolved, strengthening his team immensely. Meanwhile, Su-bai himself has also advanced to the bronze intermediate level, gaining attribute boosts from both Xiao-bai and Xiao-ba. His constitution, agility, and spirit have all improved, and he now benefits from powerful talents, including infinite evolution of contracted beasts, universal beast taming skills, and origin confluence, allowing him to share energy and damage with his tamed beasts. Now, with his newfound strength and his beasts at their peak, Su-bai looks ahead with excitement, ready to prove himself and his companions on the grand stage of the 100 Schools League. At Zhongzhou Martial University's library, a student is impressed by its massive size, not expecting it to be this grand. Inside, he approaches the librarian to access resources. The librarian proudly explains that the library is the foundation of the university, existing even before the school itself, highlighting its deep historical significance. As she processes his request, she is surprised that he, a freshman, already has 180 credits, which is quite unusual. She then directs him to the section containing books on beast taming, telling him to browse freely for any information he needs. Thanking her, he heads towards the bookshelves. Entering the section, he notices a vast collection of beast taming books and realizes that it will take a considerable amount of time to go through all the available materials. Determined, he prepares himself to dive into the study ahead. As Su-bai browses through the bookshelves, he comes across a book by someone named Luo Fan, a name that feels oddly familiar to him. Curious, he picks up the book and begins reading, coming across passages about the convergence of heaven and earth, the undying soul, and the gathering of divine weapons and sacred beasts. The text intrigues him, particularly a concept called origin confluence, which he realizes he has already mastered. However, the phrases about the undying soul and sacred beasts being armed leave him with lingering questions. As he continues to read while walking through the library, a few other students notice him. Recognizing him as the freshman they've heard about, they seem unimpressed. One of them dismisses beast tamers, claiming that no matter how much they study, their future is bleak. Instead of paying him much attention, they decide to head elsewhere. As Su-bai continues reading, he becomes more fascinated by Luo Fan's legacy. He learns that this powerful senior created 3 divine skills: origin confluence, sacred beasts armed, and undying soul. Not only that, but he once fought alone against an invasion from various tribes, displaying unmatched strength. However, despite his incredible abilities, he was ultimately outnumbered and fell on the battlefield. Realizing the significance of this knowledge, Su-bai decides to study the book carefully. Suddenly, something strange happens. His eyes widen in shock as an unusual energy stirs within him. The book begins to glow and float in the air, radiating an intense golden light. He feels a mysterious force flowing into his body, leaving him both amazed and confused by the supernatural occurrence unfolding before him. After experiencing the strange energy from the book, Su-bai takes it to the librarian and asks if he can borrow it. The librarian greets him and takes the book to check its classification. However, she quickly realizes something odd. It has no library label and may not belong to the collection. Confused, Su-bai insists that he found it on the bookshelf. As she inspects the book further, something even stranger happens. No matter how hard she tries, she cannot open it. Shocked, she struggles with the book, unable to understand why it won't budge. Su-bai, who was reading it just moments ago without any issue, is equally surprised and steps in to take a closer look. The librarian remains puzzled about how the book refuses to open in her hands while Su-bai holds it with ease. Deciding that something unusual must have happened, she allows him to take it, instructing him to return it whenever he is done. Su-bai asks if he can borrow it indefinitely, and when she confirms, he thanks her and leaves. After he is gone, the librarian makes a phone call to the principal, informing him that the mysterious book he left on the shelf has been taken by Su-bai. The principal is shocked to hear that Su-bai was able to open the book. As he processes this revelation, a pleased expression crosses his face, and he acknowledges the development as something very good. The principal, standing in his office, reflects on the recent events. He speaks as if addressing someone from the past, stating that after 100 years, the person Luo Fan had been waiting for has finally appeared. He imagines that if Luo Fan's spirit in the underworld knew about this, he would be pleased. 2 weeks later, Jeongju Martial University becomes the stage for an important event, the 100 Schools League. A large welcome sign is displayed as buses arrive from various universities. The competition is divided into 5 major battle zones: East, South, West, North, and Central, with each zone selecting 2 qualifying teams. A reporter covers the event, explaining that 8 martial universities from Jeongju province will be competing at Jeongju Martial University. Meanwhile, a cheerful live streamer excitedly tells his audience that tickets for the tournament are scarce, promising to broadcast the entire event and even give out small gifts to viewers. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as the competition is about to begin. Meanwhile, tensions rise as students from different martial universities arrive. A group clad in red uniforms from Longying Martial University is immediately met with hostility from Fuchuan University's team, dressed in blue and white. The 2 sides exchange sharp words, with one mocking Longying for showing up just to be beaten, while the other fires back, insisting that the outcome is far from decided. Their rivalry is evident as they prepare to prove themselves in the competition. Inside the grand tournament arena, spectators are left in awe as they witness the vast battlefield where the matches will take place. The stadium is packed, and anticipation runs high. Backstage, a team gathers and checks for their members. They realize that Subai, their team captain, has not yet arrived. Concerned but confident, one of them reassures the others, stating that Subai would never back out at the last minute. However, his absence leaves a lingering sense of unease as the matches draw closer. Just as his teammates begin to worry, Subai makes his entrance, confident and determined. He dismisses the idea of backing out at the last minute, stepping forward with newfound strength. His presence surprises everyone despite only a few days passing. His aura feels much stronger than before. Standing before Teacher Liao, Subai reassures her that he has everything under control. With the match about to begin, she informs him that they still need to finalize their lineup. But he confidently states that he has already made all the necessary preparations. As the tournament commences, the stadium's large screens display a grim report. A month ago, the myriad beast clans launched a large-scale assault, forcing the military to focus on the front lines. Meanwhile, smaller groups of beasts infiltrated rear military bases, causing devastation. The report reveals a shocking reality: Marshall University students in the affected regions suffered catastrophic losses, with fewer than 1 in 100 surviving. The atmosphere in the stadium turns somber as the gravity of the situation sinks in. A passionate announcer, filled with intensity, addresses the crowd, rallying them with a powerful call to action. He asks if they are ready to avenge those lost in the myriad beast clan attacks, igniting a surge of emotions among the audience. The crowd erupts with fury and determination, chanting their resolve to defeat the vicious beasts and ensure victory for humanity. Seeing this strong response, the announcer praises their fighting spirit, declaring that such determination is the essence of the 100 Schools League. With this declaration, he officially opens the Jiangsu Provincial League, signaling the beginning of the tournament. He then explains the rules. The tournament will follow a team battle format, with each team consisting of up to 5 participants per match. The last standing team member determines the winner, while defeated opponents are eliminated from further participation. With that, the next step is to randomly draw matchups, setting the stage for the first battles of the competition. The tournament matchups are displayed on the large screen, revealing the first round of battles. Longying Marshall University will face Zinmin Marshall University, followed by Jiangsu Marshall University against Qingyuan Marshall University. Other matches include Fuchuan vs Zicheng and Eni vs Jiangsu. The announcer calls for the first participants to enter the battlefield. Meanwhile, Teacher Liao and the others discuss their upcoming match. They acknowledge that Longying is already engaged in battle and realize they still haven't finalized their team lineup. At that moment, the principal arrives, directly asking Subai if he has arranged the lineup. Subai, with his usual confidence, responds casually he will go first, leaving the rest of the team to decide among themselves. His relaxed attitude surprises his teammates, causing mixed reactions. One of them, in disbelief, questions if this is really his strategy for the match. As the team discusses their strategy, some express concerns about Subai's decision to go first without considering Qingyuan Marshall University's lineup. One of them worries about the humiliation their school might face if Subai were to lose. However, Subai confidently reassures them that he won't disappoint them. The principal, observing Subai's rapid progress, is impressed by how much he has improved in just a few days. However, he also pulls Subai aside and jokingly warns him not to go too far, advising him to leave some chances for the seniors. He hints that if Subai offends too many strong opponents, it could make his future at the university difficult. Meanwhile, the first match between Longying Marshall University and Zinmin Marshall University reaches its conclusion. A decisive attack sends a competitor flying out of the arena, and the victory is declared in Zinmin's favor. With Zinmin Marshall University swiftly defeating Longying, the competition proves to be fiercer than expected. Teacher Liao acknowledges their strength, but quickly shifts focus. It's now Subai's turn to take the stage. Without hesitation, Subai confidently strides forward, telling everyone to watch closely. His composed demeanor draws mixed reactions. Some are eager to witness his capabilities, while others remain skeptical about his strength. From the stands, Subai's supporters cheer loudly, urging him to win the championship. Among them is a red-haired girl in a white coat, passionately rooting for him alongside Jaegang, who appears just as excited for the upcoming battle. Stepping onto the grand stage, Su-bai faces his opponent in the massive arena. With the match set to begin, the anticipation reaches its peak. It's time to prove himself in the 100 Schools League. Lai Lingfeng, the squad captain of Qingyuan Martial University, stepped onto the stage, exuding confidence as he prepared to display his strength. He was eager to demonstrate what true power looked like. Meanwhile, Su-bai calmly called out his tamed beast Xiaoba, which immediately caught Lingfeng's attention. He seemed unimpressed, questioning if that little creature was really Su-bai's companion for the competition. Lingfeng couldn't hold back his laughter, mocking Su-bai for bringing what looked like a household pet into the tournament. As Su-bai casually drank his soda, he nonchalantly mentioned that he was in a rush that morning and hadn't even eaten yet. The audience erupted in disbelief. Spectators openly ridiculed Su-bai, wondering why he would bring such a weak-looking creature into a serious competition. Some even criticized Jiangsu Martial University, claiming the school had lost all credibility by allowing someone like Su-bai to participate. As Su-bai casually ate peanuts and drank cola on stage, the spectators, including Liu Yuxin and others, were in disbelief. They couldn't understand why he seemed so relaxed when facing a mid-bronze rank opponent. Some even questioned if he was underestimating his opponent too much. Meanwhile, Su-bai turned to Xiaoba, reminding it that after consuming so many beast cores, it shouldn't embarrass him now. As the battle commenced, Xiaoba unleashed an unexpected surge of power, shocking Lai Lingfeng. He couldn't believe the energy radiating from the small creature. In an instant, Xiaoba's body began to transform, its legs glowing and growing larger. As Xiaoba transformed into its black tortoise form, its sheer size and power overwhelmed Lai Lingfeng, who found himself staring up at the massive beast in terror. The crowd erupted in shock at the sight of the enormous turtle. Spectators couldn't believe how massive it had grown, with some comparing its size to a basketball. The discussion quickly shifted from disbelief to admiration as people noticed its metallic, armor-like skin and powerful claws. Some even began to understand why Su-bai had the strength to take down a gold-ranked beast. The astonishment continued as others in the audience realized the sheer power Xiaoba now possessed. It looked strong enough to crush opponents with a single slap. Those who knew Su-bai were left wondering when his beast had become so formidable, while others simply acknowledged that Su-bai had grown far stronger than they had expected. Su-bai sipping his soda as he casually gave Xiaoba the order to finish the fight quickly. Lai Lingfeng, still confident, barely had time to react as Xiaoba launched its attack. He barely managed to register what was happening before the massive turtle's strike came crashing down with incredible force. The sheer speed and power of the attack left Lingfeng stunned. Before he could properly react, he was already sent flying, crashing hard onto the battlefield. Lying on the ground, he gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a turtle could move so fast. Su-bai casually told Lai Lingfeng to hold on just a little longer. He wanted to finish his cola before this fight ended. Determined to turn the battle around, Lingfeng convinced himself that Xiaoba's attack had been nothing more than a sneak attack. He steeled himself, deciding to unleash his full power. If Su-bai thought he was tough, then Lingfeng would show him who was truly stronger. With that, his body underwent a transformation, his entire form turning into solid rock. Lai Lingfeng charged forward with his rock-infused fists, determined to take Xiaoba head-on. However, before he could even land a hit, the massive turtle retaliated with a single, devastating slap. In an instant, Lingfeng was sent flying off the battlefield, crashing hard, his defeat undeniable. The spectators were left in stunned silence as the match ended in a blink of an eye. Among the observers, disbelief spread rapidly. Some couldn't believe Su-bai had actually won, while others acknowledged the sheer power of his tamed beast. Even experienced figures watching the match admitted that the younger generation was proving to be truly formidable. Meanwhile, discussions erupted among the crowd, with some mocking Lingfeng's inability to dodge such an obvious attack. However, a few spectators pointed out the simple physics Zyaoba's movements might not have seemed fast, but its sheer size and weight made its attack unstoppable. The audience was left stunned after Zyaoba's overwhelming victory. Even a mid-tier bronze-level ability user had been unable to stop it, proving that this turtle was an unstoppable force. Some spectators were in disbelief. How could a beast capable of taking down a gold-level opponent be so easy to defeat? Meanwhile, others who had known Tsubai before were amazed at how much stronger Zyaoba had become. With the first match officially over, Tsubai was declared the winner. However, there was no time to celebrate as the second contestant from Qingyuan Martial University, Zhang Xuan, was called to the stage. Zhang Xuan, a mid-bronze rank warrior, strategized her approach before the battle even began. She knew she couldn't let Zyaoba get close and decided to rely on her superior speed to take control of the fight. As soon as the match started, she moved at lightning speed, dashing around Zyaoba in an attempt to stay out of its range. Zhang Xuan expertly used her speed to her advantage, staying just outside Zyaoba's attack range. The audience immediately noticed the difference in strategy compared to the previous fight, with some even mocking Li Lingfeng for his reckless approach. Confident in her abilities, Zhang Xuan remained focused, believing that one well-timed strike would be enough to secure victory. She patiently waited for the perfect moment to strike while keeping her movements unpredictable. Meanwhile, spectators watching the fight analyzed the situation. Liu Yuxin and another instructor observed that Tsubai seemed to be underestimating his opponent, as Zyaoba had been unable to land a single hit due to Zhang Xuan's superior agility. Tsubai remained as casual as ever, lazily sitting beside Zyaoba while sipping his soda. Zyaoba suddenly slammed the ground with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Zhang Xuan caught mid-air, barely managed to evade but acknowledged the sheer strength of the turtle. She landed skillfully, steadying herself for a counterattack. However, realizing the difficulty of facing Zyaoba head-on, she quickly shifted her strategy. Instead of continuing the fight against the beast, she made a split-second decision to target the beast tamer directly. With lightning speed, she dashed towards Tsubai, hoping to turn the tide of the battle before it was too late. Tsubai, unfazed as ever, simply sipped his soda, as if the entire fight was nothing more than an afterthought. As Zhang Xuan made her move towards Tsubai, the spectators reacted in alarm. Liu Yuxin immediately recognized the danger, warning that Zhang Xuan was shifting her target. Lin Yanren, watching anxiously, shouted for Tsubai to be careful. Zhang Xuan, confident in her strategy, lunged forward with her weapon, declaring Tsubai's defeat. However, Tsubai remained entirely unfazed, still sipping his soda as if the fight was nothing more than entertainment to him. At the last moment, something unexpected happened. Tsubai continued drinking, completely unbothered, as a sudden force intervened. Just as Zhang Xuan closed in for her final strike, Zyaoba reacted instantly, swinging its massive tail with precision. The sudden counterattack sent shockwaves through the battlefield, forcing Zhang Xuan to retreat. The audience erupted in amazement at Zyaoba's move, calling it a divine tail swipe. Lin Yanren and others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how close that encounter had been. As the dust settled, it became clear the match was over. Tsubai had claimed another swift victory. The spectators were in disbelief at how quickly he had won again, while Liu Yuxin and the other instructors acknowledged Tsubai's true strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, now on the ground, seemed completely drained. However, instead of frustration, she simply muttered something unexpected. She was finally full. Tsubai casually stretched, commenting that Zyaoba might have been a bit too rough this time. Without much concern, he told Zhang Xuan to go heal herself before turning his attention back to the competition. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, exhausted and lying on a stretcher, muttered weakly while Tsubai nonchalantly declared that he was finally going to get serious. With complete confidence, he stood alongside Zyaoba, issuing a challenge to the remaining competitors who was brave enough to step up next. The crowd erupted as another opponent was sent crashing into the water, the large screen replaying the dramatic fall. Without hesitation, he called for the next challenger. His confidence was unshaken as another opponent fell before him, knocked down with ease. Amid the competition, Subai casually snapped a picture, flashing a grin while Zioba dealt another decisive blow, sending yet another fighter flying. Finally, the match concluded with the announcement of his victory. The referee raised his hand, declaring Jeongju Martial University's Subai as the winner. The audience erupted in disbelief and admiration as Subai dominated the match, effortlessly securing victory with Zioba at his side. Despite relying on his turtle companion, he had taken down 5 opponents in a row without breaking a sweat. Spectators were in awe, calling him both incredible and unorthodox. As chants of "one man, 5 wins" echoed through the arena, Subai couldn't help but feel amused and slightly puzzled. The way they phrased it made him feel more like the turtle in the fight rather than the actual fighter. After his impressive performance, officials and mentors approached him, praising his victory over the formidable King Shan Martial University. His success had brought great honor to Jeongju Martial University, and he humbly accepted the recognition. With the morning matches concluded, contestants were given time to rest and recover before the next round. The cafeteria was open to all, ensuring they could replenish their energy for the battles ahead. The competition was far from over, but for now, the fighters had earned a well-deserved break. As the competition continued, an announcement declared that food in the cafeteria was free of charge, much to the delight of the contestants. Meanwhile, in the Fuchuan Martial University lounge, the team strategized for their upcoming match. They anticipated facing Jeongju Martial University again, which meant they would likely go up against Subai. His tamed beast Zioba was nearly unbeatable in close combat, making them anxious about how to counter him. In another lounge, Xinmin Martial University was also preparing. Their coach reassured them that despite Subai's strength, he wasn't invincible. He had weaknesses that could be exploited. Their best chance to win was to find a way around Zioba's formidable defense and target Subai directly. Back in the arena, the announcer praised the fierce spirit and determination displayed by the students in the morning matches. With the first round complete, the second round of the competition was about to begin. Spectators marveled at Subai's dominance, some joking that the rest of Jeongju Martial University's team didn't even need to participate. With him alone, they believed he could defeat all the other schools. His teammates couldn't deny that having such a powerful ally was a great advantage. However, not everyone shared the same enthusiasm. A cautious observer reminded others that they were still in the provincial stage. Once Jeongju Martial University faced stronger opponents from outside the province, their overwhelming success might not continue. While the team had struggled for recognition in the past, Subai's presence now made their other members seem even more insignificant. As the excitement built up, the second round matchups were announced. Jeongju Martial University was set to face Xinmin Martial University, while other schools were also paired for their respective battles. In the first match of the round, Subai was chosen to fight against Lai Feng from Xinmin Martial University. As he stepped onto the stage, his opponent remained calm. Xinmin had anticipated this matchup and had already prepared a strategy specifically to counter Subai and his beast companion, Zioba. Subai leaned casually against Zioba, completely at ease as he watched his opponent. With a smug grin, he reassured Lai Feng not to be too nervous and promised the match would be over quickly. However, as soon as the battle began, Lai Feng refused to let Subai's arrogance go unchecked. He activated his ability, Clear Wind Step, allowing him to move at incredible speed. As a high-level bronze rank fighter and captain of Xinmin Martial University, he was determined to prove that Subai wasn't invincible. Using his swift movements, Lai Feng closed in, aiming to break through Zioba's formidable defense. Zioba, unfazed, braced itself as the attack approached. Whether Lai Feng's strategy would be enough to bypass its defense remained to be seen. Lai Feng moved swiftly, dodging Zioba's massive attack with ease, using his speed to create afterimages across the battlefield. With an opening in sight, he launched a powerful kick at the turtle's side, confident in his strategy. However, as his attack landed, reality struck. Zioba's defense was far too strong. Despite his speed and force, his attack barely made an impact. Shocked, he realized he couldn't even break through the beast's sturdy shell. Frustration set in as Zioba turned its head, seemingly unfazed by the attempt. Lai Feng had aimed for a weak point, but instead, he found himself facing an impenetrable defense. Spectators watched in surprise as Zioba struggled to land a hit on Lai Feng. Some laughed at how easily the Zinmin captain was provoking the turtle, making it angry and reckless. This unexpected development raised a question: if Lai Feng suddenly went after Subai, could he actually win? Excitement filled the stands as more people started cheering for Lai Feng. While some saw it as taking advantage of Xiaoba's dim-witted nature, others found the strategy entertaining. Lai Feng smirked, taunting the enraged turtle as he dodged its attacks. Meanwhile, the Jiangsu team observed the battle with concern. Liu Yuxin questioned why Subai wasn't making a move to counter this strategy. Instead of strategizing, he rummaged through his bag and finally found what he was looking for: a drink. Casually, he took a sip, remarking that his lunch had been too salty. As the audience continued cheering for Lai Feng, Subai stood calmly, drinking as if he wasn't even in a match. Lai Feng saw an opportunity. Subai was at a distance, seemingly vulnerable. He was confident that Xiaoba's attacks couldn't reach him from this range. Fueled by frustration, Lai Feng launched a powerful attack, accusing Subai of underestimating him. Frustrated by Subai's nonchalant attitude, Lai Feng launched himself into the air, determined to make him pay for his arrogance. Subai, still calm, simply called out to Xiaoba. Suddenly, glowing golden rings spread across the battlefield, catching Lai Feng off guard. In an instant, his body froze mid-air, unable to move. Panic set in as he struggled to understand what was happening. Subai, still sipping his drink, watched as Lai Feng flailed helplessly, Xiaoba radiating an overwhelming presence. Lai Feng was in disbelief. This was beyond what he had prepared for. Subai, unbothered as ever, casually told Xiaoba to stop playing around and finish the battle. Xiaoba unleashed its ultimate move, Black Tortoise Gravity, as the golden armored illusion roared to life. Panic took over as he desperately pleaded, realizing he had lost control of the situation. With a sudden burst of energy, the golden projection launched Lai Feng like a shooting star across the battlefield. The audience gasped as he was sent flying out of the arena at incredible speed, disappearing into the distance. A moment later, a loud crash echoed through the stadium. Spectators rushed to the edge to see where he had landed, only to find a smoking crater in the concrete. The audience was left in shock, but realization quickly set in: Lai Feng wasn't weak. Subai was simply too strong. Some even admitted that if they were in Lai Feng's place, they would have surrendered immediately. Fighting against Subai seemed like a hopeless battle. Meanwhile, Zinmin Martial University's staff assessed the situation. With Lai Feng badly injured and no chance of turning the tide, they had no choice but to give up. The principal sighed in resignation. There was no point in continuing the match. The official announcement confirmed it: Zinmin Martial University had forfeited. The competition moved on, but the next team to face Jiangsu Martial University had a difficult decision to make. When the matchup was revealed, Fuchuan Martial University shocked everyone by immediately forfeiting before even stepping onto the stage. Spectators were stunned. How could they surrender without even trying? With Zinmin Martial University forfeiting, Subai barely had to exert any effort. His teammates acknowledged that this gave him more time to prepare for the next match against Fuchuan Martial University. However, some questioned whether he even needed to conserve strength in the first place. Despite Subai's overwhelming power, they remained cautious. Fuchuan's captain was a poison-type user, which could pose a real challenge. As the match began, Xiaoba roared, ready to engage. But before the fight could even start, Fuchuan's captain, Mao Kai, suddenly called for a pause. Mao Kai openly admitted that he had no chance of defeating Subai. Rather than fighting a hopeless battle, he suggested making a deal instead. Subai, still unfazed and sipping his drink, barely reacted. Raising an eyebrow, he casually asked, "What deal?" Mao Kai acknowledges Subai's strength, admitting that he stands no chance against him. However, instead of fighting outright, he brings up a discussion about beast tamers, hinting at a deeper motive. Subai is puzzled by this sudden shift in conversation, wondering what Mao Kai is really trying to do. As Mao Kai subtly channels energy into his hand, Subai quickly realizes the truth. This isn't about discussion at all. Mao Kai is stalling for time, attempting to activate his poison-type abilities, which take longer to fully unleash. Without hesitation, he calls upon his beast. He sends Xiaoba into battle, ready to put an end to Mao Kai's schemes before they can take effect. Mao Kai smirks as Subai finally realizes his true intention. The delay had given him just enough time to unleash his poison mist, which now spreads rapidly around the battlefield. Confident in his ability, Mao Kai taunts Subai, claiming that no matter how skilled a beast tamer he is, there's no escaping the deadly toxin. The mist engulfs the arena, leaving Su-bai seemingly trapped with no way to avoid the attack. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Yuxin and the others begin to worry. They recall Mao Kai's past victories, where he managed to poison even high-level beasts. Mao Kai moves confidently through the dense poison mist, unfazed by its effects. With a smug grin, he mocks Su-bai, knowing that his opponent is blinded and vulnerable while he remains unaffected. He believes the battle is already decided, convinced that Su-bai was too careless from the start. As the toxic fog thickens, Mao Kai watches Su-bai, who appears to be meditating in an attempt to resist the poison's effects. However, Mao Kai isn't concerned. He has more than just the mist at his disposal. With a sudden burst of energy, Mao Kai lunges, aiming to finish the fight. His hand surges with poison as he delivers his final blow, determined to eliminate Su-bai once and for all. Mao Kai launches his attack, aiming to strike from behind, but Su-bai remains completely unfazed. A defensive energy shield blocks the strike effortlessly, leaving Mao Kai stunned. Su-bai smirks, unfazed by the poison mist, remarking that attacking from behind was a mistake. Mao Kai, in complete disbelief, questions how Su-bai could possibly withstand his full-power poison claw attack within the toxic mist. From the observation deck, the onlookers quickly understand the secret behind Su-bai's resilience. He's using Origin Confluence, an advanced beast tamer ability that transfers the defense of his beast onto himself. Su-bai casually waves away the mist, mocking its foul stench. As the poison mist swirls, revealing Zioba's glowing eyes, Mao Kai freezes in shock. He's been exposed. Before he can react, Su-bai launches a decisive attack, sending Mao Kai flying out of the mist. The spectators erupt in excitement. One of them, Lin Yanren, watches with determination, refusing to let Su-bai outpace her. Meanwhile, others are in awe, declaring that Su-bai is far too overpowered for his opponents. The entire stadium bursts into chants of Su-bai's name alongside Zioba's, acknowledging their overwhelming strength. With Mao Kai defeated and unable to continue, Fuchuan Martial University decides to forfeit. The announcer officially declares the champion of the Provincial League Su-bai from Zhongzhou Martial University. Standing beside Zioba, Su-bai acknowledges his victory with relief, knowing the competition is finally over. After the match, the principal of Zhongzhou Martial University congratulates Su-bai for bringing honor to their institution. Seizing the moment, Su-bai playfully suggests that, given his achievement, he should receive additional resources for his cultivation. The principal, however, sees right through Su-bai's opportunistic request. With a knowing smirk, he chuckles to himself, amused that this clever brat is already trying to take advantage of the situation. With Zhongzhou Martial University emerging as the Provincial League champion, the principal announces that the military will reward them with military merit points, which can be exchanged for valuable resources. However, some students murmur their doubts, noting that only Su-bai participated in the competition. They question whether they would receive any benefits from the victory, leaving the principal struggling to respond. Shifting the focus, the principal informs them that in 3 days, they will be heading to Luo City for the regional league. He rallies the team, asking if they have confidence, but only Su-bai immediately responds enthusiastically, while the others remain hesitant. With the meeting coming to an end, the principal encourages everyone to rest and prepare for the upcoming challenge. But as he turns to leave, Su-bai once again brings up the matter of resources, ensuring that he doesn't miss out on any potential rewards from his victory. Before leaving, the principal specifically calls out Su-bai, expressing his high expectations for his performance in the upcoming regional league. However, Su-bai sighs, noting how quickly the principal dodges any conversation about resources. With the provincial league officially concluded, the top martial universities are recognized, but the most talked about competitor is undoubtedly Su-bai from Zhongzhou Martial University. His dominant performance, where he single-handedly defeated 5 opponents in each battle, has made him the highlight of the event. As Su-bai's achievements are broadcasted, people across the city take notice. His name spreads rapidly, inspiring martial arts students and earning admiration from onlookers who eagerly express their desire to meet him. Meanwhile, away from the attention, Su-bai finally finds a quiet place, the training room. In the training room, Su-bai reassures Ziobai, his small feline companion, that its chance to shine will come soon. He then reveals that he exchanged his military merit points for 4 silver high-tier beast cores, instructing Xiaobai to use them wisely. Knowing their value, he urges the little beast to eat sparingly. However, Xiaobai wastes no time, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy erupts around them, engulfing Xiaobai in a brilliant glow. As the energy surge settles, Xiaobai undergoes an incredible transformation, evolving into a sharp gold-white tiger and unlocking its sacred beast-white tiger bloodline. Subai is stunned. It only took 1 silver high-tier beast core for such a massive breakthrough. Seeing the success, Subai decides to go all in, giving all the remaining beast cores to Xiaobai, encouraging it to eat them and continue leveling up. He reassures the newly evolved beast that there's no rush, there's no competition for the food, so it can take its time absorbing the energy. However, after consuming all the remaining beast cores, nothing happens. Subai watches in disbelief as Xiaobai casually sits there, looking completely satisfied but showing no further reaction. Frustrated, he questions how such precious silver high-tier beast cores seemingly had no effect after the first one. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts, engulfing Xiaobai in a radiant golden vortex. Subai watches in shock as an unprecedented transformation unfolds before his eyes. As the light fades, Xiaobai has evolved into a massive, majestic sharp gold-white tiger. Subai is stunned by its incredible new form, realizing this transformation is far beyond what he expected. Excited, he can't help but admire how much cooler this evolution is compared to Xiaoba. A new status screen appears, revealing Xiaobai's enhanced attributes and powerful talents. Now at bronze mid-tier, it has significantly increased stats and 3 powerful abilities. Sharp Gold 100 Claws delivers 100 rapid attacks, each strike growing stronger. Sharp Gold Spirit coats the body in energy, amplifying damage and tearing effects. Sharp Gold Ghost Shadow increases speed by 300%, making it nearly untouchable in battle. Subai examines Xiaobai's updated stats, thrilled by its heaven-defying attributes. He acknowledges that spending his 4 silver high-tier beast cores was absolutely worth it. Pleased with his beast's transformation, he praises Xiaobai, emphasizing that its strength will be crucial in the upcoming regional league. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, a luxurious estate is shown, revealing a mysterious figure watching footage of Subai's battles. Intrigued by his skills, they comment on his many secrets, recognizing his unusual power. Deciding to dig deeper, the figure orders an investigation into Subai. They speculate that his turtle might be even more powerful than a legendary beast once owned by Luo Fan. With this command, an investigation into Subai's true abilities begins. 3 days later, the competition was set to begin at Luo Martial University. As the participants arrived, they couldn't help but notice the sheer size of the venue, which was significantly larger than their own. Inside the stadium, Luo Martial University supporters loudly chanted for their team, declaring their intent to claim the championship. Some of the visiting participants saw this as an attempt at intimidation, though others were more focused on the competition itself. Amid the commotion, Subai noticed a vacant area in the stadium and questioned the principal about it. The principal explained that only 9 martial universities were participating in the tournament, with 1 university voluntarily forfeiting. This meant that 1 team would receive a bye in the random draw, automatically advancing to the next round. Everything depended on luck. Hearing this, Subai silently hoped that his team wouldn't get the bye. He was eager to fight and earn military contributions through victories. With determination, he turned to the principal, insisting that he be allowed to participate, no matter what. As the anticipation for the tournament grew, Subai wasn't the only one eager to compete. His teammates also stepped forward, requesting to participate. The principal assured them that this time, everyone would get a chance to fight. However, first, they needed to go through the lot drawing process, and all eyes were on Subai as he prepared to draw. Once the draw was completed, the matchups were announced. The first battle would be between Luo Martial University and Fuchuan Martial University. As the announcer continued, it was revealed that 1 university would automatically advance due to the odd number of participants. When the second matchup was about to be revealed, Subai was shocked his university, Zhongzhou Martial University, had drawn the bye. His teammates and the principal celebrated, calling him their lucky charm for skipping the first round. They even joked that he should try his luck with a lottery ticket. However, while others were happy, Su-bai was disappointed. He had been looking forward to competing but ended up sitting out the first round. Frustrated, he couldn't help but think that, despite what others said, he was actually quite unlucky. The first round matches kicked off, with contestants giving it their all. Luoli Marshall University's representative dominated their match, relentlessly pressuring their opponent from Fuchuan Marshall University, who struggled to keep up. 2 hours later, the quarterfinals concluded, and the tournament moved on to the second round draw. As anticipation built up, the results were announced. To everyone's surprise, Jeongju Marshall University received a bye once again, skipping another round. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Some spectators began to question the fairness of the draw, wondering if something suspicious was going on. Others were frustrated, pointing out that Jeongju Marshall University hadn't fought even once and was still advancing. Some had even traveled far just to see intense battles, only to watch Su-bai comfortably sitting in the audience, snacking and drinking soda. While a single bye was understandable, getting 2 in a row seemed absurd. As whispers and complaints spread, Su-bai found himself at the center of attention, though not in the way he had hoped. Frustration spread among the audience as some competitors started questioning the fairness of the tournament. A red-haired girl speculated that Luof Marshall University might be afraid of facing Su-bai directly, which was why Jeongju Marshall University had been given another bye. Others agreed, calling the competition system unfair, arguing that such an advantage was disrespectful to the other teams. In response to the complaints, a military representative conducted an official inspection. After reviewing the situation, he declared that there was no evidence of bias or foul play involved in Jeongju Marshall University's advancement. With that, the competition was set to continue as planned. Meanwhile, the principal of Jeongju Marshall University celebrated their luck, realizing that their team had already secured a top 3 ranking in the competition zone, 1 more victory, and they would advance to the final stage of the 5 major competition zones. However, while the principal and others were pleased, Su-bai was beyond frustrated. Another bye meant yet another missed opportunity to fight. An hour later, the tournament reached a critical moment. The audience roared in excitement as the final match of this competition zone was about to begin. The next battle was finally announced. Jeongju Marshall University would face Lans Marshall University. Finally, Jeongju Marshall University's turn had come, and the team was eager to step onto the battlefield. Su-bai, desperate to fight, immediately volunteered to go first. However, the principal urged everyone to stay calm, reminding them that despite their luck so far, they couldn't afford to be careless. He then assigned the match order. Luo Yanghao and Bai Ningbing would go first, followed by Wang Qingqing and Hu Qingshui. Su-bai was placed last, reserved for the decisive battle if needed. As the first match began, Luo Yanghao faced a mid-level bronze opponent despite only being at a low bronze level himself. He fought valiantly, putting up a strong resistance, but ultimately lost by a narrow margin. With the first round over and the pressure increasing, Jeongju Marshall University had to bounce back in the upcoming fights. Meanwhile, Su-bai, who was once again waiting for his turn, started to wonder if he would even get the chance to fight at all. Bai Ningbing entered the stage next, unleashing a wild and reckless fighting style. Ignoring defense entirely, she launched a relentless assault, forcing her opponent to retreat under the sheer pressure of her attacks. Her overwhelming offense secured Jeongju Marshall University's victory in the match. Following her, Wang Qingqing demonstrated her own impressive skills. Utilizing a whip technique that seamlessly balanced offense and defense, she quickly overpowered her opponent, sending them flying out of the ring. With another decisive victory, Jeongju Marshall University continued its winning streak. Watching from the sidelines, the principal and Liu Yuxin cheered, amazed at the rapid improvement of their students. Meanwhile, Su-bai remained frustrated, wondering when he would finally get his turn to fight. His military contributions were slipping away while his teammates kept securing victories without him. Next up was Hu Qingshui, stepping onto the battlefield with confidence. Facing his opponents, he didn't even see the need for a fair match, calmly suggesting that both of them should come at him at once to save time. Hu Qingshui's confidence irritated his opponents, who warned him not to be too arrogant or he'd face an embarrassing defeat. However, the competition rules allowed a single fighter to take on multiple opponents, and the match was set for a 1-on-2 battle. Watching from the sidelines, Su-bai grew even more frustrated. If Hu Qingshui won this match on his own, Su-bai wouldn't get a chance to fight at all. With a calm yet slightly apologetic expression, he acknowledged his opponents before unleashing his abilities. Hu Qingshu revealed his true strength, summoning a massive, ancient tree with his wood-type supernatural ability. The glowing blue energy radiating from it left his opponents stunned. Realizing the danger, one of the opponents warned his teammate to be cautious. They quickly noticed that the swirling leaves weren't ordinary, they seemed to hold a hidden threat. Despite their wariness, they tried to hold on, believing that Hu Qingshu's psychic power wouldn't last forever. From the sidelines, Subai and the principal observed the battle closely. Subai was particularly impressed, noting that Hu Qingshu's strength had grown significantly. Summoning such an ancient maple tree was no small feat, proving just how terrifying his psychic power was. Meanwhile, the principal acknowledged that Qingshu was truly living up to the reputation of his prestigious family. The audience was buzzing with excitement as Zhongzhou Martial University continued to reveal its hidden talents. Many were impressed by Hu Qingshu's overwhelming strength, with some finding it hard to believe just how powerful he actually was. However, others still held Subai in higher regard, pointing out that his tamed beast had already defeated a golden-ranked opponent. Meanwhile, Hu Qingshu's opponents were struggling to keep up. Despite their hopes that his psychic power would weaken over time, they saw no signs of it diminishing. The relentless storm of leaves and energy kept them on edge, forcing them into a defensive stance. Hu Qingshu controlled the swirling leaves with precision. Gathering his power, he made his next move, unleashing a breakthrough attack that sent his energy surging forward, aiming to finish the battle in one decisive strike. Hu Qingshu's devastating attack landed with full force, sending his opponents flying out of the ring. The referee wasted no time announcing Zhongzhou Martial University as the winner of the round, further cementing their dominance in the competition. With their victory, Zhongzhou Martial University, alongside Luohe Martial University, officially secured their spot in the national finals. After the match, the principal congratulated Hu Qingshu on his impressive performance, acknowledging that he had surprised everyone with his display of power. Qingshu humbly accepted the praise, but the principal wasn't finished. To Subai's surprise, the principal announced that he was the real hero of the competition. Confused and frustrated, Subai couldn't help but wonder if they were mocking him since he hadn't even stepped onto the battlefield. The team, however, laughed and explained that thanks to Subai's 2 consecutive buys in the draws, their path to victory had been much easier. Their joking remarks left him speechless as he realized his contribution to the team's success was entirely unintentional. With the competition over, the principal addressed the team, reminding them to rest and prepare for the national finals in 1 week. He also revealed that in addition to their earned military contributions, the school would be rewarding them with extra resources for training. The announcement was met with excitement, and the team erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Subai sighed to himself. Since he hadn't participated in any battles, he was returning empty-handed and now had to figure out how to gather enough resources to feed his tamed beasts. At the Lin family mansion, Yanren was in the middle of intense combat training against robotic opponents. Her movements were swift and relentless, as if she had no intention of stopping. From a distance, Uncle Wenyuan called out to her, reminding her it was time to eat. However, Yanren refused to take a break, insisting that she wanted to continue training for another hour. Watching her from the sidelines, Wenyuan sighed. Ever since Subai had participated in the 100 Schools League, Yanren had become obsessed with training. She watched all of Subai's matches and practiced tirelessly, disregarding the importance of rest. Amid her training, Yanren mentioned that she had nearly run out of the pills Wenyuan had given her. She asked if he could request more from her father, eager to increase her strength as quickly as possible. Her drive was undeniable, but whether she was pushing herself too hard remained a concern. 7 days later, Subai arrived in Magic City, standing before the grand entrance of the prestigious Magic City Martial Arts University. The enormous golden gate immediately caught the attention of newcomers, who marveled at its luxurious appearance, sparkling under the sunlight. Some wondered if it was made of solid gold, unable to contain their amazement at such an extravagant display. Among the crowd, people speculated about the cost, estimating that the gate alone must have been worth billions. One individual dismissed it as an unnecessary extravagance, but another corrected him, revealing that the materials alone had cost 1.8 billion. The principal, walking alongside Subai, explained the significance of the gate. It wasn't just about wealth, it was a testament to power. Built in a single day by 20 gold level and 5 platinum level experts, it stood as a symbol of strength. He pointed out the university's motto, emphasizing that only the strong could protect the nation. Su-bai listened, taking in both the grandeur of the university and the deeper meaning behind its opulence. As the students from Jeongju Martial Arts University arrived, they were greeted by a representative of Magic City Martial Arts University. The man welcomed them warmly, introducing himself as Jiang Ming, the vice president of the student council. Principal Zhu, leading the visiting group, acknowledged the greeting and prepared to follow the guide. As they walked, some students couldn't help but comment on the reception. They found it underwhelming that their principal had made the effort to come in person, yet only a student council vice president was sent to welcome them. Some speculated that if it had been representatives from Imperial City Martial Arts University, the principal himself would have greeted them instead. As they continued their tour, Su-bai noticed an unusual building and inquired about it. Their guide explained that it was the Gravity Adjustment Training Ground, an advanced facility used for specialized training. The principal couldn't help but express his envy at the state-of-the-art facilities. He lamented that if his academy had a gravity adjustment training ground, they could train hundreds of silver-level students annually, drastically improving their capabilities. Soon, they arrived at their accommodation, a grand hotel where they would be staying and dining. Their guide explained that the first floor featured a 24-hour buffet, an exciting perk for the visitors. The real surprise came when it was revealed that the buffet wasn't just any ordinary meal, it was made entirely from the meat of ferocious beasts, cooked by top-tier chefs. The meals were designed to enhance a martial artist's blood energy, providing unlimited nourishment. The principal, skeptical at first, asked if the food was truly unlimited. Their guide reassured him, stating that Magic City Martial Arts University would never let their guests go hungry. He encouraged everyone to eat to their heart's content, further showcasing the university's abundant resources and hospitality. Excited by the idea of an unlimited feast, Su-bai eagerly rushed ahead, ready to indulge. His enthusiasm didn't go unnoticed, and some couldn't help but joke about how much he was looking forward to the meal. Others, however, began to worry if he ate that much, would there be anything left for them? One student remarked that they had no idea just how much Su-bai could consume, hinting that his appetite was far beyond normal. The concerns grew as some feared they might go hungry if they didn't hurry inside. Meanwhile, the principal and the guide observed the energetic younger generation with amusement. Laughing it off, they acknowledged their boundless enthusiasm, apologizing for their liveliness before finally heading toward the dining hall themselves. The next day, the focus shifted from feasting to competition. The stadium roared with commands as an intense training or battle event was about to begin, marking the next phase of their experience at Magic City Martial Arts University. As the students stepped into the massive competition venue, they were in awe of its sheer scale. Many had only seen such a grand arena on television, and experiencing it in person left them amazed. The principal, however, quickly brought them back to focus, telling them to stop acting like they had never seen the world before. With that, he began explaining the competition rules. He revealed that this final tournament would feature martial arts universities from 13 different schools, competing for the top ranks. However, one school had a distinct advantage: the Great Wall Guard's military academy, directly under the military, was automatically placed in the top 4. This ensured there would be no buys in the tournament. Hearing this, some students immediately voiced their frustration, questioning why the military academy was given a free pass while the rest had to fight for their positions. The principal calmly explained that the Great Wall Guard's military academy was a specialized training ground for military geniuses, justifying their advantage in the competition. The principal continued his explanation, revealing a key reason why the Great Wall Guard's military academy held such a privileged position. Unlike other universities, it was the only martial arts institution situated directly on the front lines of battle, constantly engaged in defending against multiracial invaders. This revelation stunned the students. The idea of a university doubling as a military training base on the battlefield was almost unheard of. Su-bai and his peers couldn't help but acknowledge the intensity of such an environment, realizing that those from that academy were forged in real combat. The principal warned them not to underestimate anyone in this competition, as the national finals were filled with hidden talents. He then assigned Su-bai as the lead competitor for Jeongju Martial Arts University, with Hu Qingshu anchoring the team. Their group rallied behind them, shouting their determination to win. As excitement built in the arena, an announcement echoed across the stadium. A large screen displayed a woman calling for teachers and students to settle down. The 100-school competition finals were about to begin. The first round matchups were announced, with Jeongju Martial Arts University set to face Yokohama Martial Arts University. Meanwhile, other battles were lined up between Imperial City and East China Martial Arts Universities, as well as Magic City against Nanjing Martial Arts University. All three matches would happen simultaneously, raising the stakes for every team. Jeongju's group breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had avoided drawing any of the top 3 universities in the first round. Their opponent, Yokohama Martial Arts University, was about on par with them, making it a fair challenge. One eager teammate immediately volunteered to fight first, wanting to take the lead. However, Su-bai wasn't about to let anyone steal the spotlight. He stepped up, insisting that he would go first to set the tone for Jeongju and show their strength. With that, the battle commenced. Stepping into the arena, Su-bai faced off against his opponent, who immediately recognized him. Su-bai's acknowledging Jeongju Martial Arts University's impressive achievement in reaching the finals. Unfazed, Su-bai wasted no time. Summoning his beast, he called out to Xiaoba, preparing to finish the fight as quickly as possible. With a burst of energy, flames erupted as his attack launched toward his opponent. Xiaoba, a massive turtle, emerged in the arena, shocking the audience. Many in the crowd were surprised that Jeongju had sent a beast tamer to compete, especially one using a turtle. Yet, some spectators noticed that the creature looked much larger than before, making them eager to see what would unfold. Su-bai's opponent was in complete disbelief. Staring up at Xiaoba's massive form, he struggled to accept what he was seeing. The beast was far too large, far too powerful. It had to be cheating. Before he could process it any further, the battle was already over. With a single, overwhelming attack, he was sent flying out of the arena, screaming in frustration. Meanwhile, Su-bai barely seemed interested in the match's outcome. Casually sitting down, he remarked at how weak his opponent was. He hadn't even started eating his peanuts yet. Lying on the ground in defeat, the martial artist couldn't believe it. He had always thought beast tamers were weak, but this battle proved otherwise. Spectators were baffled by Su-bai's carefree attitude. Bringing a small stool to the national finals seemed outright disrespectful, making some question if he was even taking the competition seriously. Others, however, understood his confidence. Those familiar with Su-bai's previous battles explained that his turtle, Xiaoba, wasn't just any beast. It possessed overwhelming defense and strength, easily reaching silver level. Meanwhile, a new challenger stepped forward, angered by Jeongju Martial Arts University's casual approach. She saw Su-bai's nonchalance as an insult and was determined to make him pay. However, Su-bai remained unfazed, casually enjoying his snack and even taking a moment to appreciate the comic he was reading. As his opponent charged in full force, Su-bai continued to relax in his seat, showing no concern for the fight ahead. While still lounging on his stool, his beast Xiaoba unleashed a devastating attack, finishing the match in an instant. The announcement confirmed that Jeongju Martial Arts University had won. Spectators couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Not only had Su-bai barely moved during the fight, but he had been snacking on peanuts the entire time. His behavior was so casual that it bordered on humiliating for his opponents. Meanwhile, the principal of Jeongju Martial Arts University couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. While Su-bai's overwhelming victory was a great achievement, it also meant he would have to deal with the aftermath. How was he supposed to face Yokohama's principal after this? However, not everyone was celebrating just yet. A reminder came from the sidelines. Su-bai might have dominated so far, but tougher opponents were waiting. Attention shifted toward a new figure emerging from the crowd. The team captain from Imperial City Martial Arts University had arrived, and the real challenge was just beginning. As the competition heated up, a towering fighter lunged forward, aiming to crush his red-haired challenger with brute force. In an instant, an explosion rocked the arena. The fight ended in a blink as flames engulfed the stage, leaving spectators stunned. When the smoke cleared, the red-haired warrior stood victorious, holding his burning weapons with a casual apology. He had hit a little too hard. The announcement confirmed that Imperial City Martial Arts University had won decisively. Observing from the sidelines, the Jeongju principal took note of the fighter's terrifying strength. He quickly realized that this was no ordinary competitor. This was a fire attribute martial artist at the peak of the silver level. The match ended, and Jeongju Martial Arts University was declared the winner. As the announcement echoed through the stadium, one of the spectators immediately requested to handle Su-bai personally, eager for a rematch. Standing beside his principal, Wang Minkun confidently vowed to give Jiangsu Martial Arts University a taste of fighting against overwhelming odds. His principal, not wanting him to take unnecessary risks, advised him to use his speed rather than confronting Su-bai's defenses head-on. Minkun, however, showed no concern, assuring his principal that he had it under control. As the next match was set, Su-bai faced off against Wang Minkun. The latter, still bitter about Su-bai's previous victory, was determined to turn the tables this time. He believed Jiangsu's luck had run out and that their victory would not be repeated. Meanwhile, Su-bai, unbothered, sat back and assessed his opponent. Noting that Minkun was a silver rank wind attribute user, Wang Minkun unleashed his power, calling upon the force of the wind. With swirling gusts forming around him, he boasted about showing the true strength of his rank. A powerful wind vortex erupted from him, rushing towards Xiaoba and Su-bai with overwhelming force. As the attack intensified, Su-bai realized the gravity of the situation. The force of the wind was so strong that even Earth's gravity struggled to restrain Minkun. Wang Minkun overwhelmed the battlefield with his wind attacks, moving too fast for Su-bai to react. Confident in his speed, he taunted his opponent, certain that the match would end before Su-bai could even make a move. With a smirk, Minkun leaped into the air, preparing to strike the final blow. Calling Su-bai a mere bronze-ranked fighter, he unleashed a powerful wind slash. Meanwhile, Su-bai remained seated, casually sipping his drink, annoyed that the wind was interfering with his snack time. Determined to end things quickly, Minkun intensified his attacks, launching a barrage of wind slashes at Su-bai. As the dust settled, he turned away, assuming victory. He casually remarked that he might have hit a little too hard, suggesting that Su-bai should take the time to recover. As the dust settled, Su-bai remained completely, sipping his drink with a smirk. A golden barrier shimmered around him. Minkun's powerful wind attacks had done nothing. Su-bai casually questioned what had just been said. Minkun was stunned. Seeing Su-bai's defensive ability, he quickly realized that this was no ordinary technique. Su-bai had mastered source synchronization, something thought to be nearly impossible. Shocked that someone could actually wield Luo Fan's divine technique, he hesitated, realizing this battle wasn't going to be as easy as he had assumed. Meanwhile, Su-bai remained relaxed, mocking Minkun's reliance on speed. With an amused expression, he challenged the wind attribute user, implying that sheer speed wouldn't be enough to take him down. Finally, as the battle escalated, Su-bai called Xiaoba back, signaling a shift in his strategy. Su-bai decided to turn the battle into a game of speed. With a smirk, he reached into his bag and pulled out a small, seemingly harmless white cat. Confidently, he declared that he would match his opponent's speed on his own terms. Su-bai encouraged it, signaling that it was time to shine. The small feline let out a fierce cry, surprising the audience. Minkun, however, was unimpressed and burst into laughter, mocking Su-bai for bringing a pet cat to a serious battle. He ridiculed him, questioning whether he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, the spectators were equally entertained, with some questioning what kind of university would allow a contestant to bring a pet into a fight. While many laughed at the absurdity, others were charmed by Xiaobai's appearance, with one girl in particular gushing over how adorable the little cat was, even expressing a desire to have one herself. As Su-bai casually pulled out his small stool and drink, the audience grew more confused. Some spectators questioned his actions, wondering if he was simply mocking his opponent. First a stool, then a drink, and now a pet cat. Was he even taking this fight seriously? However, among the onlookers, one experienced figure urged patience. He recognized that Xiaobai was no ordinary cat and suggested they wait and see what Su-bai had planned. Meanwhile, Minkun continued to laugh, still underestimating Su-bai's choice. He dismissed the cat entirely, insisting that Su-bai should bring out his turtle instead. Amused but calm, Su-bai gave Xiaobai a simple instruction not to hit too hard. In the next instant, Xiaobai roared, unleashing a monstrous energy that took Minkun completely by surprise. The small cat transformed into something far more terrifying, forcing Minkun to reconsider everything he had assumed about his opponent. Minkun stood in shock, still trying to process what had just happened. The deafening roar and the massive shadow that appeared behind Xiaobai made him question if he had imagined it. Before his eyes, the small cat had grown into a massive, imposing white tiger. The sheer size and power radiating from it sent a chill down his spine. Min-kun could hardly believe it. The spectators were just as stunned. What they had assumed to be a harmless pet had transformed into a majestic, towering white tiger. Some compared it to the ones they had seen in zoos, though none had ever witnessed one this massive. Among the observers, questions arose. Had Xiaobai always been a tiger in disguise, or was this another one of Subai's tamed beasts? The audience was left in disbelief. For a silver rank beast tamer, having one strong beast was already an achievement, but taming a second one was nearly impossible. Yet, Subai had just revealed another powerful creature, making it clear that he was far more capable than they had assumed. He quickly gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful wind-based attack, determined to regain control of the fight. Min-kun's eyes widened as he realized what had happened. He wasn't seeing the real beast, but only an afterimage. Subai's so-called pet wasn't just a trick, it was a beast powerful enough to dominate the battlefield, and Min-kun was now forced to fight on its terms. Min-kun was in complete disbelief. No matter how much he relied on his wind abilities, Xiaobai was simply too fast. He refused to accept that anything could surpass the speed of wind itself. But the reality was unfolding right in front of him. Xiaobai's. Frustrated and desperate, Min-kun changed tactics. If he couldn't keep up with Xiaobai, then he would take down Subai directly. Ignoring his opponent's beast, he fixated on the one controlling it. With all his strength, he launched himself at Subai, determined to end the fight in one decisive move. However, just as he was about to strike, Xiaobai intercepted him with overwhelming force. The massive beast loomed over him, its power undeniable. Min-kun was now completely outmatched, and he knew it. Min-kun was in complete shock. He couldn't accept what was happening. How could Subai's beast be this powerful? Before he could react, Xiaobai struck with devastating force, sending him flying across the battlefield. The impact was brutal, and he crashed hard, unable to regain control. As silence fell over the stadium, the final announcement echoed through the air. Jeongju Martial Arts University was victorious. Subai had won, leaving his opponent defeated and sprawled across the ground, unable to continue. The match was over. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Subai, a mid-tier bronze rank, had just defeated a prestigious silver rank captain. Among the spectators, people murmured about Subai's white tiger. Some felt it was even fiercer than his turtle, wondering how he could have tamed such a powerful beast. The intensity of Xiaobai's presence was undeniable. The stadium soon shifted from shock to admiration as chants of Subai's name filled the air. The audience cheered, rallying behind the unexpected champion, fully acknowledging his incredible strength. Meanwhile, the judges were just as perplexed. None of them had ever heard of Subai before, yet his performance was beyond anything they had seen, even compared to students from elite universities or the military academy. The judges were astonished by Subai's performance. Jeongju Martial Arts University had produced an absolute powerhouse, someone they never expected. They recognized that with Subai leading the way, the university's reputation was about to skyrocket. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City Martial Arts University rest area, some students dismissed the match. They considered Min-kun's loss a reflection of his weakness rather than Subai's strength. To them, Luoyi Martial Arts University had simply sent an unworthy opponent. Elsewhere, a group of students viewed Subai with open disdain. They mocked him, calling him a country bumpkin who had the audacity to bring two tamed beasts just to freeload off the high-end accommodations. At the center of this brewing hostility was Cao Zixuan, the captain of Imperial City Martial Arts University. Lounging confidently, he declared that if they met Subai in the semifinals, there would be no holding back. His team wouldn't just defeat Subai, they would crush him. A golden barrier shimmered around him. Min-kun's powerful wind attacks had done nothing. Subai casually questioned what had just been said. Min-kun was stunned. Seeing Subai's defensive ability, he quickly realized that this was no ordinary technique. Subai had mastered source synchronization, something thought to be nearly impossible. Shocked that someone could actually wield Luo Fan's divine technique, he hesitated, realizing this battle wasn't going to be as easy as he had assumed. Meanwhile, Subai remained relaxed, mocking Min-kun's reliance on speed. With an amused expression, he challenged the wind attribute user, implying that sheer speed wouldn't be enough to take him down. Finally, as the battle escalated, Subai called Xiaobai back, signaling a shift in his strategy. Subai decided to turn the battle into a game of speed. With a smirk, he reached into his bag and pulled out a small, seemingly harmless white cat. Confidently, he declared that he would match his opponent's speed on his own terms. Subai encouraged it, signaling that it was time to shine. The small feline let out a fierce cry, surprising the audience. Minkun, however, was unimpressed and burst into laughter, mocking Subai for bringing a pet cat to a serious battle. He ridiculed him, questioning whether he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, the spectators were equally entertained, with some questioning what kind of university would allow a contestant to bring a pet into a fight. While many laughed at the absurdity, others were charmed by Xiaobai's appearance, with one girl in particular gushing over how adorable the little cat was, even expressing a desire to have one herself. As Subai casually pulled out his small stool and drink, the audience grew more confused. Some spectators questioned his actions, wondering if he was simply mocking his opponent. First a stool, then a drink, and now a pet cat. Was he even taking this fight seriously? However, among the onlookers, one experienced figure urged patience. He recognized that Xiaobai was no ordinary cat and suggested they wait and see what Subai had planned. Meanwhile, Minkun continued to laugh, still underestimating Subai's choice. He dismissed the cat entirely, insisting that Subai should bring out his turtle instead. Amused but calm, Subai gave Xiaobai a simple instruction not to hit too hard. In the next instant, Xiaobai roared, unleashing a monstrous energy that took Minkun completely by surprise. The small cat transformed into something far more terrifying, forcing Minkun to reconsider everything he had assumed about his opponent. Minkun stood in shock, still trying to process what had just happened. The deafening roar and the massive shadow that appeared behind Xiaobai made him question if he had imagined it. Before his eyes, the small cat had grown into a massive, imposing white tiger. The sheer size and power radiating from it sent a chill down his spine. Minkun could hardly believe it. The spectators were just as stunned. What they had assumed to be a harmless pet had transformed into a majestic, towering white tiger. Some compared it to the ones they had seen in zoos, though none had ever witnessed one this massive. Among the observers, questions arose. Had Xiaobai always been a tiger in disguise? Or was this another one of Subai's tamed beasts? The audience was left in disbelief. For a silver rank beast tamer, having one strong beast was already an achievement, but taming a second one was nearly impossible. Yet, Subai had just revealed another powerful creature, making it clear that he was far more capable than they had assumed. He quickly gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful wind-based attack, determined to regain control of the fight. Minkun's eyes widened as he realized what had happened. He wasn't seeing the real beast, but only an afterimage. Subai's so-called pet wasn't just a trick, it was a beast powerful enough to dominate the battlefield, and Minkun was now forced to fight on its terms. Minkun was in complete disbelief. No matter how much he relied on his wind abilities, Xiaobai was simply too fast. He refused to accept that anything could surpass the speed of wind itself. But the reality was unfolding right in front of him. Xiaobai's. Frustrated and desperate, Minkun changed tactics. If he couldn't keep up with Xiaobai, then he would take down Subai directly. Ignoring his opponent's beast, he fixated on the one controlling it. With all his strength, he launched himself at Subai, determined to end the fight in one decisive move. However, just as he was about to strike, Xiaobai intercepted him with overwhelming force. The massive beast loomed over him, its power undeniable. Minkun was now completely outmatched, and he knew it. Minkun was in complete shock. He couldn't accept what was happening. How could Subai's beast be this powerful? Before he could react, Xiaobai struck with devastating force, sending him flying across the battlefield. The impact was brutal, and he crashed hard, unable to regain control. As silence fell over the stadium, the final announcement echoed through the air. Zhongzhou Martial Arts University was victorious. Subai had won, leaving his opponent defeated and sprawled across the ground, unable to continue. The match was over. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Subai, a mid-tier bronze rank, had just defeated a prestigious silver rank captain. Among the spectators, people murmured about Subai's white tiger. Some felt it was even fiercer than his turtle, wondering how he could have tamed such a powerful beast. The intensity of Xiaobai's presence was undeniable. The stadium soon shifted from shock to admiration as chants of Subai's name filled the air. The audience cheered, rallying behind the unexpected champion, fully acknowledging his incredible strength. Meanwhile, the judges were just as perplexed. None of them had ever heard of Subai before. Yet his performance was beyond anything they had seen, even compared to students from elite universities or the military academy. The judges were astonished by Su-bai's performance. Jeongju Martial Arts University had produced an absolute powerhouse, someone they never expected. They recognized that with Su-bai leading the way, the university's reputation was about to skyrocket. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City Martial Arts University rest area, some students dismissed the match. They considered Min-kun's loss a reflection of his weakness rather than Su-bai's strength. To them, Luoyi Martial Arts University had simply sent an unworthy opponent. Elsewhere, a group of students viewed Su-bai with open disdain. They mocked him, calling him a country bumpkin who had the audacity to bring 2 tamed beasts just to freeload off the high-end accommodations. At the center of this brewing hostility was Cao Zixuan, the captain of Imperial City Martial Arts University. Lounging confidently, he declared that if they met Su-bai in the semifinals, there would be no holding back. His team wouldn't just defeat Su-bai, they would crush him, Manding. Clad in dark uniforms, they carried their academy's banner with pride. These warriors had been forged through real battles, fighting myriad race elites and proving their worth. Now, they were here to dominate the competition. The Great Wall Guardian Military Academy stood by its unshakable motto: as long as the myriad races exist, the Great Wall will never fall. A legacy built on war and resilience, the academy was home to warriors forged in real battles. At the helm of this formidable institution was Nai King, the strongest human and the only king-level expert, serving as its honorary principal. His presence alone was enough to deter any myriad race from setting foot near their territory. Recognized as the most powerful martial academy in the Dragon Nation, the Great Wall Guardians were more than just competitors. They were the frontline barrier of humanity itself. The audience buzzed with anticipation. The academy's reputation was legendary. Every student there was considered a hero. If Madu Martial University and Capital Martial University were already terrifying, the strength of the Great Wall Guardians was unimaginable. Some spectators questioned why the academy only had 5 team members and no substitutes. However, others quickly dismissed the concern. An academy of their caliber didn't need replacements. As the competition intensified, the legendary king-level expert, Nai King, was praised as the ultimate protector of humanity. For Jeongju Martial University, merely competing against an academy of such prestige was considered an honor. Watching from the sidelines, Su-bai couldn't help but wonder when would he reach such a level of strength. The official draw results for the semifinals were announced. The first battle would be between the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy and Capital Martial University. The second match would pit Madu Martial University against Jeongju Martial University. Meanwhile, at Madu Martial University's camp, their fighters were unimpressed. One of them, Cao Zixuan, showed complete disinterest in their upcoming match, claiming Jeongju Martial University was too weak to be worth his time. Other members echoed his sentiment, mocking Jeongju for making it this far. To them, facing such an opponent wouldn't even be a challenge. One of their team members eagerly volunteered, confident that they could single-handedly defeat Jeongju in a single round. The first battle of the semifinals began as the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy sent out their captain, Han Zhan, a lord-level expert and grandson of the legendary General Han Dang. He was clad in purple gold armor forged from diamond-level cores, exuding an overwhelming presence. The crowd watched in anticipation, wondering who Capital Martial University would send to face him. Without hesitation, Han Zhan called out his opponent Wang Yang, the captain of Capital Martial University, challenging him to settle their rivalry on the battlefield. Excitement erupted among the spectators. A direct clash between 2 captains at the start of the match. This was shaping up to be a king versus king battle, a fight between top-tier powerhouses. The battle commenced with lightning-fast action. Han Zhan's overwhelming strength sent Wang Yang flying across the arena, leaving the crowd in shock. Wang Yang, the captain of Capital Martial University, stepped onto the battlefield with an air of confidence. He downplayed the situation, treating Han Zhan's challenge as unnecessary, but his smug demeanor hinted at his arrogance. The crowd erupted with cheers, particularly from Wang Yang's admirers, who saw him as the ideal warrior. Su-bai, however, remained unimpressed, questioning what was so special about him. As the match continued, Su-bai turned to his team, instructing Luo to go first. Luo hesitated, unsure if he was up to the task, but Su-bai reassured him it was time to prove themselves. Meanwhile, Han Zhan prepared to fight, standing tall in his battle armor. With overwhelming confidence, he gave his opponent the first move. As the match intensified, Wang Yang unleashed his howling wind technique, summoning powerful blue energy waves that tore through the battlefield. The crowd watched in awe as Han Zhan countered with his diamond-level battle armor, a technique refined to perfection. His purple energy clashed against Wang Yang's storm, creating a dazzling display of raw power. Despite Han Zhan's defensive mastery, his opponents charged at him, attempting to overwhelm him with numbers. However, his energy barrier deflected their attacks with ease, proving that sheer strength alone wasn't enough to break through. Watching from the sidelines, Su Bai observed the fight closely. Principal, standing beside him, analyzed the battle, noting Wang Yang's unmatched agility and how his technique made him nearly invisible in combat. Su Bai couldn't help but question the vast power difference. Wang Yang was at mid-tier silver, while he was still only at mid-tier bronze. Wang Yang's movements blurred as his howling wind technique intensified. Revealing his true strength, Han Zhan unleashed a surge of power. His mid-tier silver rank was now on full display. Without hesitation, he struck with a devastating move, Sky-Splitting Slash. A massive wave of energy descended, engulfing the battlefield in flames and sending shockwaves in all directions. The impact left Wang Yang struggling to maintain his balance as the sheer force pushed him back. The audience watched in shock as Han Zhan's Sky-Splitting Slash shook the battlefield. Some recognized the technique immediately, recalling that General Han had once used it to take down a diamond-level enemy. Among the spectators, experts analyzed Han Zhan's strategy. Despite being known for its destructive power, he had adapted the skill for control rather than pure offense, an unconventional but brilliant approach. His tactical genius solidified his reputation as the strongest military commander. Meanwhile, Wang Yang, wielding a massive weapon, he unleashed a surge of energy, revealing himself as another mid-tier silver warrior. Han Zhan reacted instantly, evading the incoming strike with precision. Han Zhan, recognizing Wang Yang's attempt to force a direct clash. Confident in his overwhelming strength, he declared the battle was already over. In an instant, his attack landed, creating a fiery explosion that shook the arena. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Wang Yang was struck down, his body convulsing from the sheer force of the attack before collapsing to the ground. The spectators reacted with mixed emotions. Some were in awe of Han Zhan's power, while others were unsettled by his sheer dominance. Discussions broke out among the audience, with some acknowledging that if Han Zhan had used the blade's edge instead of its back, Wang Yang wouldn't have survived. The battlefield fell silent as the dust settled. Some spectators questioned the brutality of the fight, wondering if such overwhelming force was necessary in a mere competition. Others debated whether ending it in a draw would have been a more honorable choice. Wang Yang acknowledged his defeat. He steadied himself with his weapon, admitting Han Zhan's strength was beyond his own. With the first round concluded, the Great Wall military martial arts team secured victory. From the sidelines, Su Bai observed the battle carefully. He noted the sheer strength of the opposing team. However, there was no hesitation. His match was next. Turning to Luo Yangqiang, he asked if he was ready. Before the next round began, the principal reminded Yang Hao to fight within his limits. The goal was participation. There was no need to push beyond what he could handle. However, Yang Hao was determined. He assured the principal that he wouldn't let Jiangsu Martial University down. With that, the second round commenced. Zhang Lexiao, a sinister-looking opponent wielding dual blades, stepped onto the battlefield, his confidence clear. Mocking his opponent, Zhang Lexiao taunted Yang Hao, making it clear that he viewed him as nothing more than a plaything. But Yang Hao wasn't fazed. With his massive cleaver in hand, he charged forward, launching a powerful vertical slash. Yang Hao struck first, his cleaver slicing through the air in a powerful vertical slash. The impact connected, but Zhang Lexiao barely flinched. In an instant, Zhang Lexiao retaliated. His movements were swift, his dual blades creating a web of red slashes around Yang Hao. Lexiao laughed, taunting him as he continued his assault, treating the fight like a game. Yang Hao gritted his teeth, struggling to keep up with his opponent's unpredictable attacks. From the sideline, frustration grew among Jiangsu Martial University's team. Watching Yang Qiang struggle against Zhang Lexiao's relentless attacks felt like outright humiliation. Some urged the principal to call him back before it got worse. But Su Bai refused to accept that. He insisted that Yang Qiang was fighting for more than just a match. He was defending the pride of their university. Stopping him now would mean surrendering that honor. Zhang Lexiao continued his torment, taunting Yang Qiang to surrender. He warned that the longer he resisted, the worse it would get. But despite the pain and exhaustion, Yang Qiang refused. He clenched his weapon tightly and declared that Jiangsu Martial University would never admit defeat. He struck again, this time with enough force to break any remaining resistance. Zhang Lexiao continued his relentless assault, slashing through the air with an eerie excitement. He mocked Yang Qiang's stubbornness, taunting him to surrender. But even as his body trembled, covered in wounds, Yang Qiang refused to yield. With one final strike, Lexiao delivered a devastating blow, sending Yang Qiang crashing to the ground. The impact echoed through the arena, leaving him motionless on the floor. The crowd murmured in shock. Some questioned the cruelty of the fight. Was there really a need to push an opponent this far? Others wondered if Lexiao had any humanity left, as his actions went beyond mere competition. The match ended with Zhang Lexiao's victory. Jiangsu Martial University's team was furious, seeing their comrade humiliated. Su Bai clenched his fists, determined to make Madu Martial University pay for their arrogance. Before he could step forward, Bai Ningbing took the stage. Confident and composed, he promised not to let Zhang Lexiao continue his unchecked arrogance. The principal warned him not to be reckless, but Bai Ningbing had already made up his mind. As Bai stepped into the ring, Zhang Lexiao greeted him with a smirk, unimpressed. He mocked his new opponent, finding him far less entertaining than the last. But Bai Ningbing wasn't interested in banter. He immediately shattered his own sheath, signaling he had no intention of playing games. The second round began. Without hesitation, Bai Ningbing launched forward using Void Step. His blade aimed to end the fight in an instant. Bai Ningbing wasted no time, launching himself at Zhang Lexiao with his White Spirit Blade technique. His movements were swift and precise, aiming for a decisive strike. Lexiao smirked, amused at his opponent's ruthlessness, but he wasn't about to let himself be taken down so easily. With a burst of red energy, he countered, deflecting Bai's assault while maintaining his eerie grin. The spectators watched in awe. The sheer brutality of the battle left many questioning whether they were really witnessing a fight between students. The arena was filled with a scent of blood, heightening the tension. Some onlookers suggested stopping the fight before it escalated further, fearing one of them might die. But neither Bai Ningbing nor Zhang Lexiao had any intention of backing down. The battle was only getting started. Zhang Lexiao weaved his twin blades through the air, forming a deadly net of crimson slashes. But Bai didn't hesitate. With burning determination, he charged straight through the attack, his White Spirit Blade technique tearing through the red streaks. Lexiao dodged at the last moment. Bai's attack had real force behind it. Still, he laughed, unfazed by the threat. He taunted Bai, questioning if he truly had what it took to end him. Bai struck again, his movements razor-sharp. But Lexiao countered effortlessly, blocking the attack. With a cruel smile, he belittled Bai, dismissing him as nothing more than a low-tier fighter from a nameless university. Zhang Lexiao smirked, pressing his blade against Bai Ningbing's throat. He declared the fight over, confident in his victory. But Bai refused to accept defeat. With a fierce glare, he tightened his grip on his sword, forcing himself forward despite the searing pain. Then, Bai impaled himself to strike Lexiao at the same time. Blood splattered across the arena as both fighters were locked in a fatal exchange. For Bai, winning didn't matter anymore. If taking his opponent down meant sacrificing himself, so be it. His grin widened as he declared that killing Lexiao was enough. Bai Ningbing tightened his grip, as he declared that Jiangsu Martial University fought differently, unlike cowards who preyed on the weak. He drove his blade forward, aiming to end it all. Zhang Lexiao's arrogance shattered in an instant. He begged for his life, his voice desperate. He called out to his principal, pleading to be saved. A firm hand reached out, stopping Bai's blade just before it could strike. The principal of Madu Martial University stepped in, swiftly restraining Lexiao and conceding defeat on behalf of their team. The announcer declared Madu Martial University's defeat, leaving their team stunned. Bai Ningbing stood firm, while Zhang Lexiao, who had moments ago been so arrogant, now trembled in disgrace. One of the Madu representatives lashed out in frustration, unable to accept their loss, but Jiangsu's principal stepped in, ensuring order was maintained. Bai Ningbing was quickly shielded, his victory secured. Madu's principal turned toward Jiangsu's team. He reminded them that reaching the top 4 didn't mean they were strong enough to challenge Madu. However, Jiangsu's side stood their ground, making it clear that their students' lives were just as valuable. The principals calling Su-bai to the stage. Su-bai rushed forward, ready for the next match. As Su-bai sprinted toward the battlefield, the crowd's expectations weighed heavily on him. He assured the principal that he wouldn't disappoint, fully prepared to carry the honor of Jiangsu Martial University. Meanwhile, a severely injured Ningbing was carried off on a stretcher. The principal commended him for his efforts, reminding him that his performance had already brought honor to Jiangsu. The medical team reassured him that his well-being came first, but Su-bai would ensure their team's revenge. On the opposing side, Cao Zixuan impatiently stepped forward, eager to fight. With an arrogant smirk, he volunteered to take down Jiangsu's team himself. However, his principal advised restraint, reminding him that the championship match still awaited. Su-bai stepped into the arena as he directly challenged Madu Martial University. If Madu lost, he demanded a public apology for their disrespect toward Jiangsu. Jiangsu's supporters erupted in cheers, fully backing Su-bai. They were eager to see Madu humbled and forced to admit their mistake. Among the onlookers, a group of reporters and live streamers quickly picked up on the story. They saw it as the perfect headline: Jiangsu Martial University boldly calling out one of the top-tier schools, demanding an apology in front of everyone. Meanwhile, on the Madu side, Cao Zixuan and his team scoffed at the demand. To them, Jiangsu didn't even deserve consideration. One of Madu's fighters, Huang Sheng, volunteered to accept the challenge, eager to show Jiangsu the overwhelming difference in strength. Su-bai stood confidently in the arena, looking at his opponent. His tone was calm but firm. Was Madu finally here to apologize? To him, strength was the only truth, and the strong never bowed to the weak. His arrogance was met with approval from his side, reinforcing their belief in superiority. Instead of dragging things out, he suggested Madu send up another fighter. Taking them on one by one was a waste of time. He had more important things to do. The spectators were stunned. Many saw Su-bai's challenge as sheer arrogance. Madu's top fighter, Cao Zixuan, hadn't even stepped in yet. Some questioned whether Su-bai was being reckless, but others admitted that Madu had indeed gone too far. Still, taking on multiple opponents at once seemed impossible. Su-bai extended his hand, signaling his opponent to step forward. His confidence was undeniable, challenging Madu without hesitation. The Madu fighters were stunned. Since when did Jiangsu Martial University dare to provoke them so openly? The Madu principal responded coldly, ordering his fighters to use their strength to remind Jiangsu of their place. Their dignity couldn't be trampled so easily. Cao Zixuan smirked, stepping onto the battlefield alongside his teammate. If Jiangsu wanted to act arrogant, he was more than happy to crush them. As he took his stance, a powerful aura erupted around him. His twin swords glowed with intense energy, red and blue flames surrounding his figure. The spectators watched in awe. Cao Zixuan's true power was being unleashed. As Cao Zixuan unsheathed his twin swords, the audience was stunned. Forged from millennium cold iron and molten lava iron, these weapons were crafted from some of the rarest materials. But what truly shocked them was the power embedded in their hilts: platinum-level cores from immensely powerful beings. The spectators whispered among themselves, recognizing the immense investment Madu and the Cao family had placed in him. Each sword alone was worth a fortune. Some even speculated if he had mastered the legendary technique left behind by the Ice-Fire War God, a former Madu graduate. Cao Zixuan smirked, offering Su-bai a chance to summon his beast. He claimed he didn't want the fight to be called unfair, giving Su-bai a moment to prepare. Su-bai, unfazed, responded with a smirk of his own. He didn't need a beast to handle this fight. The crowd was in disbelief. Su-bai, a beast tamer, had chosen to fight without summoning his beast. His opponents mocked his decision, considering it sheer arrogance. But among the spectators, some quickly realized the truth. He had activated origin synchronization, merging his power with his beast's abilities. Cao Zixuan wasted no time, charging forward with incredible speed, his twin swords blazing with energy. His confidence was absolute. He believed Su-bai was simply throwing himself to his own demise. A slight smirk crossed his lips as he observed his opponent's impatience. Without hesitation, he activated his abilities: Sharp Metal Spirit, Sharp Metal Phantom, and Earth Spirit Possession, his body surging with overwhelming energy. Su-bai's eyes locked onto his opponent's, his energy surging. This was the moment. With a powerful leap, he launched himself forward, ready to settle the score with Madu. Cao Zixuan and his teammate rushed in, weapons drawn, confident in their overwhelming strength. But in an instant, everything changed. Su-bai moved faster than they could react. His enhanced abilities sent shockwaves through the battlefield as he struck with immense force. The spectators were in shock. Su-bai's speed had already reached gold tier, a level unheard of for a beast tamer fighting without his beast. Some doubted if he could truly compare to past legends like Luo Fan, but the display of power was undeniable. Standing before Cao Zixuan, Su-bai spoke calmly, questioning if he had ever felt powerless. Cao Zixuan tightened his grip on his swords, acknowledging Su-bai's strength. He admitted Su-bai had earned his respect, but that was all. Without hesitation, he unleashed lava breath, a massive wave of fire meant to end the fight instantly. Just as the flames reached him, his body blurred. Vanishing void step activated, allowing him to slip through the attack effortlessly. Su-bai effortlessly dodged Cao Zixuan's fiery attack, his movements too fast to track. With a smirk, he dismissed his opponent's speed as still too slow. Seeing an opportunity, the bald fighter called out to Cao Zixuan, suggesting they flank Su-bai together. Cao Zixuan barely had time to warn his teammate before the assault began. Su-bai delivered a devastating barrage of strikes, each landing with precise force. He struck once, twice. By the time he reached the seventh blow, the bald fighter had been completely overwhelmed. His body slammed into the ground, unable to keep up with Su-bai's speed and power. The bald fighter crashed to the ground, completely defeated. His body was motionless, his face twisted in pain. Su-bai turned his attention back to Cao Zixuan, challenging him to step forward if he dared. Seeing his opponent still eager to fight, Su-bai smirked. This was perfect. He wasn't done playing yet. Cao Zixuan stood firm, gripping his twin elemental swords as flames and frost swirled around him. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a devastating attack. Watching the incoming assault, he sighed, unimpressed. In an instant, Su-bai closed the gap, appearing right behind Cao Zixuan with a smirk. His speed was overwhelming, catching his opponent off guard. Cao Zixuan barely had time to react before Su-bai struck, sending him hurtling into the air. With one final, decisive blow, Su-bai knocked him back, dismissing him as unworthy of standing on the battlefield. Su-bai stood confidently, his body engulfed in a blazing aura as he watched Cao Zixuan struggle. His amusement was evident. He couldn't understand why a so-called prodigy was barely putting up a fight. Without hesitation, Su-bai launched himself into the air, closing the distance in an instant. His movements were ruthless, forcing Cao Zixuan to defend himself, but each strike made it clear that he was being completely overwhelmed. With a powerful downward smash, Su-bai sent Cao Zixuan flying. The impact was devastating. As the dust settled, Su-bai scoffed, finding the match far too easy. Su-bai stood over Cao Zixuan, his foot pressing him down with ease. Amused, he mocked his opponent, clearly enjoying the one-sided battle. Cao Zixuan, humiliated and enraged, swore revenge, his fury boiling over. A sudden surge of power flared around him, catching Su-bai's attention. Watching the outburst, he acknowledged the increase in power, but dismissed it as nothing more than uncontrolled aggression. Engulfed in a fiery aura, Cao Zixuan roared, his energy spiraling out of control. His rage had reached its peak. He was no longer fighting with strategy. As the principal and others watched in shock, Cao Zixuan had completely lost control, unleashing a deadly move. Some questioned if Su-bai's taunts had pushed him too far, wondering if he had underestimated his opponent's rage. Cao Zixuan, now consumed by fury, charged at Su-bai with his flaming swords, declaring his intent to end the fight decisively. Su-bai, however, showed no fear. If anything, he found the situation finally becoming interesting. As Cao Zixuan's attack came crashing down, Su-bai effortlessly raised his defense, summoning an impenetrable golden barrier. Cao Zixuan's disbelief was evident. His strongest attack had been blocked with ease. His frustration boiled over, questioning how such a defense was even possible. Su-bai smirked as he absorbed the energy around him, his golden aura flaring even brighter. He mocked Cao Zixuan, unimpressed by his attack. Before deciding it was time to retaliate, Su-bai launched a counterattack. His power surged, sending shockwaves through the arena. Cao Zixuan had no time to react as Su-bai's strike shattered his defense, sending him flying. Cao Zixuan's twin swords crashed onto the battlefield, a clear sign of his defeat. The entire arena fell silent for a moment before gasps and murmurs erupted. The spectators struggled to process what they had just witnessed. Su-bai wasn't just strong, he was terrifying. The spectators remained in awe. Some recognized Su-bai's overwhelming power, comparing him to legendary figures of the past. Despite being only at mid-bronze rank, his potential was undeniable, perhaps even more terrifying than those from elite families. Meanwhile, Subai casually picked up Cao Zixuan's fallen swords, inspecting them with interest. Cao Zixuan, barely able to stand, shouted in frustration. He demanded Subai return the weapons, enraged at the thought of losing them. However, Subai remained indifferent. Given how Martial University treated others, he doubted they would offer an apology or compensation. With a smirk, he decided the swords would serve as proper repayment. Cao Zixuan, seething with rage, refused to accept defeat. With reckless determination, he lunged at Subai, declaring his intent to end the fight on his terms. Subai watched him with a calm expression. As Cao Zixuan lunged, Subai swiftly dodged and countered, questioning if his opponent even had the strength left to continue. Without hesitation, Subai delivered a powerful knee strike, sending Cao Zixuan soaring through the air. As Cao Zixuan crashed onto the battlefield once again, it was clear this fight had been over long before he realized it. Subai charged forward, his eyes locked onto Cao Zixuan. He wouldn't allow anyone to trample over Zhongzhou Martial University. With lightning speed, he closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Cao Zixuan had no time to react. Each attack landed with crushing force, punishing him for his arrogance. The crowd erupted in shock. Subai's strength was beyond anything they had imagined. His speed, technique, and overwhelming power left no weaknesses. Some questioned if anyone from Martial University could even stand against him, while others speculated that only Hanja might pose a challenge. As the dust settled, the arena echoed with cheers for Subai. Zhongzhou Martial University had made its statement loud and clear. The humiliation of Martial University was complete. This was the price of provoking them. The referee officially declared Subai the winner as he stood over Cao Zixuan's defeated body. The outcome had been decisive. Zhongzhou Martial University had secured yet another victory. As Subai turned, he noticed a strong gaze fixed on him. Han Yan had been watching him intently since the start of the match. Han Yan made his intentions clear. He wasn't just observing, he was waiting. A future battle between them was inevitable. Meanwhile, Subai examined the twin swords in his hands, amused by Cao Zixuan's earlier desperation. If he had been that anxious over them, they must be valuable. However, before he could leave, a voice suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. A senior official from Martial University stepped forward, demanding the return of Cao Zixuan's swords. However, Subai reminding him that the battlefield's rules dictated that seized weapons did not have to be returned. With a smirk, Subai made an offer if Martial University apologized to Zhongzhou Martial University and all the weaker academies they had bullied, while also compensating for the damage they caused. He would consider returning the weapons. The official was furious, finding the demand outrageous, but Subai merely pointed out that he was treating them with the same philosophy they had always followed: survival of the fittest. The crowd erupted in support of Subai, eager to see how Martial University would recover from such a humiliating defeat. The tables had turned, and their usual arrogance had backfired. However, Martial University's principal had no intention of letting things end this way. His aura flared with immense power, his diamond rank energy surging through the air. Declaring that Subai needed to be taught a lesson, he prepared to take matters into his own hands. Gasps of shock filled the arena as bystanders realized what was about to happen. A high-ranking expert was about to attack a student. Warnings rang out, urging Subai to retreat before it was too late. But before anyone could intervene, the powerful figure charged forward. The Martial University principal unleashed his full power, his diamond rank energy exploding outward with terrifying force. Subai braced himself, feeling the overwhelming pressure of a warrior far beyond his level. As the attack bore down on him, another force intervened. A powerful clash of energies erupted as a high-ranking figure stepped in to shield Subai, preventing the principal's assault from landing. Anger flared among the spectators. Accusations flew. How could a diamond rank expert justify attacking a student? The tension escalated as multiple influential figures took sides, some demanding that Martial University back down, while others defended their authority. Before the situation could spiral further, a devastating force struck, shaking the battlefield. The sky crackled with energy as an even greater power prepared to intervene, threatening to change the course of the confrontation entirely. As the battlefield trembled from the overwhelming clash of power, Zhao Yi, a Lord-level expert ranked 6th, arrived, his presence alone enough to shatter the oppressive energy. The Martial University principal's face darkened. He recognized this man immediately. Elder Zhao, once absent for years, now stood before him, furious at the chaos Martial University had become. Elder Zhao didn't hold back his disappointment. Seeing a high-ranking expert resort to attacking a student was disgraceful. He questioned how Martial University had fallen to such a level in his absence. Turning to Su Bai, Elder Zhao acknowledged his strength. He had observed the match and was impressed. In a rare move, he publicly apologized on behalf of Martial University, shocking everyone. Elder Zhao's voice echoed across the arena as he addressed Martial University's failures. He condemned their neglect of responsibility and the misuse of power, declaring their loss to Jiangsu Martial University undeniable. As a result, Su Bai would keep the twin swords as rightful spoils of victory. With a final judgment, Elder Zhao stripped the Martial University principal of his position, deeming him too reckless and impatient. Instead, he was reassigned as an instructor, a punishment that left him speechless. Meanwhile, the tournament officials announced a brief pause to repair the battlefield before the grand finals. The crowd cheered for Jiangsu Martial University, recognizing them as the strongest contenders of the tournament. Many whispered about Su Bai, calling him the biggest dark horse of the competition. As the excitement settled, Su Bai's mentors and allies praised him for his victory, acknowledging the honor he had brought to Jiangsu Martial University. Despite his composed demeanor, Su Bai jokingly admitted that even he had been a little nervous. As Jiangsu Martial University advanced to the finals, discussions turned to their next opponent, Great Wall Military Martial University. Their strongest fighter, Han Jan, was known to be an unfathomable force. Despite the challenges ahead, reaching the finals was already an incredible achievement. Su Bai, however, was far from satisfied. With a playful grin, he reminded the principal of his contributions, subtly hinting at a well-deserved reward. Amused, the principal handed over 2 high-tier silver beast cores, acknowledging Su Bai's ability to take full advantage of the situation. With only an hour before the final match, excitement filled the arena. The 100 Schools tournament reached its climax as spectators roared in anticipation. Fans of both sides cheered, some chanting Han Zhan's name, others placing their hopes on Jiangsu Martial University. As the grand finals began, Han Zhan stood tall, declaring he had been waiting for this moment. He proposed a decisive battle, 1 round to determine the true winner. Su Bai accepted without hesitation. This was exactly what he wanted. Before making his move, Su Bai activated his system to analyze Han Zhan's attributes. As expected, his opponent's stats were far from ordinary. His constitution and agility were at an unknown limit, proving the danger ahead. Without wasting a second, Han Zhan charged forward, his spear crackling with energy. He taunted Su Bai, demanding he fight properly rather than standing idle. Su Bai smirked, activating his abilities. If Han Zhan was in such a rush to see his power, he'd gladly show him. Han Zhan moved at blinding speed, his afterimages surrounding the battlefield. He taunted Su Bai, challenging him to show his full strength. Su Bai reacted instantly, weaving through the attacks, narrowly avoiding each strike. Watching closely, Su Bai realized Han Zhan had been holding back in previous fights. His true speed was only now being revealed. Han Zhan swung his staff with precision, forcing Su Bai to stay on the defensive. The commentators were in disbelief. They had assumed speed was Han Zhan's weakness, but now it was clear he had no weaknesses. His agility, strength, and defense were on an entirely different level. Among the younger generation, Han Zhan was an unstoppable force. Unless someone with far superior power challenged him, no one stood a chance. The conclusion was evident: Jiangsu Martial University could only aim for second place. Su Bai was no match for Han Zhan. Su Bai launched a powerful strike, aiming straight for Han Zhan, but Han Zhan barely flinched, countering effortlessly. Observing closely, Su Bai acknowledged Han Zhan's incredible combat experience. He had fought countless battles and displayed no weaknesses. Su Bai prepared his next move. He claimed Han Zhan wouldn't escape this time, unleashing a fierce attack. Han Zhan's eyes widened in shock as Su Bai's strike landed with explosive force. The seemingly invincible warrior had been caught off guard. The crowd erupted with mixed reactions. Some called Su Bai's attack underhanded, while others praised his ruthlessness. To them, this wasn't just a match, it was a real battlefield, where winning was all that mattered. Han Zhan, regaining his stance, scoffed at Su Bai's tactics. He accused him of using shameless tricks, but Su Bai simply smirked. reminding him that in a fight, anything was fair game. Without hesitation, Su-bai followed up with another fierce strike, aiming for an opening. Han-jan barely managed to react, but Su-bai wasn't letting up. He leaped into the air, delivering a crushing blow with full force, determined to finish the fight. Han-jan's aura flared as he declared he would fight at full power. Dark energy surged around him, his confidence unwavering. He had gathered enough intel on Su-bai, now it was time to strike. With a single motion, Han-jan unleashed a devastating technique, sending a barrage of energy slashes towards Su-bai. Instead of dodging, Su-bai stood his ground, determined to test his endurance against the overwhelming force. The commentators were in shock. Han-jan had just used a legendary technique, one that was said to have wiped out thousands in a single strike years ago. If Su-bai couldn't withstand this attack, the fight would be over in an instant. Su-bai braced himself as Han-jan unleashed his full strength. Waves of energy slashed through the air, forcing Su-bai back. The intensity of the attack was overwhelming, pushing him to his limits. The force of the impact sent Su-bai flying. For a moment, the crowd held its breath. Had he been defeated? Han-jan stood tall, confident in his dominance. He challenged Su-bai to show his true power, refusing to believe this was all he had. From the sidelines, spectators doubted anyone could survive such a devastating technique. Had Su-bai finally fallen? Or was this just the beginning of his counterattack? Su-bai steadied himself, gripping his weapons tightly. Han-jan had pushed him to the limit, leaving him no choice but to fight at full strength. Summoning his beasts, Bai and another massive creature appeared beside him, radiating overwhelming power. Flames roared as Su-bai commanded them into battle, turning the tide in an instant. Han-jan acknowledged Su-bai's true strength, realizing he had been holding back all along. But it was too late. Su-bai charged forward with his beasts, unleashing an all-out assault. Su-bai went on the offensive, his powerful allies at his side. Su-bai wasted no time, launching a fierce attack with Bai by his side. Han-jan barely managed to block as Su-bai's relentless assault pushed him back. The impact shook the battlefield, forcing Han-jan to brace himself. Refusing to go down easily, Han-jan retaliated with a powerful counterattack, but Su-bai's beast struck with overwhelming force. Han-jan stumbled, his strength wavering. The battlefield had shifted. Su-bai now had complete control. Han-jan staggered, his armor shattered, yet he still held his weapon tightly. Su-bai warned him that continuing to fight was pointless. Accepting defeat wasn't shameful. But Han-jan refused to back down. He activated a hidden technique, energy surging violently around him. This was a power he had hesitated to use, one he couldn't fully control. With no other choice, Han-jan unleashed it. A massive burst of dark energy erupted, shaking the battlefield. Su-bai, taken aback, questioned if this was even a normal battle anymore. The sheer intensity of the attack was beyond anything expected at this level. Some students whispered among themselves, talking about the difference between the power levels. One of them remarked that anything below gold rank was basically cannon fodder. They believed Han-jan was likely at the peak of the gold level, far above Su-bai, who was still stuck at the bronze rank. No matter how strong Su-bai was in their eyes, the gap was impossible to bridge. Meanwhile, Han-jan unleashed a terrifying final attack, completely engulfed in purple energy, his eyes glowing with fury. He declared that Su-bai wouldn't survive this last move. The sky lit up with overwhelming energy as Han-jan struck down with full force. Su-bai stood his ground but couldn't hide his panic. He admitted to himself that he couldn't hold off such a powerful blow. Just as the attack was about to land, Su-bai desperately cried out for help, calling for Bai. In a flash of green energy, rushed in and swapped positions. Han-jan's ultimate attack landed with devastating force, engulfing the area in a violent explosion of purple energy. The impact echoed across the field, shocking everyone watching as the blast lit up the surroundings. Realizing Han-jan had exhausted himself with that last strike, Su-bai sent the tiger in for the counterattack. Meanwhile, the teachers and officials monitoring the battle were stunned. One of them questioned if Su-bai had just used spatial abilities, something only beings at platinum rank and above could typically control. They couldn't believe that someone supposedly still at the bronze level could display such power. The observers continued to reel from the shock of what they had just witnessed. One of the senior officials, stunned, realized that the movement technique Su-bai used wasn't just any skill, it was a top-tier ability, one that had now been reworked by Su-bai himself. That kind of innovation and control could only come from someone with monstrous talent. The question hung in the air: was Su-bai really just a bronze rank? Meanwhile, other spectators in the arena were just as bewildered. Some questioned whether this was still a gold rank tournament or if they were watching a demolition of their entire martial stage. The dust and smoke clouded the arena, and someone wondered if the battle's outcome had already been decided. As the smoke cleared, the result became undeniable. Han Jian lay defeated on the ground, badly injured, while Su-bai stood tall beside his massive white tiger companion. With a sigh of disbelief, someone admitted Su-bai's victory. The principal clenched his fists in excitement. Eyes wide in disbelief, Su-bai had really won. The crowd watched as the announcer confirmed it. The overall champion of this tournament was none other than Su-bai from Jiangsu Martial University. With blood still on his face and a calm wave to the audience, Su-bai stood tall, battle-worn, but victorious. Cheers erupted from the sidelines. His classmates jumped up in celebration, praising him as both a champion and a legend. The principal, overcome with emotion, dropped to his knees, proudly declaring he had placed his faith in the right person. From the audience to the stands, Su-bai's name echoed across the arena. Everyone shouted in admiration, hailing him as the strongest of the younger generation, invincible, unbeatable, and now, their crowned champion. The celebrations didn't stop at the arena. All across the city, Su-bai's victory was being broadcasted live. Students and citizens watching on the big screens shouted his name, amazed by his overwhelming performance. Jiangsu Martial University had just produced a true star. Somewhere in the crowd, his girlfriend's eyes sparkled with admiration. She clutched her hands to her chest, overwhelmed with joy. To her, Su-bai wasn't just a winner, he was the best. Back in the Su family living room, excitement exploded. Su-bai's sister jumped with pride, declaring that her brother had become the national champion. Their parents cheered beside her, overwhelmed and proud, barely able to believe what they were seeing. It was a moment of pure happiness for the whole family. Not long after, Su-bai found himself surrounded by reporters. Microphones and cameras were shoved toward him as they bombarded him with questions. How did it feel to become the champion of the 100-school tournament? What did he want to say to Han Jian, the opponent he had just defeated? After the victory, reporters swarmed around Su-bai, hungry for interviews and sound bites. The principal had to step in, shielding the exhausted champion while urging the crowd to back off. Su-bai needed rest, questions would have to wait. With a proud arm around Su-bai, the principal guided him away from the crowd, telling him to return to the hotel to recuperate. He assured Su-bai that he'd take care of everything else. After all, as the champion, Su-bai had just secured a mountain of rewards. At the mention of rewards, Su-bai's tired expression lit up. Curious, he asked just how much he'd earned. The principal threw out some numbers, tens of millions. No, actually, at least 600 million in total. Su-bai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Energized by the thought, he jokingly shouted he was ready to fight 10 more Han Jians if it meant more winnings. Later, news of the tournament finale spread far and wide. On the streets, giant screens displayed Su-bai's face. The Martial University Hotel, hosting the event, became a hotspot for celebration. The tournament had come to a close, and students from across the nation had showcased their strength and pride. But of all the rising stars, none shined brighter than Su-bai, Jiangsu Martial University's unstoppable champion. Following his courageous display during the championship, Su-bai was officially commended by the military. For his exceptional bravery and performance on the battlefield, he was awarded first-class military merit, a prestigious honor medal, and a reward of 60,000 merit points, an incredible achievement for any student. At the same time, the new national rankings of the martial universities were announced. Jiangsu Martial University, Su-bai's school, soared to the top, receiving an annual military investment of 50 billion, putting it shoulder to shoulder with the most elite academies in the country. The buzz around Su-bai was unstoppable. News reports praised Jiangsu Martial University for its rising prominence and predicted it would soon become the premier training base for beast-taming ability users. The streets were filled with citizens watching the giant screens, and even songs were being written about Su-bai, turning him into a legend. In the crowd, people continued to talk about how Su-bai had single-handedly battled and defeated the strongest contenders from top martial universities. Some whispered about how close he'd come to collapse from his injuries, amazed he had held on. After everything that had happened, Su-bai finally woke up, stretching with a groan as he sat up in bed. His first thought, how had he ended up sleeping for so long? It was Manny, holding a tray with food. She smiled and told him that the principal had instructed everyone to let him rest undisturbed. Now that he was awake, it was time to return to Jeongju together. The school's car was already waiting downstairs. Su-bai got up, ready to pack. But before they left, he said there was something he had to do first. Manny looked at him curiously. With a grin, Su-bai pointed upward and declared that he wanted to take Xiaoba and Xiaobai to the buffet at the Demon Marshal cafeteria for one last feast. After everything they'd been through, they deserved it. Manny couldn't help but laugh, realizing that after the chaos, Demon Marshal was about to suffer another round of devastation, this time at the hands of Su-bai's appetite. Back at Jeongju Martial University, a massive welcome ceremony awaited Su-bai and the returning heroes. The campus was decorated with banners, and the crowd gathered in full force. Jokes flew about how Su-bai loved Demon Marshal's Grand Gate, but Jeongju had now outdone it with an even more impressive display, thanks to their 50 billion investment. Cheers erupted as voices shouted, "Welcome back, heroes!" The atmosphere was electric, the pride of victory echoing through every chant. The speaker took the stage, announcing to all students that Jeongju Martial had won the championship, truly a sky-splitting moment in the school's history. Soon, the principal invited Su-bai to speak. As the standout captain of the tournament, he stepped forward, the spotlight now his. Su-bai addressed the crowd. What he wanted most to share, he said, was that no so-called legend or invincible opponent was unbreakable. No matter how strong the enemy, as long as they refused to give up, they would always have a chance to win. With the spotlight on him, Su-bai was asked if he had any suggestions for improving the school, now that it had gained such a massive funding boost after winning the championship. Su-bai thought for a moment before speaking seriously. He pointed out that what truly separated top-tier schools from the rest wasn't just prestige, it was the quality of cultivation resources. He suggested hiring professional alchemists to help produce training potions for the students. That, he said, would fill the gap in resources and help everyone grow stronger. The crowd responded with applause, and Su-bai wrapped up his speech by encouraging everyone to work together to bring glory to Jeongju Martial University. His words earned praise from the staff, who hailed him as a true role model and the pride of their academy. Later, in a private meeting, the principal handed Su-bai a reward, reminiscing about when Su-bai first earned his Golden Merit Badge. He'd known back then that Su-bai was destined for greatness. Su-bai accepted the praise humbly, saying it was all his duty, but cheekily reminded the principal not to forget the promised 500 million reward. After giving his victorious speech, Su-bai sat down with the principal to discuss a little unfinished business. Su-bai brought up the reward he was owed, cheekily reminding the principal that the school had earned a whopping 50 billion thanks to him. Surely, he joked, 500 million wasn't too much to ask. The principal nearly choked, exclaiming that it was supposed to be 5 million, not 500 million. But Su-bai argued back he had shed blood for the school and made them a fortune. Wasn't that worth a bit more? Flustered, the principal said he'd transfer him 10,000 military merit points and suggested he redeem cultivation resources directly from the stationed officers. Su-bai, still unsatisfied, protested loudly, accusing the principal of betrayal and injustice. Standing in front of the closed door, he pouted and muttered, "Old man, you win this time?" Though the principal didn't give in to Su-bai's full demand, Su-bai accepted the 1 billion with a smirk, muttering that revenge could wait after all. Even a smaller sum would be enough to upgrade Xiaoba and Xiaobai for now. Meanwhile, Su-bai's popularity continued to explode. A group of female students showed up at his dorm trying to catch a glimpse of him, only to be told he wasn't there. Little did they know, Su-bai was already relaxing somewhere else, far from the chaos. Xiaobai and Xiaoba, his loyal companions, were treated to a hearty meal, gobbling down food happily while a hand from above reminded them not to choke. Su-bai lounged above them on his bunk, arms behind his head, finally at ease. He praised them for their great performance during the tournament and told them to rest up well because there would definitely be more challenges ahead. Just as Su-bai was about to fully relax, a sudden flash of golden light filled the room. His eyes widened, body glowing faintly as he sat up on his bunk. Su-bai's Earth-type spirit beast finally evolved, breaking through to the early silver rank. The breakthrough activated its bloodline and even granted it a new elemental talent related to Earth. He looked at the upgrade results and felt like the money he spent was finally worth it. Encouraged, he pushed the turtle to keep eating so it could continue leveling up. Not long after, another flash lit up the room. It was his white tiger, which had also leveled up. Stats and talents updated. It now stood proudly beside the turtle. Su-bai laughed proudly. He joked that even Han-jan had to grind until his 30s to hit early silver, while he managed it thanks to these two food-loving beasts. Now, with both pets leveling up smoothly, he was confident his own rank would skyrocket next. Out of nowhere, a man in a pink shirt dashed into Su-bai's hallway like his life depended on it, calling him a god. Caught off guard, Su-bai sat there confused with his two spirit beasts, wondering what got into this guy. The visitor named Jia could barely contain himself. He grabbed Su-bai's hand and dramatically announced that he had awakened as a beast tamer too, just like Su-bai. Trying to calm him down, Su-bai told him to take it slow, but Jia wasn't done. He proudly pulled out his own spirit beast, a turtle, just like Su-bai's little 8. Su-bai was stunned. He didn't expect Jia to get the exact same kind of beast. Turns out, Jia father was so thrilled about his son awakening that he spent a fortune to catch a bronze rank beast for him. Su-bai, still crouched in disbelief, couldn't help but question, what's a low-rank beast like that really going to achieve anyway? Jia proudly declared he would raise only turtles specifically, ones like Su-bai's little 8. In his mind, any proper beast tamer should raise a Wangba, and he even tried to rope Su-bai into agreeing with that idea. Su-bai awkwardly tried to explain that not all Wangbas are that special, but before he could finish, something unexpected happened. A system notification popped up. Su-bai had just awakened a brand new talent, Dominion. It allowed him to use sacred beast blood to trigger deeper awakening in other beast tamers, granting their beasts a rare bloodline and transforming them into descendants of sacred beasts. According to the system, with enough synchronization and desire, he could actually help others unlock beast master potential too, and even control life and death of awakened beasts. He looked at Jia turtle, then at his own little 8 and Whitey, and couldn't help but wonder, were his pets about to start taking disciples of their own? Jia noticed Su-bai's strange reaction and asked why he looked even more hyped than him. Su-bai quickly recovered and agreed raising a Wangba was the true path of a good beast tamer. He even echoed Jia earlier claim, saying if you're not raising one, you're doing it wrong. He was definitely acting a bit too enthusiastic. Meanwhile, over at Zhongju Martial University, new students gathered for their beast tamer training. The place was now considered one of the top institutions, attracting aspiring tamers from all over. A group chatted about the reputation of the school, and one of them was especially excited, declaring that they came just to learn under Su-bai himself. As the orientation began, an instructor welcomed the students and told them to stay calm. Since they had chosen this path, the school would open its arms to guide them. She then asked everyone to bring out their contracted beasts. And with full confidence, one buffed-out guy loudly announced his own partner and proudly pulled a strange, floppy turtle out of his backpack. The crowd's faces said it all. Expectations versus reality just hit hard. Turns out the goofy-looking turtle wasn't the only one. More students showed up with the exact same type of spirit beast. It quickly became clear, Wangbas were trending, and this was less like an admission event and more like a Wangba convention. One student, Lei Guang, proudly displayed his turtle and insisted he was a beast tamer too. But the instructor wasn't buying it. She called him out, saying he lacked the qualities of a true tamer and probably was just a physically gifted martial artist. Worse, she questioned whether his spirit beast was even legit, suspecting it was just a cheap wild turtle from the local market. Not stopping there, the instructor shifted her sharp gaze to other students too, starting to assess their abilities. She pointed at another student and pegged him as a lightning type Asper, clearly keeping a mental tally of who belonged where. The crowd wasn't having it though. Lei Guang protested loudly, claiming his turtle was special and that he wanted to be in the same class as Su-bai. Another guy backed him up, arguing that being a lightning Asper shouldn't disqualify anyone from becoming a beast tamer. His turtle, after all, was a lightning type too. Su-bai walked onto campus and was immediately hit with a strange realization: Wangbas were everywhere. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this still a school or a nationwide turtle cult? Someone even joked that by being near the beast tamer department long enough, you might evolve your own special lightning Wangba. Elsewhere in the crowd, a girl holding a purple beast heard someone mention Subai and froze. She couldn't believe it. Subai was here in person. As soon as someone spotted him, the crowd went wild. People started shouting his name, drawing attention from all directions. Subai barely had a moment to react before waves of excited fans surged toward him. Dozens of students started shouting their admiration. Some claimed they were inspired to become beast tamers after watching his battles, while others wore outfits mimicking his style. One guy even declared Subai's life goals had become his own. Another, not even a beast tamer, ran forward just to be near him. Subai looked around, stunned. How did stepping onto campus suddenly feel like crashing a fan convention? While the campus buzzed with excitement over Subai's appearance, somewhere else, panic broke out. A cloud of smoke exploded in the courtyard as someone frantically yelled for the principal's help. Meanwhile, on the front lines, a high-level military meeting was underway. Officers gathered in a war room, reporting recent intelligence. Surveillance had picked up movements from multiple enemy tribes. Their actions suggested they were paying close attention to human deployments. 13 powerful enemy factions, including spectral cats, six-eared wolves, and diamond bears, were gathering near the human base. Though their intentions weren't clear yet, the threat was too big to ignore. One commanding officer firmly stated that regardless of the enemy's plans, they must strike preemptively. He revealed he had already given the order. 3 elite students selected from the upcoming inter-academy tournament would be sent ahead to Bihui Marsh to carry out a reconnaissance mission. That sparked protest. Another officer stood up, alarmed at the mention of Bihui Marsh, an infamous forbidden zone. He questioned the decision, worried that these students hadn't even graduated yet. Sending them into such danger sounded reckless. Back in the war room, one of the officers hesitated. He suggested they reconsider sending students to such a dangerous mission. But the man in charge, Mr. Yan King, stood firm. As warriors of the human race, the students would eventually face the front lines anyway. This would just be sooner than expected. He had full confidence they'd carry out the task. He stressed that the only thing keeping enemy royalty from moving recklessly was his own presence holding the line. That's why the upcoming recon mission was critical and must be executed immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement. Orders were clear. Meanwhile, Subai burst into the room, yelling that things were getting out of hand. The school was slowly turning into a Wang Ba breeding ground. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. The principal welcomed him and introduced a guest, Cow Man, the head of the prestigious Cow family. Apparently, he'd come specifically to discuss the return of the Cow family's sacred soldier, and that sacred soldier just happened to be tied to Subai. Subai entered the room to find several men waiting guests of the prestigious Cow family. It quickly became clear what they were here for. They wanted the return of the legendary twin blades tied to the Cow clan's legacy. Subai casually pointed out that even the principal said those weapons were being entrusted to him. If they were here to reclaim them, they were a step too late. The Cow representatives weren't having it. They shouted that those divine weapons rightfully belonged to their family. If it weren't for the respect they held for Principal Zhao, they wouldn't have even bothered negotiating. Trying to mask their arrogance with formality, they claimed they had come in good faith to retrieve the weapons, but Subai's attitude wasn't helping. Before tensions could explode further, a loud slam echoed through the room. The principal slammed his hand on the desk. Everyone immediately fell silent. The principal made it clear, Yongwu Academy was not the Cow family's playground. Whether Subai wanted to return the twin divine blades was his personal choice. It was his right to keep them if he wanted. Trying a different angle, one of the Cow family men shifted tone and asked Subai to name his conditions. But Subai just smirked, saying the weapons had been serving him quite well lately, making no sign of letting them go. A woman from the group then stepped in, playing the logic card. She reminded Subai that once on the battlefield against the myriad tribes, strength was everything. Instead of holding on to 2 useless blades, wouldn't it be smarter to trade them for cultivation resources he actually needed? Subai paused, nodding slightly, acknowledging that her reasoning had a point. But the sly look in his eyes said it all. This wasn't over yet. With a sly smile, Subai finally named his price 10 billion. The Cow family reps were floored. 10 billion for 2 weapons. That was outrageous, even by divine gear standards. They argued the weapons weren't worth that much even if completely reforged. Subai, playing it cool, admitted the blades didn't hold much value in his own hands either, but for the Cow family, they were vital heirlooms. He pressed the point further. If these blades were given back to the Cow heir, they wouldn't just be weapons, they'd be his life-saving tools in future battles. Wasn't that worth 10 billion? Not to mention the time and cost it would take to recreate them from scratch. The room boiled over. One rep snapped, saying Subai was blatantly extorting them. Another groaned that Subai's shameless face was finally being revealed. His business tactics were worse than robbery. Just when it seemed like the negotiation might fall apart, the calmest man in the room, the Cow family patriarch, spoke up and agreed to the deal. 10 billion it was. Deal closed. Subai played it smooth, praising the patriarch's decisiveness and maturity. The Cow head said the money would be transferred that very day and expected the weapons returned immediately after. The others confirmed money first, goods after. Subai reassured them with a confident smile, promising a clean and honest transaction. Everyone exited the room with tense smiles and subtle nods. After they left, Subai turned to the principal with a question. Why were the Cow family suddenly so desperate to get their weapons back, throwing money like it was nothing? After the Cow family matter was settled, the principal shared some serious news with Subai. The military's official orders had arrived. All students and instructors who were summoned had to report to the front lines within 3 days. Not only that, Subai and King Shu had been assigned a special mission on top of the regular deployment. Subai was surprised but ready to listen. The principal turned solemn. This upcoming campaign was no ordinary operation. It would be humanity's first counterattack against the myriad tribes in over a century. He reminded Subai that once they stepped onto the battlefield, titles no longer mattered. There would be no students, no teachers, no principals, only warriors. They had to face the mission with fearless resolve. At the imperial capital Martial University, a senior stepped up, proudly declaring the school to be the home of the nation's finest warriors. Holding up a formal document, he proclaimed that in times of war, it was their duty to be the first to respond. He rallied the students to fight for the nation, for the people, and to stand unshaken through any hardship. Meanwhile, over at Magic Capital Martial University, the new headmaster took the stage. He reminded everyone that whenever disaster strikes, their school had always stood at the forefront. He urged the students to repay the country with their strength and resolve, even if it meant risking everything. The students responded with passion, declaring that their names would be etched in history as protectors of their race, undefeated in battle. 3 days later, at the Great Wall military base, preparations were in full swing. Soldiers were hard at work, tightening inspections and running final checks. The large-scale operation was about to begin the next day, and there was no room for error. Weapons needed to be tested again and again, especially the magic crystal cannons. Officers reminded everyone to ensure energy supplies were stable and warned them not to overlook even the smallest detail. They emphasized the importance of watching enemy movements closely. No enemy should come within 50 miles of the wall. If they did, they were to be eliminated on sight. Meanwhile, among the students from Jiangnan Martial University, a few of them voiced concerns. They noticed how students from other top schools were fully equipped with armor, while their own group only had school uniforms. In such a dangerous environment, this felt like a death sentence. They complained to the head of their school, wondering why, despite having money, they weren't given proper protection. After all, hundreds of suits of armor shouldn't be that hard to afford. The teacher responded calmly. He admitted that under normal conditions, the school could buy resources from the military freely. But during wartime, everything had changed. Resources could now only be exchanged through military merit. If they wanted armor, they'd have to earn it through real battlefield achievements. Alarms blared across the base. The enemy was approaching fast. Commanders immediately called for all units to get into position. The defense troops stationed at the Great Wall were ordered to gather and prepare for deployment. Amid the urgency, military officers quickly briefed the school leaders and students, explaining there was no time for formal introductions. Their task was simple: assist in defending the wall alongside the stationed army. However, strict orders were in place. No one was allowed to engage unless given a direct command. Suddenly, a burst of energy surged from the mustached headmaster as he took charge. He called on all warriors from Magic Capital Martial University to follow him to the wall and assist with the defense. Not to be outdone, the representative from Imperial Capital Martial University issued a similar rallying cry, ordering all his people to the front lines. The momentum built fast. As students and staff rushed toward the wall, one rookie admitted to feeling nervous. But the headmaster, leading the way without hesitation, simply reminded him. Their mission was clear: defend the Great Wall at all costs. As the students reached the top of the Great Wall, their eyes widened in shock. The ground shook, and a dark tide of beasts surged over the horizon like a wave crashing down. The students could hardly believe what they were seeing. It was a full-scale beast tide. One of them, overwhelmed by the terrifying sight, muttered in disbelief. Facing such a massive onslaught, he couldn't help but panic. The students watched as countless savage beasts charged forward. Wolves, armored monsters, and winged creatures filled the battlefield. The scale of the horde was staggering. With numbers reaching into the tens of thousands, it looked more like a slaughterhouse waiting to happen than a battle. Back inside, the headmaster addressed the students calmly. He explained that the military would be leading the charge in this war against the 10,000 Race Alliance. The students' role was to support and gradually adapt to the battlefield environment. Subai raised a question, since the new command restricted them from taking offensive action on their own. Did that rule also apply to their tamed beasts? Seeing the overwhelming number of beasts charging in, Subai couldn't help but get excited. This was a perfect opportunity for fast leveling. But the headmaster reminded him firmly. This was a battlefield, not a game. Fooling around could get someone killed. The magic crystal cannons stationed along the wall roared to life. Blue energy blasts rained down like a storm, crashing into the incoming tide of monsters. Even the students watching were shaken. The raw destructive power of those cannons was terrifying enough to tear through entire ranks of the beast horde. Meanwhile, the command team sprang into action. Orders were shouted to recharge the cannons and get ready for the next volley. As the savage beasts broke through the outer perimeter, Subai was the first to shout the warning they were charging in. The commanding officer issued another directive. The platinum-ranked elites were to move out and intercept. In a flash, several top-tier fighters surged forward, cloaked in powerful auras and elemental energy, ready to unleash devastating attacks on the incoming tide. Their combined power exploded in a stunning barrage of color and destruction, raining chaos on the battlefield and halting the beast wave's momentum. But the fight wasn't over yet. Moments later, even the gold-ranked elites took action, soaring into the air to back up the front lines. Orders went out across the wall. Everyone had to hold their position and guard the stronghold with everything they had. With a thunderous roar, human warriors charged from the Great Wall, while waves of vicious beasts stormed forward from the other side. High-level fighters launched into the sky, engaging monstrous creatures mid-air, while others fought tooth and nail on the ground. Meanwhile, back on the observation deck, the students couldn't stand watching any longer. Fired up by the fight, they pleaded with the headmaster to let them join the front lines and fight alongside the Great Wall defenders. But the headmaster shut them down immediately. He reminded them sternly that this wasn't a game or training, it was real war. The headmaster continued to hold firm, telling the students that the military's orders were meant to protect them. Throwing them into a battle of this scale without proper experience would be nothing short of reckless. Their time would come, but only after they'd proven themselves as real warriors. Meanwhile, the platinum-ranked elites launched a devastating coordinated strike. A massive energy blast erupted onto the battlefield, leaving a powerful shockwave in its wake. A purple-haired mage noticed something strange. The magic crystal cannons had supposedly stopped firing, but a massive energy beam had just gone off. Back in the control room, the officers were equally confused. One of them demanded to know who had authorized the cannon to fire again, especially since the official command was to cease fire. Back on the wall, Subai continued his unique strategy, using his beast, Zioba, as a living artillery weapon. With a grin on his face, he commanded it to keep firing at the enemies below, excited to rack up more military merit. The others around him were stunned. Even the headmaster was caught off guard, jokingly scolding Subai for always finding unexpected ways to bend the rules. One observer was left speechless, questioning if beast tamers were even supposed to fight like this. Subai directed Zioba to specifically target low-ranking enemies, aiming for maximum merit gain. But when the beast mistakenly blasted a high-tier enemy, Subai immediately corrected it, yelling that elite enemies were too tough and wouldn't count toward their credit if they weren't defeated. He stressed again, go for the bronze-tier beasts only. Take them out quickly, and above all, don't mess it up or hurt yourself in the process. Subai called out to his white tiger, Ziobai, demanding it to fight harder and stop slacking. He teased that if it didn't pick up the pace, he'd feed all the beast cores to Zioba instead. Meanwhile, the two powerful beasts rampaged across the field, cutting down enemies with incredible strength. Observers on the ground were shocked. Who did these beasts belong to? Someone said they were the tamed beasts of a student from Zhongnan Martial University. No one could believe it. The idea that a student who hadn't even graduated could train such terrifying creatures was unbelievable to many. As the smoke of battle began to fade, the cleanup operation was underway. The command issued orders. All platinum-ranked warriors were to pursue and eliminate the remaining fleeing beasts, while the gold-ranked elites were tasked with finishing off any survivors left on the battlefield. Back at the observation post, the headmaster couldn't help but laugh, patting Subai on the shoulder and praising his creativity. Subai had once again come up with something unexpected and effective. The students, curious, asked how his two summoned beasts had grown so strong in such a short time. Subai grinned and humbly credited the school for providing him with the necessary resources. He jokingly teased the headmaster, asking if this counted as enough merit to earn a little extra support from the military next time. The headmaster smiled but reminded him that technically, none of them had joined the fight directly. They had only been guarding the wall. Still, with how many beasts Subai had eliminated, there was no denying he had earned considerable credit. Elsewhere, a military officer reported the results of the battle. The toll had been heavy. Over 560 soldiers lost, and all 200 magic crystal cannons were now offline and in cooldown mode for nearly 6 hours. Despite the losses, the results were impressive. Over 25,000 enemy beasts had been wiped out in the battle. The victory was hard-won, but it was a decisive one. General Huan Shan reviewed the outcome of the battle and praised the army's swift success, noting that such a major victory had been achieved in just half an hour. A staff officer stepped forward with another report. Although Subai hadn't officially left the city walls to engage, he had made significant contributions. Using his summoned beasts as a power source for the magic crystal cannon, Subai had managed to eliminate a large number of enemy beasts. Impressed by the creativity and results, the officer requested that Subai be granted military merit for his actions. General Huan Shan raised an eyebrow at the unusual method, finding it intriguing. At the base plaza, students gathered around the public display boards where military merit records were posted. Murmurs of dissatisfaction quickly broke out as Subai's name appeared at the top with an absurdly high amount of merit. Many students complained it wasn't fair. Subai hadn't even left the city to fight, so how could he possibly earn so much credit? They suspected there must be some kind of special treatment or inside deal. Others pointed at the numbers in disbelief. Subai had earned over 40,000 merit points, which translated to an astronomical fortune. That amount was comparable to what top-tier platinum or even gold-ranked warriors might accumulate, leaving everyone wondering, what exactly had he done to deserve it? Though jealousy and suspicion ran high, one voice coldly remarked that if they had Subai's strength, they could have done the same. But deep down, they all knew Subai wasn't just any ordinary student. Back on the wall, Subai continued his unique strategy, using his beast, Zioba, as a living artillery weapon. With a grin on his face, he commanded it to keep firing at the enemies below, excited to rack up more military merit. The others around him were stunned. Even the headmaster was caught off guard, jokingly scolding Subai for always finding unexpected ways to bend the rules. One observer was left speechless, questioning if beast tamers were even supposed to fight like this. Subai directed Zioba to specifically target low-ranking enemies, aiming for maximum merit gain. But when the beast mistakenly blasted a high-tier enemy, Subai immediately corrected it, yelling that elite enemies were too tough and wouldn't count toward their credit if they weren't defeated. He stressed again, go for the bronze-tier beasts only. Take them out quickly, and above all, don't mess it up or hurt yourself in the process. Subai called out to his white tiger, Ziobai, demanding it to fight harder and stop slacking. He teased that if it didn't pick up the pace, he'd feed all the beast cores to Zioba instead. Meanwhile, the two powerful beasts rampaged across the field, cutting down enemies with incredible strength. Observers on the ground were shocked. Who did these beasts belong to? Someone said they were the tamed beasts of a student from Zhongnan Martial University. No one could believe it. The idea that a student who hadn't even graduated could train such terrifying creatures was unbelievable to many. As the smoke of battle began to fade, the cleanup operation was underway. The command issued orders. All platinum-ranked warriors were to pursue and eliminate the remaining fleeing beasts, while the gold-ranked elites were tasked with finishing off any survivors left on the battlefield. Back at the observation post, the headmaster couldn't help but laugh, patting Subai on the shoulder and praising his creativity. Subai had once again come up with something unexpected and effective. The students, curious, asked how his 2 summoned beasts had grown so strong in such a short time. Subai grinned and humbly credited the school for providing him with the necessary resources. He jokingly teased the headmaster, asking if this counted as enough merit to earn a little extra support from the military next time. The headmaster smiled but reminded him that technically, none of them had joined the fight directly, they had only been guarding the wall. Still, with how many beasts Subai had eliminated, there was no denying he had earned considerable credit. Elsewhere, a military officer reported the results of the battle. The toll had been heavy, over 560 soldiers lost, and all 200 magic crystal cannons were now offline and in cooldown mode for nearly 6 hours. Despite the losses, the results were impressive. Over 25,000 enemy beasts had been wiped out in the battle. The victory was hard-won, but it was a decisive one. General Huan Shan reviewed the outcome of the battle and praised the army's swift success, noting that such a major victory had been achieved in just half an hour. A staff officer stepped forward with another report. Although Subai hadn't officially left the city walls to engage, he had made significant contributions. Using his summoned beasts as a power source for the magic crystal cannon, Subai had managed to eliminate a large number of enemy beasts. Impressed by the creativity and results, the officer requested that Subai be granted military merit for his actions. General Huan Shan raised an eyebrow at the unusual method, finding it intriguing. At the base plaza, students gathered around the public display boards where military merit records were posted. Murmurs of dissatisfaction quickly broke out as Subai's name appeared at the top with an absurdly high amount of merit. Many students complained it wasn't fair. Subai hadn't even left the city to fight, so how could he possibly earn so much credit? They suspected there must be some kind of special treatment or inside deal. Others pointed at the numbers in disbelief. Subai had earned over 40,000 merit points, which translated to an astronomical fortune. That amount was comparable to what top-tier platinum or even gold-ranked warriors might accumulate, leaving everyone wondering, what exactly had he done to deserve it? Though jealousy and suspicion ran high, one voice coldly remarked that if they had Subai's strength, they could have done the same. But deep down, they all knew Subai wasn't just any ordinary student. Cao Zixuan was suddenly approached by Subai, who greeted him warmly, clearly excited to see an old acquaintance. He jokingly asked if Cao was still getting used to wielding dual swords, then casually credited his own recent military success to Cao's past help. Trying to act familiar, Subai threw an arm around Cao, insisting they were good friends and that Cao should come to him for anything he needed in the future. But Cao Zixuan wasn't having it. He coldly rejected the idea of being friends, making it clear he had no intention of getting close to someone like Subai. Subai kept up his cheerful demeanor, teasing that maybe Cao was having trouble handling his weapons. He even offered to help take care of Cao's spirit weapon, claiming he'd been reading up on the topic and knew how to maintain one properly. Cao, completely done with the conversation, simply walked away with a sharp retort. As Cao left, Subai called out, telling him to take care, still as shameless and carefree as ever. The next day, something major was about to happen, marked by a loud alarm blaring from the facility. A high-ranking officer arrived, descending with a glowing aura as soldiers stood at attention. One of them reported that the Great Wall Guard's preparatory forces had finished assembling. The man, introduced as Principal Zhao of the Martial Academy, stepped forward to address the troops. He explained that the previous day's attack by 100,000 beasts was merely a probe. Today, they were expecting a much larger wave. But Zhao made it clear they would not sit back and wait. This day would mark the beginning of humanity's all-out counterattack. With fierce determination, he called for every soldier to raise their blades and defend their homeland. The troops responded with thunderous energy, rallying to his call, chanting their readiness to fight. Then, with a powerful cry to march, Principal Zhao led the army himself, soaring ahead as the soldiers charged forward behind him, ready for war. A massive wave of beasts surged toward the fortress, darkening the landscape. Inside the command room, Subai and another student confronted their school director, frustrated. They asked if they'd be sent out this time or forced to keep hiding behind the walls like before. The principal reminded them that military orders were absolute and their time to shine would come. Meanwhile, a commander called for the Asura Corps to begin their attack, specifically authorizing the elemental free fire tactic. In a dazzling display of power, multiple Asuras unleashed their abilities, blasts of energy, fire, lightning, and more, lighting up the sky and crashing into the incoming beasts with overwhelming force. The battlefield lit up in a storm of elemental destruction. Flames, lightning, and energy blast tore through the beast horde. Watching from above, Subai and the others were stunned by the scale of devastation. Even the academy director, usually composed, admitted how terrifying the assault was. It was no wonder the battlefield was considered hell on earth. Survival under such conditions seemed nearly impossible. Suddenly, a wave of powerful beasts led by armored drill bears broke through the front lines. A field commander shouted a warning, calling for the heavy infantry to engage. The heavy armor corps answered the call. Their leader barked orders, demanding they intercept the enemy's first wave no matter what. The soldiers, wielding massive spiked shields, roared their commitment, charging forward as the frontline defense, ready to clash head-on with the monstrous invaders. The front line erupted into brutal combat as the armored drill bears collided with the heavy armor corps. The bearded squad leader roared for his troops to hold the line, ordering them to stop the beast wave at all costs. Elsewhere, more beast forces advanced, larger and more imposing creatures marching toward the battlefield. One of the beast leaders, a muscular drill clad in spiked armor, was furious. He couldn't believe their elite warriors were being held back by humans. Slamming his fist on the table, he barked an order to break through the line and crush the defenders immediately. Back at the observation platform, Subai was surprised to see that even the leader of the enemy beast tribe appeared in humanoid form. The principal calmly explained that once beast warriors reached a certain level, platinum tier or above, they gained the ability to transform. At even higher ranks, they could live among humans without being noticed unless their power leaked. Subai was stunned. He hadn't realized the enemy was capable of such human-like evolution. Meanwhile, one of the students asked the principal when they would finally receive their mission. The principal reassured him that as the battle heated up, their orders would arrive soon. Sure enough, moments later, a new order came in. The prep squad was instructed to work with the main force to clear the battlefield and assist the wounded. Team assignments were also announced. Subai, along with Hu Qingshu and Han Zhan, were assigned to the first squad. As squad leader, Subai was given flexibility. They could either assist with battlefield clearing or head to the Misty Mountains to join the main army. The second squad was announced, with Wang Yang as leader and members including Cao Zixuan, Guan Jin, and Zhang Lei. Their assignment: assist the military in scouting the Misty Mountains. Later, more squads were named, including a 12th team led by Bai Ningbing, whose mission was to support the city guard in clearing the battlefield. Soon after, an officer called all squads to gather immediately and begin carrying out orders. This sudden urgency left some students shocked and confused. Many weren't expecting to be separated. Some of the students began to question what was going on. Wasn't this supposed to be a mission for classmates to move together? Instead, their schoolmates were scattered across various squads. Others were even more surprised that Subai, Han Zhan, and Hu Qingshu ended up grouped together as a separate team. In the middle of this chaos, Han Zhan was approached by a confident figure in purple armor who greeted Subai and challenged him to another match. Subai casually dismissed the invitation, saying they could settle it later. Right now, they had a mission to figure out. Subai and his two teammates discussed their strange team assignment. It was odd to be grouped together, and the mission details were vague, which made the situation feel suspicious. One of them pointed out that Subai was the squad leader. If he didn't understand what was going on, how could anyone else? Suddenly, Subai had a realization. Something clicked in his mind as he recalled the earlier briefing. Squad leaders had the authority to make their own decisions. That meant their vague assignment might actually be a cover for something more flexible or secretive. When asked what he had figured out, Subai didn't give a straight answer, but seemed confident that he now understood the intent behind their orders. The trio reported to the principal, notifying him that they were setting out to begin their mission. The principal reminded them to be cautious, especially Subai, whom he warned to take care of himself in critical moments. Subai cheerfully acknowledged the principal's warning, then launched himself into action with excitement. He called out to Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu, urging them to keep up or risk being left behind. As the squad sprinted across the battlefield, one of them asked what their actual mission was. Subai didn't answer directly, but was clearly enjoying the rush perhaps too much. One of the others joked that he must have been cooped up for too long and just wanted to let loose. Suddenly, Subai's expression sharpened. He sensed something unusual in the air. Beast core energy. Soon after, the squad arrived at a scene of devastation. The ground littered with corpses, both humans and beasts, along with remnants of the heavy armor core. Subai looked around grimly, acknowledging the brutality of what had unfolded. As the team stood over the fallen warriors, one of them solemnly stated that dying in battle was the highest honor for any soldier. Subai reassured his teammates that he was fine and told the fallen soldier to rest. His duty would now be carried on by the living. Hanjan checked on him, concerned, but Subai calmly responded that this was just part of a soldier's fate. Subai's small beast companions, Zioba and Ziobai, began casually munching on beast cores from the battlefield. One of the teammates nervously asked if that was a violation of military regulations. Subai shrugged it off with a smirk, saying the creatures were just helping with the cleanup. The team continued surveying the battlefield when someone spotted them from afar, recognizing Subai and his squad. Meanwhile, Subai turned to his beast companions, telling them to stop snacking and focus, as their mission wasn't over yet. While holding a freshly retrieved beast core, Subai promised the two small creatures they could feast later. Right now, duty came first. Then, rallying his teammates, Subai signaled it was time to move out. Hanjan and Hu Qingshu asked where they were heading, and Subai casually answered that their destination was the Misty Mountains. As the trio ran off into the distance, Hu Qingshu guessed their heading. One of them teased him for lagging behind, joking that even Hanjan was faster, and if he didn't hurry, the main army would catch up to them. As armored vehicles rolled out, members of the second squad watched Subai and his team rush ahead into the Misty Mountains without waiting for the other scouting teams. Cao Zixuan, observing their eagerness, noted how impatient they were to get started. Without wasting time, the second squad began mobilizing too. Cao gave the order to move out and head into the mountain range. Their objective was clear: assist in terrain scouting. While the Misty Mountains held dangers, as long as they avoided the high-risk areas, the mission should go smoothly. Eager for action and the chance to earn more merit, the group picked up their pace. The team leader encouraged everyone to move quickly. Early arrival could mean more opportunities for military achievement. Subai is surrounded by blazing energy, commands his summons to quickly finish the battle as he's ambushed by a monstrous serpent. A powerful spirit beast glowing blue with intense force strikes the enemy violently. The serpent mocks Subai, calling him arrogant for underestimating them. The man is caught off guard by the immense energy. They're shocked by the overwhelming strength radiating from Subai's summoned beast. The blue energy blast pierces downward with explosive power, crashing into the ground with tremendous impact. Subai surveys the aftermath of the blast as his summoned beasts stand guard. He notes that any regular opponent would have been defeated by that attack, but this situation might be different. From within the smoke and debris, a serpent begins to rise. The serpent revealing its true form. It mocks Subai, admitting surprise that he forced it to reveal its real body. The serpent charges at Subai with deadly speed, aiming straight at him. Subai comments on its intelligence, noticing it strategically targeted him instead of his summons. Riding atop Zioba, Subai taunts the serpent, saying it's too slow to catch him. He quickly commands Zioba to attack. Zioba launches from the sky like a cannonball, aiming straight at the enemy serpent below. The powerful impact lands directly on the serpent's head, making it reel back in pain as Zioba smashes it with full force. Subai calls out to Zioba, urging him to stop waiting around and finish the fight quickly. The white tiger charges in to assist as the serpent tries to recover. An observer is stunned by how powerful Subai's beasts are. He watches in disbelief as Zioba viciously overpowers the serpent. The onlooker starts to doubt whether Zhongyang can even survive this long battle. Subai steps in to finish the fight himself. He tells his team there's no time to play around since they have other missions to complete. With the serpent knocked out, Subai calls out to Zioba to get out of the way, preparing for a finishing move as Zioba and the turtle beast stand over the downed enemy. A devastating energy surge slams down with massive force, shattering the ground and crushing the enemy with raw power. Subai stands over the defeated serpent, confirming that the battle is finally over. Zioba and Ziobai stand proudly beside him, victorious. just as Su-bai prepares to head off and assist the others. Su-bai is stunned to see the serpent's body suddenly swell and mutate, bulging with glowing purple lumps. A massive purple explosion erupts from the serpent's body. In the distance, Han-jan and Kinshu react with shock as they witness the blast, yelling out Su-bai's name in panic. Su-bai protects himself with a barrier as debris rains down. He realizes he underestimated the serpent, surprised it still had another attack left in it. Su-bai spots the serpent crawling away. Shocked, he questions how it's still alive despite the damage. Han-jan tells Su-bai to stop the chase, reminding him that the serpent is already crippled and their priority is rescuing Elder Wang. Han-jan commands Kinshu and another to hold their position while he heads out to save Elder Wang, urging them to secure the area in his absence. The man faces off against two powerful ape beasts. He realizes he underestimated their speed and physical strength, especially that of the larger white ape. Doubt creeps in as he questions whether this might be the end for him. Despite his injuries, he refuses to give in. With blood on his face and determination in his eyes, he decides to take at least one beast down with him if he's going to die. With a burst of fiery energy, he launches himself forward using a powerful spear technique, aiming straight at the enemy group. He pierces through one of the apes mid-air with a fierce cry, locking weapons in a brutal close combat strike. The man, already wounded and exhausted, is caught off guard as two fierce apes leap toward him with aggressive momentum. One of the apes lands a devastating blow directly to his side, sending him staggering from the impact while the other closes in. Before he can recover, he's struck again, this time from the other side, violently tossed into the air, blood flying as he takes severe damage. He is crashing into the battlefield with a powerful force. The man collapses to his knees, battered and bleeding. He realizes that this might really be the end for him. One of the large apes steps forward with a bloodied weapon, taunting the fighter. The apes show no fear, believing it's easy to kill him now. The man glares with defiance. He swears that even if he dies today, his people will eventually wipe out these beasts. As one ape raises its weapon to finish him off, the red-haired fighter mutters a final thought, acknowledging that he won't get the chance to fight alongside Han-jan or Su-bai again. Two spears suddenly cross in mid-air. Su-bai blocks the attack with his shield and rushes to his wounded comrade's side, checking on his condition. The man weakly jokes if Su-bai came to collect his body. The man lies limp, telling Su-bai to avenge him before falling unconscious. Su-bai desperately calls out to him, trying to keep him awake. Enraged, Su-bai charges into the enemy horde alongside Xiaobai and Xiaoba, vowing to tear them apart for what they've done. Su-bai grips his weapon tightly. An ape rushes toward him, roaring fiercely. Su-bai mocks its arrogance, saying it's just a beast yet dares to act so bold. Su-bai unleashes a powerful strike, roaring at the beast to die. A blinding beam shoots from Su-bai's weapon, piercing through the charging ape and sending it flying backward from the impact. A gust of wind stirs the treetops. One of the apes is revealed to be impaled, lifeless and hanging from a tree, killed by Su-bai's precise strike. Xiaoba lets out a deafening roar in victory, intimidating the remaining enemies as the battlefield quiets. Su-bai rushes to the man's side, urging him to wake up, telling him that the revenge has been fulfilled. A system notification appears in front of Su-bai, informing him that the red-haired fighter qualifies to inherit the White Tiger bloodline. The system offers Su-bai a choice: use the White Tiger essence to save his dying comrade. Su-bai, filled with hope, urgently tells his friend to hold on. He now has a way to save him and isn't about to let him die. Su-bai holds Wang Yang, promising he can save him. But he warns that doing so will mean losing freedom and submitting to him forever. Wang Yang weakly nods in acceptance. Su-bai quickly calls out to the White Tiger, asking it for 3 drops of its blood. The tiger charges toward him at full speed. The tiger roars, releasing 3 glowing drops of essence blood. Su-bai catches them carefully, commanding the tiger and another companion to guard him. Su-bai kneels beside Wang Yang, urging him to hold on. He prepares to use the blood to start the ritual or healing process. Su-bai places his glowing hand over Wang Yang's chest, initiating a powerful ritual that triggers a fiery reaction within his body. Wang Yang screams in agony as golden red energy violently surges through him, causing his body to convulse under the intense transformation. The energy disperses, and Wang Yang gasps for breath. Shirtless and dazed, he sits up while Su-bai calmly asks how he feels. Wang Yang stares at his hands in disbelief, amazed at the transformation. He questions Subai's power, realizing it surpasses even the highest level warriors. Subai reminds Wang Yang of their agreement he saved his life, and in return, Wang Yang must obey him and keep his powers secret. A mysterious figure appears in Wang Yang's vision, warning that revealing Subai's secrets would bring catastrophic punishment from the heavens. Wang Yang hears the voice echoing in his head. He solemnly accepts the warning and agrees to keep quiet. Subai casually reminds Wang Yang that saving him was no small task, it cost him a lot, and Wang Yang now owes a heavy price. Wang Yang is left stunned and speechless. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble, and stones shift violently. Wang Yang quickly pushes Subai back, warning him of danger. Subai, caught off guard, questions what's happening. A swarm of giant snakes bursts from the ground. Wang Yang curses, realizing letting one escape earlier led to this mess. Subai commands the white tiger to eliminate the snakes. The tiger charges in with ferocity, tearing through the serpents with blazing attacks. Subai notices something is off. The snake corpses are hollow and fade away. They're not real entities. He questions what's going on. More and more snakes erupt from the ground. Despite efforts to kill them, their numbers keep increasing. Just as Subai and Wang Yang are surrounded, allies arrive to help. They check if Wang Yang is okay, and Subai demands to know why they're late. One teammate explains that these snakes seem endless, likely controlled by someone. He urges Subai to find the source, probably a snake that escaped earlier. Subai asks to borrow Wang Yang's gun. In the background, the white tiger and a turtle beast fight off swarms of snakes. Suddenly, someone spots the shadowy figure hiding among the trees. All eyes lock onto the true source behind the snake swarm. The enemy begins speaking arrogantly, calling the group insects, and unleashing a devastating blue energy beam toward them. One teammate comments in shock the enemy recovered its humanoid form far too quickly after being hit. Subai realizes they're up against a formidable opponent. A powerful humanoid figure with glowing green energy appears, holding an unconscious elder. He mocks the team, revealing that what they fought earlier was merely a clone. Wang Yang charges in with fury, shouting that he'll kill the enemy. His teammates warn that the enemy has grown far stronger than before. With rage in his eyes, Wang Yang yells at Subai to end the enemy immediately, promising to pay any price for it. Another teammate jumps into the fight, telling the others to handle the rest, while he personally takes on the snake-controlling enemy. The glowing enemy sneers at the group, calling them insignificant insects. Subai clenches his fist, unleashing a surge of energy, and declares that he'll capture the enemy and turn him into snake feed. Subai activates a powerful earth element combat technique, calling on elemental spirits and ancient incantations mid-air. With explosive force, Subai launches a direct aerial strike at the glowing enemy, crashing down with blinding impact. Subai's devastating attack smashes into the ground with a thunderous explosion. From within the smoke, the enemy chuckles, acknowledging Subai's strength, but remaining completely unfazed. The enemy taunts Subai, arrogantly demanding that he show himself and fight properly. Suddenly, Subai's glowing fist charges through the air at high speed as he yells out, preparing to strike again. Subai dashes forward and fires a blast toward the enemy. The enemy lands firmly and regains his balance. Subai, emerging from the smoke, acknowledges that the enemy's power has increased significantly since their last encounter. He calls upon Zioba and Ziobai to initiate a powerful formation, the 7-star triple beast array, summoning mystical celestial symbols in the sky. He mentally explains that the 7-star triple array technique, using synchronized source energy, allows him and his allies to perfectly complement each other's strengths. Subai launches a fierce attack from the sky, dual blades glowing with energy. He strikes at a green enemy with full force, shouting a battle cry as shockwaves burst out from the impact. The enemy, surrounded by swirling energy and glowing orbs, calmly blocks the attack. With a cold smirk, he admits Subai's technique is creative, but mocks his lack of strength. A massive creature appears, engulfed in a green barrier. Subai's multicolored attacks clash violently against the beast. A man warns Subai as countless snakes begin to swarm the battlefield. In the distance, a massive 3-headed serpent emerges. One of the Hydra heads unleashes a powerful attack. Its eyes glow, activating a devastating ground-class combat technique aimed straight at Subai. Subai is surrounded by multicolored snakes as they launch a synchronized assault. The technique, Field of Venomous Serpents, activates, locking him in a deadly trap. A powerful shockwave erupts from the ground. Wang Yong stares in shock. He can't believe the destructive power he just witnessed. Desperate, he calls out to Subai, demanding a response. Fearing the worst, Long Ao floats mid-air, charging an intense energy blast. Huanshan glances back calmly, seemingly distracted. Long Ao mocks him, questioning where he's looking. Long Ao unleashes his full power. A giant energy beam crashes down toward the earth, calling out Hu Huanshan's name. The attack roars through the sky like a pillar of destruction. Hu Huanshan stands firm, bracing to receive the strike head-on. Meanwhile, Subai and the others spot a wave of giant serpents charging their way. He immediately calls the team into formation, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. Hu Huanshan calmly tightens his tie and says it's time to stretch a bit. Subai and the others watch in awe as Huanshan activates his ultimate technique. Subai realizes this is the legendary Phoenix Tree technique they've only heard about before. A massive golden explosion radiates from Huanshan, a towering divine tree under a glowing moon. Long Ao stares in shock as the energy surges toward him. He's stunned that Huanshan has actually comprehended the power of divine laws. Long Ao realizes the power of Huanshan's divine law is disrupting his life force. He questions why it can't be defended against. He tears open a rift in space and admits defeat for now. But he warns that Huanshan can't protect Subai forever. Before vanishing, Long Ao vows that his clan will hunt Subai relentlessly. The moment Subai leaves the city's protection, they'll send assassins to kill him. Huanshan, standing tall before the radiant phoenix tree, simply tells him to leave. Wang Yang and the others remain awestruck by the divine power they just witnessed. They wonder aloud if this is what true combat between the strongest looks like. Subai quietly reflects, longing for the day he can achieve that same level of strength. His teammate praises Huanshan's technique, comparing it to the force of nature itself. Huanshan reminds everyone that no matter how powerful someone becomes, there will always be stronger opponents. The only way to keep up is through constant self-improvement. The team listens respectfully. As they gather inside a glowing teleportation array, Huanshan calls out that it's time to return. The team arrives through a golden teleportation portal. Subai is amazed by how easily it was activated with just one person's power, impressed by the level of mastery. Subai and his team admire the feat, joking that if they had such power, everything would be easier. He quietly wishes he could be that strong. A powerful official appears, congratulating Subai for unlocking the sacred beast armor. Huanshan stands nearby, and Subai is unsure of the man's identity. The official instructs Huanshan to bring Subai to the conference room. Subai looks puzzled as the man vanishes again before he can ask anything more. Subai, surprised, asks who the mysterious man was that vanished earlier. Huanshan is surprised he doesn't recognize him. Huanshan explains that the man was Yan King, a heroic figure of the human race and a king-level powerhouse. Subai reacts in disbelief. As they walk together, Huanshan recounts how Yan King once stood beside the legendary Luo Fan, awakening martial spirit during a dark time. His bold declarations earned mockery at first, but history proved him right. Huanshan describes Yan King's vow to rise for martial justice and the glory of humanity, devoting his life to it. In a bustling hall, a female staff member announces Subai's name with excitement, highlighting him as the one chosen by Luo Fan's legacy, a new wielder of the sacred beast armor. Others around her mention how things might have been different had Luo Fan not fallen years ago. Two women observe Subai entering. One expresses hope for the future if Subai rises successfully, even if their own generation must endure hardship. They remark on the immense pressure he must feel. Huanshan advises Subai not to rush, he still isn't ready to shoulder the nation's burden. He urges Subai to focus on improving his strength. Inside a dimly lit strategy room, Huanshan introduces Subai to a table of high-ranking officials and elites. Subai, a bit nervous, admits to feeling pressured by the sheer presence of so many big names. Lin Zhenan, nicknamed Old Tiger, one of the strongest in the diamond rank. He questions why such a powerful figure is even present at this meeting. Another elder with fur trim explains that the situation is urgent. After Subai awakened the sacred beast armor, the enemy clan mobilized heavily and even sent a lord-level assassin to eliminate him. Everyone is asked to voice their stance on the matter. A calm strategist responds that it's been a century since Luo Fan's armor reappeared among humans. If Su-bai can mature fully, he could lead the human race to glory. That makes it vital to protect him at any cost. A man in a suit proposes assigning Su-bai the best instructors and resources enough to help him reach Lord level, or even King rank. He jokes that Su-bai's life is now worth more than all of theirs combined. Su-bai emotionally declares that he must be protected at all costs to avoid assassination by the enemy. He innocently calls everyone good people and asks if there are any other suggestions. Lin Zhenin steps forward with a contrasting opinion. He believes Su-bai should continue training on the battlefield against the enemy clan. Real strength is forged in the crucible of life and death, not in comfort. Lin Zhenin emphasizes that true warriors are forged through hardships, not by shielding them. Su-bai needs to sharpen his will and achieve invincibility through trial. A more cautious official counters that sending Su-bai to the battlefield now is too risky. The enemy clan views Sacred Beast armor as a serious threat. If something happens to Su-bai, the only one in 100 years to awaken this power, who will bear that responsibility? Su-bai stands up and boldly declares his support for Lin Zhenin's opinion. Real warriors must be honed on the battlefield. He uses a metaphor: eagles don't retreat from storms, and wolves don't fear the long night. Doctor Who nods in agreement, recalling how Luo Fan himself nearly died many times fighting at the front. He believes if Luo Fan were still alive, he would also support Su-bai's decision to fight. Su-bai quietly adds that he wouldn't mind using infinite resources if it meant endless enemy slaughter. Commander Yan solemnly finalizes the decision. Su-bai will go to the battlefield, but under maximum protection. 3 commander-level warriors, 38 elite fighters, and a 1 million-strong army will support the operation. Su-bai breathes a sigh of relief, knowing so many people are being deployed to protect him. He says with a smile, "Then I can relax now." Commander Yan declares the final strategy. This time, they will use Su-bai as bait to lure out and eliminate the strongest of the enemy forces in one clean sweep. The team responds with resolve: victory for humanity. Su-bai is completely stunned. His jaw drops as he yells in disbelief, "Did I hear that right? I'm the bait?" In the 9 Nether Royal Castle of the enemy race. Inside the Grand Hall of the enemy's palace, someone remarks ominously, "The reappearance of the Sacred Beast armor reminds us all of the terror brought by Luo Fan. I'm sure many here still remember that day clearly." The Netherworld race sits on his throne with cold eyes. He declares that he will never allow another human like Luo Fan to rise again. The target is clear: Su-bai must die no matter the cost. 2 muscular leaders, 1 horned and 1 feline, receive their orders. They are told to lead 8 Lord-level warriors and 42 elite Diamond-level fighters to the Misty Mountain frontline. The elder of the ancient Phoenix clan coldly announces that her clan will not send a single soldier to this operation. Seated elegantly, the elder of the 9-tailed Fox clan agrees. She states her clan will also not participate in the war effort. The ruler of the Netherworld, seated high on his throne, slams his hand on the armrest. He accuses the other 2 royal clans, the ancient Phoenix clan and the 9-tailed Fox clan, of cowardice for withdrawing from the battlefield at such a critical moment. The Phoenix elder and the Fox elder stand defiantly. They state that their purpose for coming was to explore the Forbidden Zone, not to join the Netherworld clan's vendetta against humanity. The Phoenix elder declares they won't be tools of genocide. She refuses to participate in any further bloodshed and turns her back on the Netherworld ruler. As the 9-tailed Fox clan also withdraws, the enraged Netherworld ruler shouts after them, furious at their betrayal and lack of support. The Netherworld Lord furiously declares that even without the support of the other clans, his clan will complete the mission alone. He warns them not to regret their decision. The Phoenix matriarch questions if the Sacred Maiden has been located yet, noting that both humans and their own forces are already mobilizing for war. Her subordinate responds that the girl's life force is unstable, but a large-scale search has already begun. A shadowy figure vows to find the Sacred Maiden at all costs before the war begins. Back at the human base, a green pendant called the Sky-Concealing Jade is revealed. It can shield the wearer from all spiritual detection strong enough to even fool the Netherworld Lord. Mr. Yan King hands Su-bai the Sky-Concealing Jade, explaining it will shield him from being locked onto by powerful enemies. Su-bai gratefully accepts it, acknowledging its value. Su-bai jokes that hiding aura isn't enough, he'd prefer more materials and gear to boost his power. Yan King laughs and agrees, calling Su-bai a true opportunist. Suddenly, Yan King throws open a glowing chest. He asks Su-bai what he sees, surprising him with the unexpected gift. Su-bai peers into the chest and is shocked it's packed with rare treasures. A diamond-grade armor, 10 Zizanzen-year-old ice heart, dragon soul grass, and a lord rank core. Su-bai's eyes sparkle as he pulls out the armor. He's thrilled at the amount of gear and medicine, asking if it's really all for him. Yan King nods and says it's all his, but warns that giving it all now would hinder his growth. Su-bai groans, shocked that it's being handed out in installments. Hugging the diamond-grade armor tightly, Su-bai pleads to keep it, saying he doesn't want to die and leave it behind. The armor suddenly vanishes. Yan King laughs, saying Su-bai isn't ready yet. Su-bai panics, calling it cruel. Yan King tells him to hurry and train properly. Su-bai regrets his past hesitation. He remembers how he once had treasures within reach, but wasted time. He bumps into a tall man in the hallway and freezes in shock. It's Lin Zhenin, Mu Ran's father. Su-bai is stunned to meet him in person. Lin Zhenin tells Su-bai to follow him. He wants to speak privately. Su-bai nervously agrees, clarifying he has nothing to do with Mu Ran and feels innocent. Lin suggests leaving Su-bai on the battlefield for growth. Su-bai smiles awkwardly but reassures him that he understands it's all for making him stronger. Su-bai tries to explain his relationship with Mu Ran, saying they're just friends who know their boundaries. Uncle Lin scoffs, confused why Mu Ran even likes him. Uncle Lin decides to let it go. He hands Su-bai a shining piece of armor and tells him to be careful in battle, he doesn't want him dying recklessly. Su-bai's eyes sparkle with excitement as he accepts the gift, thanking Uncle Lin repeatedly. The golden armor gleams in his hands. Su-bai promises to train hard and not let him down. Uncle Lin brushes it off casually, sending him off with a final push. All right, go already. The next day, the warriors begin preparing. The boy solemnly says farewell to Zhang Lei, noting Su-bai has already avenged him. Su-bai arrives proudly, showing off his new golden armor. The boy in purple asks where he got that gear. Su-bai grins and tells him not to worry about it. Their leader, Yan King, addresses the troops, calling them the warriors of humanity with a commanding presence. He announces that the enemy army is advancing toward their city in massive numbers, millions strong, highlighting the urgent threat ahead. The human warriors raise their weapons in unison, chanting victory, as their leader boosts morale, vowing that humanity will prevail despite the overwhelming enemy. The boy in purple explains that although Yan King is strong enough to defeat the king of the Nether clan, the enemy will likely send several powerful commanders to challenge him. Su-bai wonders what they can do, and his companion replies confidently that everything depends on strategy. Orders are issued for scout teams to begin reconnaissance missions in Misty Mountain. The battle explodes into chaos, energy blasts erupt across the field, and the soldiers charge forward as the fight with the enemy begins in full force. As explosions erupt in the background, a man in glasses warns the group that powerful enemies are nearby. He suspects that high-level diamond-tier fighters from both sides have already clashed. The purple-uniformed warrior confirms their expectations: enemy forces have arrived. The atmosphere becomes tense as the group prepares for confrontation. Beasts emerge from the distance, a turtle-backed wolf and a giant antlered deer lead the charge. One of the men identifies the creatures and confidently calls them weaklings. Suddenly, the beasts charge from all directions. The warriors realize they're being surrounded, and one of them notes that the enemy must fear their escape, thus forcing them into battle. The warrior shouts with excitement, ready for combat. He charges ahead, engaging a wolf with confidence and encouraging Su-bai to hang back, calling the enemies mere weaklings. Su-bai smirks, stating that even if they're weaklings, he can't let them take all the credit. He calls forth his companions, Little 8 and Little White, to join the fight. With a burst of energy, a powerful white tiger bursts into the battlefield, slashing down enemies with blazing speed and power. A massive turtle beast crashes in next, launching enemies into the air with a ground-shaking impact, turning the tide of battle in Su-bai's favor. The red-haired and purple-clad warriors complained jokingly, calling Su-bai ruthless for taking all the glory again and not leaving any military credit for them. Su-bai's summoned beasts Little 8 and Little White stand tall and fierce, their overwhelming aura pressing down even the enemy beasts, who tremble in submission. The enemy monsters Wolf, Turtleback Wolf, and Giant Antler Deer are frozen in fear. The oppressive presence of Su-bai's beasts strikes deep into their bloodline, suppressing any will to resist. Chaos erupts as Su-bai's beasts charge forward. The green armored beast barrels through the enemy horde, while the white tiger slashes through the front lines, scattering the opposition. Su-bai looks confused as the enemy beasts suddenly stop attacking. He wonders why everything came to a halt and what that strange noise is. A system screen appears before him. It congratulates Su-bai on unlocking the army domination ability, which allows him to convert surrendered beasts into his own troops and control them mentally. The system asks whether he wishes to accept the submission of the turtleback wolves and giant antlered deer. Su-bai is stunned and amazed by this sudden new power. With glowing red eyes and a crazed smile, Su-bai laughs out loud, thrilled at the idea of recruiting entire beast armies. As Su-bai and his team continued their journey, Xiao-ba trudged ahead, while someone pointed out that the mist had noticeably thinned. The group looked around and confirmed that the environment had become clearer. They realized they were finally emerging from the misty mountains, and their relief turned into cheerful laughter as they walked forward. Su-bai praised Xiao-ba for successfully leading them through the thick fog. However, one of the members suddenly became cautious. The group reached a clearing and looked around, confused. The area didn't resemble Clearwater Lake at all, prompting them to question Xiao-ba's navigation. One of them checked their location using a digital map. According to it, they were only on the outskirts of Clearwater Lake, which didn't match the surroundings they were seeing. Suddenly, the group noticed something unusual in the sky. A massive dragon emerged from the clouds, surrounded by powerful winds and mist. As a powerful windstorm erupted, Su-bai and the others immediately started running for their lives. Su-bai, clutching Xiao-ba, panicked over their location, questioning how they ended up in such a dangerous place. The noise behind them intensified, suggesting that something massive was chasing them. Despite the fear, Su-bai urged everyone to focus only on running without looking back. They came to a halt, and one of the team members noticed that the giant creature had mysteriously vanished. As they finally stopped running, Su-bai stumbled and questioned the terrifying force they had just escaped. Catching his breath, Su-bai grew frustrated and demanded answers about their current location. The area was far more dangerous than what the map had suggested. One doubted the reliability of the map, while another suspected that Xiao-ba might have unknowingly led them off course. None of them could find this place marked anywhere. Suddenly, a girl stepped, calling them lowly beings. A girl appeared unexpectedly, scolding the group for abandoning her during the chaos. She accused them of only thinking about saving themselves. The group was confused and surprised by her sudden appearance. Su-bai admitted he was too focused on escaping to notice her earlier. A glowing notification appeared in front of Su-bai, revealing that the girl was part of the rare vermilion bird bloodline, an ancient demon phoenix known to be difficult to tame. Detailed stats confirmed her incredible potential. Though her powers were not fully awakened, she possessed sealed talents that could drastically increase her fire abilities, defense, and recovery once unlocked. Su-bai was stunned to learn that the powerful vermilion bird he had been seeking was actually this small fiery girl. She angrily snapped back, refusing to be called a kid and warning him to be careful. While wondering how to tame her, Su-bai jokingly considered a rough approach. But the girl immediately flared up, furious that he dared disrespect her title of saintess. She erupted in flames, shouting her intent to punish Su-bai. Her aggressive stance made it clear she wasn't going to be handled easily. Watching from the side, one of the others was shocked by the intensity of her power. It was obvious now this little girl was no ordinary opponent. Su-bai observed her furious outburst and casually noted that she definitely had a fiery temper. Using his speed skill, he quickly grabbed the little girl, insisting that kids needed discipline if they didn't listen. Infuriated, she couldn't believe a lowly creature dared to put his hands on her. Exploding with anger, she declared him dead meat and swore vengeance. Her energy flared violently. This so-called saintess wasn't going to let him go easily. Su-bai forced the little girl to the ground, determined to discipline her. She protested and lashed out, but he ignored her fiery threats and kept going. Su-bai continued scolding her, demanding that she submit. He warned her that reckless behavior like spitting fire in a forest could get her into serious trouble. Watching from the sidelines, the others were unsure how to react. One of them questioned if Su-bai was going too far, but the other reminded him that she was no ordinary girl, she was a beast from the myriad clans. Eventually, the girl broke down crying, swearing revenge. She shouted that once she grew stronger, she'd get back at Su-bai, and even promised to spank him in return. Su-bai, growing frustrated with the girl's refusal to submit, demanded she beg for mercy. Even after repeated warnings, she continued to resist stubbornly. Her cries echoed through the forest as she refused to give in. Later that night, the group rested by a campfire. One of the men offered Su-bai a chicken drumstick, suggesting they eat and regain strength for future fights. Though Su-bai agreed to pause the fight for now, he warned the girl that things weren't over yet. She tearfully vowed revenge and mentioned her clan's elders, threatening that they would deal with him when they arrived. As the girl continued to throw a tantrum, Su-bai told her that if her clan elder appeared, he'd beat them too. While holding the struggling girl, Su-bai was handed a roasted chicken. The girl arrogantly claimed that she'd eaten all kinds of rare delicacies and that bronze-level chicken meant nothing to her. She couldn't hide her amazement. The girl curiously asked what seasoning was used on the roasted chicken. The smell had caught her off guard, and she started questioning why it was so appetizing. Su-bai teased her, wondering if she had never eaten cooked food before. He offered her a taste and hinted that seasoning made it even better. He confidently sprinkled some extra seasoning on the meat, assuring her it would taste even more delicious now. Unable to resist, she reached out for the chicken. The rich aroma overwhelmed her pride, and she quietly admitted that it smelled amazing. The girl finally took a bite of the roasted chicken and was immediately enchanted. She couldn't believe how good it was. Overwhelmed by flavor, she declared the drumstick unbelievably delicious, far better than anything she'd ever eaten. As she continued eating, she confidently stated she would now eat this every day, claiming it was tastier than even her elders' so-called spiritual food. Seeing the opportunity, Su-bai offered her a deal. Follow him and do as he says, and she'd get drumsticks with every meal. Without hesitation, she agreed, completely won over by the food. The girl reminded Su-bai to keep his promise. He confidently assured her he would. Right then, a system notification appeared, confirming he had successfully tamed the ancient demon phoenix and advanced to silver high rank. Su-bai grinned to himself, amused that all it took to tame such a powerful being was a single chicken drumstick. Later, as they rested by the fire, Su-bai called out to Xiaoba and Xiaobai, inviting them to come and greet their new companion.